and use it for all kinds of fraudulent activities that aren't detected by pricey credit monitoring and prevention plans. That's why Xander's ID theft plan is the only one I've ever recommended or used. They cover all types of ID theft, including tax refund fraud. Plus, they take over the work if you become a victim, protecting your money if you get hacked. They even protect your kids for free on their family plan. Go to Xander.com or call 800-356-4282. It's just the smartest, most affordable way to go.
KTAR-FM, Glendale, Phoenix, Arizona's news station. KTAR News, 92.3 FM. KTAR News, now.
Good afternoon. It's 2 o'clock. I'm Becky Lynn.
We don't know where she is.
As the search for missing Tucson woman Nancy Guthrie drags on, the Pima County Sheriff's Office says there's a lot of unknowns in this case. KTAR's Balin Overstoles is live in the news center with the latest.
Yeah, Becky, a day after Pima County Sheriff Chris Nanos said Guthrie is not just missing, but potentially the victim of an abduction.
We do believe that Nancy was taken from her home against her will, and that's where we're at.
The sheriff explaining today investigators are processing evidence, but there's no new leads and not much solid information about Guthrie's disappearance, including if she was potentially an intentional target.
We don't know. We're going to assume both sides of that.
Guthrie is the mother of today's show anchor Savannah Guthrie. She was reported missing Sunday after not going to church and last seen Saturday night. In what's typically a quiet neighborhood in the Catalina foothills, now the center of that crime scene investigation. Our live team coverage continues with KTAR's Heidi Hommel, who is in Tucson, to tell us what neighbors are saying.
Yeah, Balin, a picturesque neighborhood backs up to the Santa Catalina Mountains with homes spread out on big lots. It's still quiet except for all the media attention this bizarre case is getting. One woman walking her dog said she knows Savannah Guthrie and hopes her mother Nancy is found safe. Another woman from Texas is staying with her friends down the street and says she feels safe staying in the neighborhood, but agrees the circumstances surrounding Nancy's disappearance are odd. A sign outside Nancy's house reads, "Dear Guthrie family, your neighbors stand with you." Reporting live in the Catalina foothills, Heidi Hommel, KTAR News.
And of course, law enforcement's asking the public for any information on Nancy Guthrie's whereabouts. You can go to KTAR.com and see her photo. Mike LaFleur's ready to get started.
All you want is ownership to want to win and win in the worst way. And that was very apparent when I met Michael last year, how much he loves this organization.
The Arizona Cardinals officially welcomed their new head coach aboard today. Team owner Michael Bidwell's excited about what the future holds.
Mike comes from a number of different trees. Most recently, he comes from the Sean McVay tree, where he was offensive coordinator for the last 3 years.
LaFleur says he's casting a wide net in filling out his coaching staff and will start calling the team's plays on offense. The White House has the House has narrowly passed a spending bill that ends a partial government shutdown that started last Friday night. Now, this gives lawmakers until Friday, February 13th, to reach a broader agreement on Homeland Security funding. ABC News national correspondent Stephen Portnoy has more on what's to come over the next 10 days.
Ahead of the next funding deadline in a week and a half, Democrats will push for reforms at ICE and at Customs and Border Protection. Republicans will push for what's called the SAVE Act.
The SAVE Act just simply says you have to have verification of citizenship to register to vote.
That's House Speaker Mike Johnson's take. Here's top Senate Democrat Chuck Schumer's.
The SAVE Act is an abomination. It's Jim Crow 2.0 across the country.
Failure to reach agreement on Homeland Security funding could impact agencies such as FEMA, the Coast Guard, and the TSA. Stephen Portnoy, ABC News, Washington.
Water, tax cuts, ICE operations, and more. Governor Katie Hobbs will be live in studio with Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos to talk about all of it this afternoon. And, of course, much more as well. You can watch the exclusive interview during Outspoken on the KTAR YouTube channel, and that's going to be at 5:30 this afternoon. Turning to Wall Street, the Dow today dropped 168 points. The S&P down 59. The NASDAQ fell 337. For more money news, visit the Business Center at KTAR.com. And let's get a check on traffic right now. We'll go to Enrique Garcia, who is live in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Phoenix with a crash in the HOV lane, I-17 northbound at Northern Avenue, Scottsdale with a disabled vehicle on the right-hand shoulder. Loop 101, Pima Freeway, southbound near Indian Bend Road. This report is brought to you by Mountainside Fitness, 35 years strong, 25 locations. Join Mountainside Fitness with $0 enrollment and 30 days free. MountainsideFitness.com. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
Weather-wise, it looks like we're going to be in the low 80s most of the week. Tomorrow, probably the hottest day at 84. We were hoping to be in the 70s by Thursday, but it looks like we may be closer to a high of 81 both Thursday and Friday. Right now, 81 in Avondale. Conditions are perfect if you're planning on a move. With Homes 2X, sell fast, stay rent-free, full value guaranteed at homes2x.com. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
The Chris and Joe Show. Afternoons 2 to 4 on KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
Hi, I'm Chris Merrill. He's Joe Huizenga. Thank you for letting us into your lives today. We do appreciate it. It is an honor that we understand the gravity of every single day. That's it.
Yeah.
We'll get started.
It's a heavy one off the top here today.
Yeah, this whole deal with Savannah Guthrie's mom isn't getting any clearer.
No.
In fact, the press conference today is leaving me with more questions than it does answers.
I was in here with Broomhead when the press conference was wrapping up, and it was the sheriff down in Pima County, Chris Nanos, just over and over again saying, we're looking into it. We don't know. We're looking into it. We don't know. We're looking into it for about 5 minutes, and
he's lying.
You and I kicked around in prep. Do they know more than what they're letting on?
Yes.
Okay. I'm glad you have these answers now because you weren't telling me back then. So
I want to surprise you on the air.
Oh man, you are surprising.
Yeah,
me.
you're welcome.
Love to be surprised.
Real pro over here.
Do they know more than what they're letting on?
Yes.
I'm glad you say yes.
Yeah.
Or are they turning to the public because they really don't know anything? So okay. So then let's play this out, Chris. You say they know more than they're letting on.
Sure.
So why did they go public with it today then and do a big press conference? Is it to try to make whoever did this to Nancy Guthrie have a false sense of security that the police and the authorities really don't know anything?
Quick primer if you missed it. So Savannah Guthrie's mom lives in Tucson. Savannah Guthrie from the Today Show. She went missing. She didn't show up to church on Sunday morning.
Sometime between 9:30 Saturday night when a relative dropped her off at her house in the Catalina foothills in Tucson and Sunday morning at 11 a.m. when she did not show up for church.
Right.
So about a 14-hour window.
Okay, so then they immediately said Savannah Guthrie's mom is missing, and on Sunday they were saying they were investigating it as a crime.
Yes.
Okay. So what we learned from the press conference today is very little, except that there was DNA found in her house. It was her DNA in her house. How did you find that? She lives in the house.
Well, and when you say DNA, that could be hair, that could be a skin cell, that could be blood. It could be a lot of things. Blood, I think, makes people think, well, she was hit. She was, bludgeoned, beaten.
Right.
But if it's hair, I guarantee you if investigators went into your place or my place, they're going to find some DNA from Chris Merrill and Joe Huizenga because we live there. So the presence of DNA from Nancy Guthrie in Nancy Guthrie's house does not tell me anything.
Well, because they didn't tell us where it came from.
Right.
And if we knew those details, it would. But they don't want to. So this is what I'm saying. They know more. They know where they got the DNA.
What do you mean? They know? Like they know what
they know
room
if it was
they got it from?
Yeah, but they know if it was blood or if it was hair. Did they get DNA out of her hairbrush? So in other words, when they say, did you find DNA at the crime scene? Of course they found DNA at the crime scene, but do they have DNA that is related to the crime found at the crime scene?
Yeah.
Right? And
since you seem to have all the answers, what's your answer to
No,
that?
I don't have the answer.
Yeah.
You asked me if they know more than they're letting on.
Okay.
The answer is yes.
Okay.
Because they know if it was DNA that they suspect to be linked to a crime.
Which do you think?
Well, I think it is, but they
Linked
didn't
to a
say
crime.
that. Yeah, because remember they started saying from the beginning that they were that this was investigating it as a crime
and
not a silver alert.
And I've heard a few different things from various news sites that I like to check out. Some saying that police are looking for a car, but no description of what that car looked like. So, and
so they know.
They didn't put anything out there. But again, It's America. There's a lot of cars that drive around.
Right, but they have an idea.
So
this is where I'm saying they know more, and they have to keep some of this to their vest too, because we know how investigations work. We've watched enough crime TV.
When you hear them say DNA, that to you means blood. Is that what you're saying?
It says to me that it is something that is more than just the hair they found on her hairbrush or her toothbrush, which is where you and I would have our DNA found.
Sure.
Like if they come out to say we found DNA at the home, that can't be just what they would find in everyone's home.
So why wouldn't they, if that's right, and if you're right about that, why wouldn't they come out and say, we found some blood in the house?
That's part of the investigation. So that when they have a suspect, they can interrogate them. And then if that suspect reveals details that no one else would know, then they got him. Or if they have someone that claims to do the crime, and we've seen this happen a lot of time, and they go,
John Benet Ramsey.
Right. Oh, I strangled her. And they're like, oh, you did? And how'd that? Well, yeah, and that's, she started coughing up phlegm, and it was on the carpet. And they're like, no, that's not where we got the DNA. So, no, you're a joker. That's not it, right? So they got to keep some of these things close to their vest as part of the investigation. The other thing, though, that was glaring, and we'll talk with, we've got our own reporter, Heidi Hummel, who's in the
Catalina Foothills.
We'll ask her about this, too, because that press conference today was really interesting when they asked about a ransom note. So where did that information come from for a reporter to ask, which a reporter may have just come up with that on their own, but maybe that was something else.
I was asking Heidi about it last night because when they said it seems like she was abducted, that was my first thought of, I've seen some stories say that she was plucked out of bed. Others have said, they've kind of shied away from that. My thought was, if you're saying she was abducted, was there a ransom note that was left? And then we talked with our reporter here in the studio, Bowen Overstoles, before the show, and he mentioned to us they asked about it twice. They didn't say no when asked, was there a ransom note, which to you suggested
yes,
that there is one.
Yeah.
But they have not said that.
But then, yeah, exactly. But again, maybe there wasn't, and they're trying to hold this back for investigation.
It's a lot of speculation.
Pablo, we have audio. Is that right from the sheriff? You got a statement from the sheriff. All right, what was the statement? Yeah, no, your microphone's not working right there, pal. We got the wrong one on or whatever it is. Sometimes our board sometimes gets funny in there.
All right, you guys can't hear me then, right?
I can hear you like in the distance.
Yeah, something's wrong. Hold on.
That's cool. Is there another mic work on it?
Yeah.
Oh, there you go. Nailed it. Got it.
Do you see what I'm seeing right here? The sheriff's office just sent something on specifically on the random notes.
No, on the ransom notes?
Yeah, on the ransom note.
No.
So they are saying that they are aware of the report circulating regarding the investigation to Nancy Guthrie. We are taking all tips and leads very seriously. Anything that comes in goes directly to our detectives who are coordinating with the FBI, period.
Right.
We encourage anyone who may have information on tips to share them via QR code attached.
Gotcha.
Okay, so they're still not telling us about the notes themselves.
No.
And they're still...
And going back a couple minutes...
But they're not saying they're not.
Yeah, right.
Right.
That's where I'm saying that there's more to it.
They're not saying yes, but they're not saying no. It leads a lot of questions out there. And my big question again is, do they have surveillance video of someone entering or leaving the house? Do they kind of know who they're looking for? Because there was no image of a suspect put up there. There was no description of a suspect. They're turning to the public, but are they trying to give someone a false sense of security?
I guess in the end, we don't know. There are a few things we don't know what we don't know. That's the quote you always love, Joe. But there's also a few
favorite.
things. There are some things we know what we don't know.
Okay.
From the public, right?
Okay.
We know that we don't know where that DNA came from that they're talking about. We know that we don't know if there was a ransom note. We know that we don't know what the description of the car is.
So does that help us or not help us?
Well, what's interesting is what is it the police don't know that they know?
Oh, my goodness. Can we humanize this for a minute, too? You and I talked a little bit yesterday.
Yeah.
Aside from if you're a parent and you have a kid out there and your kid is taken, abducted.
Yeah.
This has to be one of the worst
oh my gosh
that you can go through. I mean, obviously if something happened to your partner as well or a sister
like
or brother, no, like your wife.
Oh.
Funny man.
I got you.
Uh-huh.
I mean, I would feel sad if something happened to you. I'd probably try to parlay that into a piece of a TV movie.
I'm sure you would definitely parlay it. You'd be like, Joe would be proud of me. I'm parlaying it.
That's right.
Uh-huh. But you and I both have our parents still with us, luckily.
Yeah.
This is just a terrible feeling. And my thoughts go out to Savannah Guthrie. And, her mom in her 80s needs medication every day.
Right. And as long as she doesn't get that, all of a sudden her life becomes, it falls into risk. By the way, that's the other thing with my parents is that if something were to happen to them, my dad's on so many pills for so many different things. And some of those pills, I go, Dad, do you really need that? Mm-hmm. Dad, do you really need that? Now, Pops has some fibromyalgia issues, right? So he's got a lot of pain pills and things like that. But then he's also like, well, ever since the pandemic, I've been taking my ivermectin. And I'm like,
what?
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
Really?
Oh, he was just getting into like the weird. He's not way weird with the right-wing stuff, but he says, what does it hurt? And I go, Dad, it's horse dewormer. And he's like, but a lot of people say it works for COVID, so I'll just make sure that I'm taking it and I'll just stay ahead of it.
So just to make sure he didn't get COVID.
Or horseworms.
It was like a vitamin C or vitamin D kind of supplement.
Right. So as far as I'm concerned, like if the kidnappers took him but didn't take his ivermectin, I wouldn't be upset about that. But if they didn't take his gabapentin, I'd be like, well, he's going to be in a lot of pain.
Yeah.
Right. So I'd probably check and see what they got. Do you know how hard it is to get ivermectin? Like he had to go find a doctor that would give him that stuff. He
didn't just go and find
just go get it from a vet,
a local feed and supply store. I mean, there's an abundance of those where my parents are at in Michigan.
Oh yeah, we've got a lot of them around.
I wonder if you could just get a vet.
I just need to make sure I've got someone that's going to give me my ivermectin.
Yeah, it's not something that I would do, but I know that you mentioned there's a number of individuals out there who felt like ivermectin would keep them safe from COVID.
And did you see too that in Arizona there's a bill that they want to introduce now to make it so that Pops doesn't have to find a doctor to write him a bogus prescription?
I did see that.
Arizona State Rep Nick Cupper sponsored a bill to make ivermectin that it's formulated for human use, which it does have human uses for like worms.
Some conservatives say it's a miracle drug.
Right. He wants to
COVID.
make it available over the counter without a prescription.
Mm-hmm.
Hasn't yet found a hearing though. Although Cupper does make an interesting argument. Think about how many energy drinks we drink every day. I mean, not me.
100% you.
There's caffeine in coffee or vaping or smoking cigarettes. These are all things that you don't need a prescription to get.
I mean, what about, marijuana? Number of people are doing that. You don't need a prescription for that anymore.
I agree. Where's the line, though? Can I smoke crack without a prescription?
Legally?
Can I smoke crack with a prescription?
I don't believe there's any prescription that will. I don't know of a doctor that will prescribe that, but maybe you could find one.
Dr. Dre.
Oh, Chris.
Dre, I need some crack.
How about you get the train back on the tracks over there?
Well, I just think it's kind of interesting that, like, Pops wants to take ivermectin, and I go, Dad, that's not doing you any good. And he says, but it's not doing me any harm. I mean, he's not wrong. I get it. So why today? Why should you support the bill to allow ivermectin or other meme drugs to be available even if you have the brain power to understand the science? That is next. The Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News.
First, here's Becky Lynn with the day's top story right now.
KTAR News Flash.
It's 2:17. I'm Becky Lynn. Here's what you need to know right now. The Arizona Cardinals officially introduced their new head coach, Mike LaFleur, today.
I am who I am. I'm authentically myself.
LaFleur spent the last few years as offensive coordinator with the division rival LA Rams and says he sees a desire to win throughout the organization. He says he's casting a wide net when it comes to filling out the rest of his coaching staff, and he is planning to be the offensive play caller. All of our top stories are only 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. High today, 82, 84 tomorrow, and right around 81 Thursday and Friday. It's 79 currently in Gilbert. Conditions are perfect if you're planning on a move. With Homes 2X, sell fast, stay rent-free, full value guaranteed at homes2x.com.
What's the why? Chris and Joe are diving deep into the stories that matter.
And shout out Apache Junction. Thank you so much for being a part of the program in AJ.
Love Apache Junction.
Love when they're listening and when they're watching on the KTAR News YouTube channel.
That is the place to be, Chris. How's the chat looking right now?
Dead.
Dead?
Dead. Like those parasites when I take my ivermectin. Dead.
See what you did there.
Yeah.
You have a problem if somebody wants to take some ivermectin?
Okay.
I'm not going to do it.
It's a two-part question, really.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I have a problem because I'm judgy.
Okay.
Like, dummy, what are you doing?
But it doesn't hurt you.
So that's the other side. Is do I have a problem? No, it doesn't affect me, and I can just go, I roll my eyes and go, okay, well, that's just an idiot.
See, I don't have any problem if someone wants to do it. And I'm judgy, but I don't think I'm quite as judgy in general as you are.
Oh, I'm definitely judgy.
You are.
Yeah.
I'm caring and sympathetic, Chris. If someone wants to take some horse dewormer for their, fear of COVID,
right?
Hey, that's their business, not mine.
Why would you take the actual COVID medicine when you can take something that you stole from the vet's office?
No.
Right.
Some people believe it works.
Do you think
maybe
for
some it did?
Here's what I think is interesting. What does the Venn diagram look like for people who believe ivermectin cures COVID versus people who are anti-vax? Because I got to believe that there is tremendous overlap. Yeah, it's the same people that are like, I don't trust science. I've made up my own science that I found on the internet. That's, I think it's huge.
That's interesting.
But being an idiot is not illegal.
No, and I wouldn't even say being an idiot or being a conspiracy theorist. Maybe just
it's not illegal.
Maybe just you believe what your friend did and it worked for them and you want to try it.
Well, you think it worked for them.
That doesn't, maybe in their head it did. Maybe it really did.
Okay, but by that logic, if you get COVID, give me some side effects of COVID. Give me some
brain fog.
Okay, brain fog.
Blades in the throat.
Okay, razor blade throat, diarrhea.
Aches.
Great. Okay, so
it's like working with you.
By that, exactly. By that was very good.
Thank you.
By that
logic.
By that logic, that's like saying, you know what cures COVID? Razor blade throat, brain fog, and diarrhea. That's what I had, and my COVID went away.
Wait, what made it go away?
Diarrhea, brain fog, razor blade throat. You have to have all three, or you'll die. But those three things really worked for me. So simply because this is correlation versus causation.
Okay.
Simply because somebody tried ivermectin and how that particular drug took off on the internet is beyond me, but it did. Like, that didn't cure it. You got better, right? In the same way that I take Tylenol when I have a headache, but it's not addressing the root cause. Okay? So
Sure.
Tylenol isn't curing it, it's masking the, but at least I know that what Tylenol does. I know the science behind it, or at least I have a basic understanding of the science behind it. But I don't hate the proposal in Arizona.
Why is that?
As much as I think that there are a number of fools out there who are doing the dumbest things and wasting their money and grifters are taking advantage of them, you have every right to be fleeced. You know, if somebody wants to convince you to give them their money, I mean, for Pete's sake, how many years have we had cure-all remedies, snake oil salesmen that have been out there telling us this is what you got it? How many different diets crop up every year that they're like, if you just subscribe to our dinner box and try our paleo keto diet with a side of kale sauce, you'll be cured.
Buddy.
Or my sister-in-law who loves her, I was going to say healing crystals, but it's not. It's the essential oils.
Oh, okay.
Right. Oh,
you go to a farmer's market now, they're all over.
Snake oils have been around for 100 years. That's not illegal.
I'm a big health and fitness guy.
Yeah.
And even with health and fitness plans, there's one that pops up all the time on my algorithm.
All the time.
You're going to have six-pack abs if you just do this workout for
Tai
15
Chi
minutes
walking.
a day.
Oh, I hate that.
It's like, what?
But here's why I support the bill.
Okay.
Because I think this opens the avenue for further discussions about other things that really don't need prescriptions. This is based on my own personal experience. So I've got a CPAP, right? I've talked about that a few times before. I have sleep apnea, and I hate it. I hate the CPAP. But the only thing worse than the CPAP is dealing with the CPAP providers.
Oh, my dad fights this struggle.
They're terrible.
He has to deal with insurance all the time.
Constantly. And then they jack the price up on these products because they know that insurance is going to pay for it. I mean, it is such a con job. You want to know why your insurance is so expensive? It's because you've got people that are like, hey, we're CPAP providers. We're going to make sure that it's illegal for you to get a rubber hose that has air in it.
It's like the litany of middlemen who get involved.
And it's all because you have to have a prescription. You have to have a prescription for a CPAP.
Yeah.
A prescription for this thing.
You probably got to go and do a sleep study.
Yeah.
So,
but I'm even okay with that.
Yeah, but there's just a lot of hoops to jump through to get to the end result.
There is no harm from using a CPAP without having sleep apnea. If you don't have sleep apnea and you use a CPAP, what's the worst that happens? You continue to have an open airway. So why do I have to have a prescription? I'll give you another example. A few years back, you and I have talked about this before. I had some issues with my stomach, and I had to be in an ostomy bag for 3 months. Rough 3 months of my life, but basically my intestines were disconnected, and I had a bag. I'd have a prescription to have a Ziploc bag glued to my tummy so I could poo.
Appetizing. If you just had lunch.
Why do you have to have a prescription for that?
Because they said so.
And it all comes down to the medical equipment providers who are jacking the prices up on what amounts to glue and a Ziploc bag. That's it.
Does it also come down to, and I'm asking here because I'm not positive, but my theory would be it's a CYA. It's somebody covering their fanny to protect themselves against a lawsuit or litigation, potentially?
It's a fair question to ask, but my answer is I really don't think so.
No?
No. Okay. And I do think that's a reasonable avenue for you to go down and go, okay, what could be the
Did
the
someone sue because it didn't get run by a doctor?
But, I mean, imagine if you had to have a prescription for crutches, which you don't, but it's along those same lines. Like, why in the world do you have to have a prescription to buy CPAP? That just doesn't make any sense to me. So if you legalize ivermectin, to me, that opens the door to make reasonable arguments that anyone then should have access to some of these other very simple, durable medical equipment supplies.
100% agree with you. I don't think people are so much stupid. I think people do a lot of dumb things, though. I mean, years ago, when you and I were kids and we were growing up, someone spilled McDonald's coffee in their lap. And they got, what was it, second-degree, third-degree burns?
Yeah.
And McDonald's was sued for, wasn't it, hundreds of millions of dollars?
No, I think it was like $3 million.
I thought it was more than that. But they were required to put caution. Contents may be hot on the coffee mug. I just think people do some dumb things. And I do think that the reason a lot of things are prescription is because they want to run it through a doctor and make sure that you know about possible side effects if you do it. And there are certainly, how many times do you see some drug?
2.8 million.
Oh, dang it. Wow.
I actually know that. I know that.
Right.
I know that story a little bit.
That pains me.
It tends to be boiled down to the basics. It's a little
Still
bit more complicated.
But
yeah. I'm not going to get into it. But go ahead. Yeah.
You derailed me. I'm done.
I totally derailed you?
I'm done here. I may not show up tomorrow. You're welcome.
All right. How about something else that I think
might
is
need
silly?
a prescription.
How about something? Oh, that's good.
Uh-huh.
But if you have a prescription for this show, that means you're going to have to take it for 2 hours a day.
No.
5 days a week.
Mm-hmm.
Until you run out of prescription.
Mm-hmm.
How many you got left?
Are
you out of refills?
Probably,
Getting
less
close?
than a week's worth.
You grab a shopping cart, and all of a sudden you're in a war zone, being dragged to the MASH tent to have your feet amputated. A new suggestion by an Arizona lawmaker has explosive consequences. What he says is the solution next. The Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News.
The KTAR News app, your link to live streaming audio, breaking news, podcasts, in-depth coverage of the stories that are important to you. Download the KTAR News app, and you're always in touch with Arizona's news station. The KTAR News app is presented by America Roofing.
Such a blow to investors. Whether you're a big trader or whether you have a 401k.
Life can be complicated. Planning for retirement doesn't have to be.
So what we're looking at here is a plan and a strategy that guarantees the retirement income, but it doesn't give up that growth for safety.
Learn tips and tricks to help you move forward.
That's not always debt. And when you have the money to pay it off, it's called leveraging.
Tune in to The Parker Holland Show, Saturdays at 3 p.m. and Sundays at 9 a.m. and 1 p.m. right here on KTAR News.
Dragging through your day, low energy, poor sleep, no drive? At Vital for Men, we're experts in helping men take back control with testosterone replacement therapy and now offering semaglutide. Plus, we accept most insurance. Book your free testosterone test today with 3 Valley locations, all experts in TRT. Go to vital4men.com. That's vital, the number 4, men.com. Vital for Men. Stop feeling exhausted. Start feeling unstoppable.
Don't let tax refund worries hold you back. File now with TurboTax on Intuit Credit Karma. They'll find every credit and deduction to help you get every refund dollar you deserve, or your money back. Start filing today in the Credit Karma app.
40,000 people.
Let that number sink in for a second. That's not a crowd. That's a small city. And it's the number of people choosing pain relief without surgery. 40,000 people have said stop before a knee or hip replacement. There has to be another way. And they found it at QC Kinetics, the nation's leader in using cellular-level treatments to revitalize joint tissue naturally. Today, patients are moving better, hurting less, and getting their lives back. QC Kinetics, right here in Phoenix, using safe, natural treatments backed by real science. Treatments that activate your body's natural healing power. Safe, natural, non-surgical, with zero downtime. The sooner you start, the faster inflammation will ease and slow down osteoarthritis progression that's causing your pain. Call now for your free consultation with clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN.
Hey, it's Mike Broomhead. I've got to tell you, I'm such a big fan of Bulldog security screens. These screens look like regular window shade screens. They block out insects and harmful UV rays while protecting your home like a fortress. Bulldog security screens are hand-built right here in Arizona. They use military-grade steel, so tough, no one's breaking through your windows or your doors. I tried to break through these screens at their factory. Let's just say the screens won. Easily. No dents, no give, no chance. No ugly bars, no bulky rolling metal shutters, just clean, custom-made security shade screens with tons of color options to match your home so they look great and you stay protected. Imagine leaving your home with your doors and windows wide open, heading out for the day, not giving a single thought to break-ins, because with Bulldog security screens, nobody breaks in, period. Get the details, make an appointment. BulldogSecurityScreens.com. That's BulldogSecurityScreens.com. Insist on the Bulldog, because Bulldog security screens, they're tough.
Listen up, KTAR listeners. Penguin Air Plumbing and Electrical has a deal for you that is good today and today only. Now is the perfect time to schedule the annual maintenance for your HVAC system. Today, Tuesday, February 3rd, Penguin is having a surprise one-day sale for KTAR listeners. Normally, we charge $149 to service your system, but if you call today and mention you heard this ad, we'll tune up your system for only $29. That's $120 in savings. Call Penguin right now at 480-500-7112. Maintenance is the least expensive way to ensure your system is safe and efficient all year long. The older your system is, the more important it is to have your system checked out by a properly trained technician, and Penguin technicians service all brands. 480-500-7112. If it's been over a year since your HVAC system has been serviced, call Penguin today only to get your HVAC tuned up for only $29. You heard right, only $29. Google Penguin Air or schedule online at penguinair.com.
Sure, there's more than one roofing company, but there's only one roofing contractor of the year, America Roofing. Yep, America Roofing, just rated #1 in Arizona, and that is reason enough, but you know what? So many more reasons. When you're A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, family owned and operated for over a quarter century, 500 employees statewide, home or business, repair or replace, and we've had America Roofing do both at Casa VC Plus. Right now, save 12% at AmericaRoofingCo.com.
With Farm Bureau Financial Services, the safer you drive, the more you save. Drivers like you are saving an average of $321 per vehicle. Learn more at FBFS.com/save. Individual savings results may vary. Farm Bureau Property and Casualty Insurance Company, Western Agricultural Insurance Company.
KTAR News now.
2:32. Good afternoon. I'm Becky Lynn.
We don't know where she is.
As the search for missing Tucson woman Nancy Guthrie drags on, the Pima County Sheriff's Office says there's a lot of unknowns in this case.
A day after Pima County Sheriff Chris Nanos said Guthrie is not just missing, but potentially the victim of an abduction.
We do believe that Nancy was taken from her home against her will, and that's where we're at.
The sheriff explaining today investigators are processing evidence, but there's no new leads and not much solid information about Guthrie's disappearance, including if she was potentially an intentional target.
We don't know. We're going to assume both sides of that.
Guthrie is the mother of today's show anchor Savannah Guthrie. She was reported missing Sunday after not going to church and last seen Saturday night. Ballin Overstolz, KTAR News.
Law enforcement asking the public for any information on Nancy Guthrie's whereabouts. If you'd like to see her photo, just go to KTAR.com.
KTAR News. Focus on homelessness.
I have seen family numbers that are 4 or 5 times what the system thinks.
Last week, local authorities conducted the point-in-time count to assess local homelessness. But Ted Taylor with Family Promise of Greater Phoenix points out families aren't included in the street count because they're harder to find. But he says public schools should be included in homeless solutions and data collection because they're often the first to know.
School system needs to be at the front of the line at the leadership level of what are we doing about family homelessness. They know it better than anybody.
He adds there are 150 families on the organization's own shelter wait list. Not as many cars being stolen here in Arizona. Last year, there were more than 12,000 cars stolen compared to more than 17,000 vehicle thefts in 2024. The Chevy Silverado, still the preferred vehicle for car thieves. The Kia and Hyundai occupying 4 of the top 6 spots. Not surprising, stolen pickups are also in the top 6. Let's check on traffic right now. Here's Enrique Garcia live in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Phoenix with a disabled vehicle on the left-hand shoulder. Loop 202, Red Mountain Freeway, westbound near Sky Harbor Airport. Looking in towards surface streets, Phoenix with a crash involving a pedestrian on 26th Avenue and McDowell Road. Scottsdale with a vehicle fire on 78th Street and McDonald Drive. This report is brought to you by AMCO Arizona. Stop ignoring the warning signs on your dashboard and get your car checked out. Google AMCO to find the nearest location near you today. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
82 should be our high temp today, 54 overnight, and 84 tomorrow. It's 81 in Maricopa. Conditions are perfect if you're planning on a move. With Homes 2X, sell fast, stay rent-free, full value guaranteed at homes2x.com. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
It's Gatos. We've got another outspoken exclusive. We've got Governor Hobbs, 5:30 on the show. You know, other governors in the U.S. have issued executive orders trying to protect their citizens from ICE. Well, why hasn't Governor Hobbs done that? We're going to ask her. 5:30 sharp on KTAR.
Cannot wait to have Governor Hobbs in the hizzle. Do people still say that?
For shizzle.
Good. Pablo says no, they don't.
That's not what I took away from what Pablo just said.
And shook his head at me in grave disappointment.
I think he was more so shaking his head at what I said.
Did you see? Yeah. Okay. I'm sorry. I wanted to make sure I got all my stuff out of the way here. Did you see that TMZ is saying that in the case of Savannah Guthrie's mother that there was a ransom note?
Not verified. Want to specify that.
But I think this is why all the reporters kept asking Chris Nanos, who's the sheriff there, and we've had him on the show before. I think this is why they kept asking him, was there a ransom note?
Ransom.
And he said he kind of dodged the question, didn't answer the question, didn't say yes or no, which to me says, yeah, probably.
Yeah, TMZ got an alleged ransom note. Again, not verified, have to specify that. But, yeah.
That said send money to this Bitcoin address.
An amount in the millions.
They did verify that it is a legitimate Bitcoin address.
Okay, but could anybody who has a Bitcoin address have created some type of ransom and said, hey, send it here? And you know a little more about Bitcoin than me. They're tough.
Yes.
They're tough to track those addresses too, right?
Yeah, they're better at it now than they used to be. But here's the question. If you have a Bitcoin wallet, are you going to sneak into a crime scene to leave a fake ransom note to try to get people to send you Bitcoin? Like, where did this come from?
Well,
TMZ is saying the note was found there.
The note was found at the scene?
Crime scene, I believe, is what they're saying, yeah.
I did not see that detail. Crazier things have happened. I guess that's possible, though. No, I would think you probably wouldn't do that.
Let me correct what I just said.
Okay.
TMZ said, and I'm reading it straight from their website.
Yeah.
The note, which was sent to us Tuesday morning, demands a specific substantial amount of Bitcoin. The amount is in the millions. The note demands the cryptocurrency be sent to a specific Bitcoin address.
Right.
So when they say that the note was sent to them, does that mean that now the kidnappers are communicating with TMZ? Because I don't think that's the case. But does that mean that somebody knows about a note and has tipped TMZ off?
So something could have been circulating on social media. They find it and flag TMZ.
Right.
And say, so it wasn't, so when you're talking about a specific address, you're talking about a Bitcoin address, not a home address.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Again, it's not verified. I'm sure TMZ's looking into it. All of the media is looking into it. They just want Nancy Guthrie back home.
Safe. We'll check with our reporter who's in the Catalina foothills in Tucson there. Heidi Hummel is covering this whole story. So we'll get the latest from Tucson coming up here in just a few moments. Appreciate everybody. The chat is popping off now. A lot of people upset with me because I tell them that ivermectin doesn't cure COVID.
I'm glad they're upset with you. You deserve to be yelled at, and sometimes, quite frankly, I just stand up for you because I care about you. I don't always agree with you.
I think the other thing that we can do is we can definitively say that gravity is a myth.
No.
Yes,
no, gravity is not a myth.
No, it's not. I see airplanes in the sky all the time.
They still come down.
That's when they want to.
No,
but
sometimes it's
gravity doesn't bring them down unless they decide they want to come down. So I think we can decide definitively gravity is a myth.
If there ain't fuel in that tank, it's coming down.
I see gliders.
They come down too.
I see spaceships. They don't come down unless somebody wants to bring them down.
They just have a lot more fuel. They do come down.
No, that's only because they come back. Voyager 2 hasn't come back yet, Joe. Gravity is a myth.
Give it time.
Give it time.
It'll come.
It's in a different galaxy.
It'll come back.
Just give it time.
It's going to come back.
It's taking it 50 years to get where it is now, but don't worry. It's going to circle around.
It'll come back. Yeah. Or else it'll just be space junk, but it'll come back.
Unbelievable.
Yeah.
Did you see, you and I have talked about the shopping cart thing before, right? Where the city of Phoenix wants to try to get the grocery stores,
one of the most
Walmarts.
Genius ideas the city of Phoenix has come up with. They essentially are putting all shopping carts on the child safety tether.
Well, okay, here's what is happening. So we got shopping carts that are popping up all over the place. What they say, like 8,000 carts are recovered every year. I didn't realize it was that high. So why is that? I think we know. Homeless people are taking shopping carts.
You say that's a lot.
8,000 sounds like a lot of shopping carts to me.
But there's also a lot of businesses out there that have a lot of shopping carts.
Thank you, Joe. But how many should be in the canals?
Not many, but...
Well, 8,000's not very many, Joe.
We got a lot of unsheltered individuals who take them at times.
I mean, when you think about it, we've only got like 2 canals.
When you say 8,000 carts to me, that really doesn't sound like that many.
It sounds like a lot to me.
Okay.
But here's the deal. Phoenix said we got to do something about this. So let's start a fund. And if your shopping cart gets ganked, you got to pay us $50 to get it back. Or you can buy a yearly pass and only pay $25 to get it back.
Meaning, like if you're a grocery store or a big box store or a Home
Other place
Depot,
that has
Lowe's,
carts, right.
places like that.
Yeah.
Yep.
So this Arizona legislature says, what are you doing? You can't just start charging people because you can't start charging the stores for your carts when they didn't do anything wrong. Like, they're providing shopping carts. That's not a new concept. Just because somebody else stole from them, you can't punish them. That would be like saying, Joe, I can't believe someone broke into your house and stole your TV.
And then
you should
left
give
it
us
in an alley.
And you should give us $100.
Yeah.
Right. And I get that. But this is great. Representative John Gillette was talking about, he was using this as hyperbole. And he said, you know what? You know what stores should do in order to stop people from stealing their shopping carts now is they should put geofencing around, which is like your phone has so it knows where you are.
Yeah, like an invisible fence. Like you can strap something on your dog so they don't get out of the yard.
Yes. And then if the cart leaves the parking lot,
locks up, it won't go.
Oh no.
It blows up.
Absolutely. He's going full Wile E. Coyote on Phoenicians.
So if somebody actually like carries the cart over the geofence, I like this.
Me too.
Yeah.
I like that a lot.
Then we would know if somebody had committed such a crime because we could see them hobbling in the street for the rest of their lives.
May I ask you a quick question too? You were talking about how ridiculous it is that, you know, we want to charge businesses for shopping carts and all of this.
Hey, what happened to your knee? Parking lot was full. I had to park in the street, and little did I know. Now all I got is just these 2 bloody little nubs just kicking around on the street. Just kicking these bloody little nubs out here. I didn't even mean it. All I wanted to do was take my apples back to my Kia.
Boom.
Boom was all I...
Question for you. Didn't we also have a debate that raged for 3 or 4 years regarding security at the airport and how people needed to have a gold star slapped on their ID.
Yes.
Which now we've essentially concluded you can just pay $45 and get some advanced screening
That's
at the
right,
airport.
sir. Good things come to those who wait.
It's
this guy.
This whole effort of, hey, you got to do this because it's all in the name of, safety and security is all bunk when it comes to all this stuff. We're not really protecting the shopping carts.
No.
You don't need to charge these businesses.
No, it's a money grab.
It's all a money grab.
Yeah. Although I would support adding explosives to anyone that tries to get through TSA without a gold star. Yes.
We should
Because if
see
there's
how that
one
goes.
thing we can all agree on, it's
unconstitutional.
More explosives at the airport. When has that now worked out?
Yeah.
Yeah. All right, you've been hearing all week about Savannah Guthrie's mom going missing. We discussed it here to open this show. The press conference in Tucson today gave us a few more details on what the investigators found. TMZ is reporting other rumors. But did you hear what they didn't say? That's the part that really screams that there's something more. We'll check in live in Tucson, read between those lines next. Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News.
Rosie on the house. Every Arizona homeowner's best friend for over 30 years. Saturday mornings 8 till 11 on KTAR News 92.3 FM and the KTAR News app.
Dave Ramsey here for the Valley's best value in replacement windows, patio doors, and entry doors. My friends at Window World will install 7 large premium vinyl sliding windows, all with Solar Zone Sun Shield glass, and they'll do it for one low price of $59.89, tax included. Listen, you can pay 3 or 4 times that price at other window companies, or one low upfront price with Window World. Plus, take $100 off any new patio or entry door. Window World provides the same guaranteed lowest price up front for everyone. No gimmicks and never any zip code pricing. See for yourself why nearly half of all new Window World customers come from happy referrals. Get the details at windowworldphoenix.com. That's windowworldphoenix.com. Window World, simply the best for definitely less.
If you owe back taxes, listen carefully to rule number 1. Never go up against the IRS alone. They're cracking down, freezing bank accounts, garnishing paychecks, canceling passports. Even your home or business could be at risk. But here's what they don't tell you. The IRS has powerful tax relief programs that could save you thousands if you qualify. That's why smart people call Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax resolution firm. Nobody knows these programs like the experts at Optima. Their team of tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $2 billion in tax debt for people just like you. The IRS is not stopping, so don't wait and don't take them on alone. For tax help you need, for tax help you can trust, call Optima today for a free consultation.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Hi, I'm Sherry Harris, owner of LifeSource Water. Arizona's desert water is some of the harshest in the country. It's tough on your skin, your hair, and your home. Some people turn to old-fashioned softeners, but there's a better way. With LifeSource, you get clean, conditioned, and healthy water from every tap. No salt, no regular maintenance, and no plastic. Just fresh filtered water that protects your family and your appliances. So call 1-800-WATER-99 or visit LifeSourceWater.com. LifeSource. Taste and feel the difference.
Warranty limitations apply.
Hey, it's Mike Broomhead. Low T, start for free at Red Mountain, and they will waive their startup fee. Gain muscle, lose fat, lose the dad bod with testosterone from Red Mountain Weight Loss. Waiving that fee is going to help you get started, and you're going to love the results. The best way to treat low testosterone is with real testosterone. This is not a booster. Real doctors, real testosterone, real results. Go to redmountainweightloss.com to make an appointment. That's redmountainweightloss.com.
KTAR News Flash.
2:48. I'm Becky Lynn. Here's what you need to know right now. White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt today saying talks between the U.S. and Iran remain scheduled, despite U.S. forces recently shooting down an Iran drone that was approaching the USS Abraham Lincoln. Leavitt saying she recently spoke to Special Envoy Steve Witkoff.
Obviously, it takes 2 to tango. You need a willing partner to achieve diplomacy, and that's something that Special Envoy Witkoff is intent on exploring and discussing. As always, though, of course, the president has a range of options on the table with respect to Iran.
All of our top stories are just 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. 82 today, 84 for the high tomorrow, and right now we're at 81 in Maricopa. Conditions are perfect if you're planning on a move with Homes 2X. Sell fast, stay rent-free, full value guaranteed at homes2x.com.
It's Gatos, and start the new year off with perfect water. Michael is the assistant manager at Aquazona Connecticut. And Michael, you've got a great deal for everyone listening.
For the entire year in 2026, we are offering the Connecticut K5 drinking water station for only $26 a month. You heard that right, $26 a month.
I love my Connecticut. I've had it for 20 years. Tell everybody the benefits of Aquazona Connecticut, especially the K5.
I love how easy and convenient it is to get a refreshing glass of water each and every time from the comfort of my own kitchen. I enjoy making better tasting coffee, better tasting food with purified drinking water. I have peace of mind that my baby formula is made with clean water. My family does not have to drink chlorine, heavy metals, microplastics, and forever chemicals.
In 2026, you pay $26 a month and you own a K5 drinking water station, the same one that I have in my house. 602-910-6570. Check them out at aquazona.com.
This year's tax changes. Better not get caught snoozing. Miss one deduction, lose thousands. Not amusing.
Big tax changes can mean bigger refunds at Jackson Hewitt. And right now, get $100 just to try us.
Don't worry, tax filers. If money is tight, get $100 from Jackson Hewitt, so you'll sleep better at night.
Limited time offer for new clients. Participating locations only. Details at jacksonhewitt.com.
Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed?
Can I make my site softer?
Can I make my site firmer?
Can we sleep cooler? Sleep Number does that. Cools up to 8 times faster and lets you choose your ideal comfort on either side. Your Sleep Number setting. Enjoy personalized comfort for better sleep night after night. And now, during our President's Day sale, take 50% off our limited edition bed. Shop now for a limited time. Only at a Sleep Number store or sleepnumber.com.
Happy Tuesday, and Governor Hobbs joins us live in studio at 5:30 to talk ice in Arizona and exactly what did Attorney General Mays say that was wrong. Talk to the governor at 5:30 sharp, exclusively on Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos.
Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News. Streaming live on the KTAR News YouTube channel. Let's pop on down to Tucson, where our reporter Heidi Hummel is reporting live from the the home outside of Savannah Guthrie's mother, Nancy Guthrie, who, according to authorities, has been abducted. This is a wild story. Heidi, have you found anything out that we need to know? I mean, we're all just kind of reeling and wondering why Nancy Guthrie, and I think that's the question no one's had an answer to yet.
Yeah, hey, Chris and Joe, that is the question on everyone's mind. Why would someone want to abduct an 84-year-old lady? And no real new information today. The sheriff's office, the Pima County Sheriff's Office, is staying pretty tight-lipped. They won't confirm or deny a ransom note when asked about it. We know TMZ received their own ransom note. Who knows if there's any credibility to this? I've been hanging out in the neighborhood for the last couple of hours right behind this. Actually, the neighbor's house. Nancy's house is right over there. And it's a quiet neighborhood, aside from the fact it is swarming with media right now. Lots of national attention and local attention on the stories. I've talked to a couple of neighbors, some frustrated by all the media are here, some just curious, walking by to see what's going on, see if the media knows anything that they maybe don't know. I also talked to one lady who said she knows Savannah Guthrie. They maybe grew up together. She looked to be about the same age. And yeah, the community just really wants answers.
KTAR News, Heidi Hummel, KTAR News reporter in Catalina Foothills, which is on the north side of Tucson along the southern slopes of the Santa Catalina Mountains. Heidi, I'm looking at you on our YouTube feed right now. Can you spin the camera around just a little bit so we can get a sense? Like, what is the area like? How would you, we're all familiar with the valley. Liken it to, is it like a mesa, a Scottsdale? Like, how would you describe the Catalina Foothills neighborhood?
It's definitely like a North Scottsdale. These are big acre properties. Like, it's even kind of, you can't see the front of the homes because of all the landscaping, very private. And if I just take you down the street here, you see, look at all those cars.
Yeah.
just so much national media attention. And then that's the home right over here where I should stay out of the street. Just people are driving by. Over here where they say she was abducted, right? That's the home. And there's even a sign outside that I believe was put up today that said, "Dear Guthrie family, your neighbors stand with you." So just, lots of concern from the community and just such strange circumstances surrounding this poor woman's disappearance.
What are the neighbors saying, Heidi Hummel, our KTAR News YouTube reporter there? Have they told you anything about Nancy, in particular, her medical conditions? I know that she needs medicine. She takes daily medication. They say she's cognitively there, but may have some physical limitations. Do you know what those things might be? Has anyone mentioned
I don't. I haven't talked to anyone who knew Nancy, just that one woman who knew Savannah. And I've only talked to like 3 or 4 people. It's really quiet here. There's no law enforcement. All the law enforcement has left. They've already processed the crime scene. It's just a bunch of journalists running around looking for answers right now. And then the casual neighbor walking their dog or riding their bike or, just scoping out, just curious, trying to see what's going on out here. But yeah, more questions than answers right now, and I think that's the frustrating part to everyone.
KTAR News reporter Heidi Hummel in the Catalina foothills, just on the north side of Tucson, talking about the disappearance of Nancy Guthrie, Savannah Guthrie's mom. Heidi, this neighborhood, has anybody, whether it's another reporter or anyone who you've mentioned, who you've talked to already, has anyone said that anything strange was going on there other than obviously Nancy Guthrie allegedly being abducted?
No, I don't. There were cameras outside Nancy Guthrie's. She had security cameras.
So it's a wealthy neighborhood.
But we can't confirm whether the people who abducted her took those cameras down or if the cameras caught stuff and then law enforcement are going through it. The sheriff's office has said they're in contact with the manufacturers of the home surveillance cameras trying to get that footage. So we don't know if that's just, standard protocol or if that's people walking right now, or if, whoever took her took the home cameras too. Mm-hmm. And now they have to go through the manufacturer to get that footage. And
we don't know who that manufacturer might be. For instance, if it were Ring, we might have a cloud video of it or someone else that provides cloud, but we don't know that detail, right?
Exactly. And the sheriff's office did say yesterday, all these homes, even though the homes are spread out, they said look through your own home security cameras, look through the footage and see if there's any information you can provide law enforcement. They're really just asking for the public's help. Any leads, any information would be helpful right now as there are still no suspects.
Nancy Guthrie still missing. Heidi Hummel in north side of Tucson, the Catalina foothills. We're sure that Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos will be checking in with you throughout the afternoon. Thank you so much, Heidi.
Thanks, guys.
The argument over red light cameras taking another turn in Phoenix and why you might still be hitting the gas on a yellow, but not too much, because the cameras are ready to get you for something else. The confusing enforcement the city hopes to catch you screwing up is next on the Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News.
Listen up, KTAR listeners. Penguin Air Plumbing and Electrical has a deal for you that is good today and today only. Now is the perfect time to schedule the annual maintenance for your HVAC system. Today, Tuesday, February 3rd, Penguin is having a surprise one-day sale for KTAR listeners. Normally, we charge $149 to service your system, but if you call today and mention you heard this ad, we'll tune up your system for only $29. That's $120 in savings. Call Penguin right now at 480-500-7112. Maintenance is the least expensive way to ensure your system is safe and efficient all year long. The older your system is, the more important it is to have your system checked out by a properly trained technician, and Penguin technicians service all brands. 480-500-7112. If it's been over a year since your HVAC system has been serviced, call Penguin today only to get your HVAC tuned up for only $29. You heard right, only $29. Google Penguin Air or schedule online at penguinair.com.
Joe Fallon did something smart. He saved hundreds on auto insurance switching to Progressive. With that money, he commissioned a portrait of himself. Does Joe already know what he looks like? Yes. Do guests know what he looks like? Also yes. But not as art. It's Joe's savings, and if he wants to spend it on a velvet painting of himself with a white tiger at his feet, we say, roar, Joe, roar. Switch and see if you could save with Progressive and treat yourself. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
Finding excuses to not do your taxes? Unsure where to start? Sounds like you may be suffering from FOMO, the fear of messing up. The cure? Filing your federal and state taxes for free using TurboTax on Credit Karma. All you have to do is start and finish filing on your own in the Credit Karma app by February 28th. Just keep in mind, this offer is available only if you didn't file with TurboTax last year. It's time to break free from your fear of messing up. Start filing for free today in the Credit Karma app.
At the Midwestern University Eye Institute, they take the time to know you, offering affordable, unhurried, and thorough vision care. I'm Jim Sharp here, along with Dr. Pierce Kenworthy. Doctor, can you tell us about the new services recently introduced at the Eye Institute?
We are thrilled to have a whole new laser refractive suite here, including 2 fully functioning lasers, the Visimax 800, very helpful for performing LASIK, which is what most people hear about, but there's some others as well, including PRK, photorefractive keratectomy, and a newer type of refractive surgery called SMILE, which stands for small incision lenticular extraction. What that means to say is it's a much smaller part of the cornea being removed and still achieving the same effect to change the patient's prescription by changing the shape of the cornea.
Experience the Midwestern difference in vision care, adult and pediatric eye exams, designer eyewear, dry eye treatment, and ophthalmology services. Conveniently located in Glendale near 59th Avenue in Utopia. Visit MWUclinics.com. Midwestern University Clinics, your family's home for healthcare.
Phoenix, get ready. Starlux Airlines is bringing the world closer with nonstop service from Phoenix Sky Harbor to Taipei. From there, Starlux can take you to incredible destinations like Tokyo, Bangkok, Hong Kong, Vietnam, Philippines, Indonesia, Malaysia, and Singapore. On board, you'll enjoy 5-star service that makes your journey feel effortlessly elegant. Seats are now open. Contact your travel agent or visit starlux-airlines.com to book your flight.
This year's tax changes. Better not get caught snoozing. Miss one deduction, lose thousands. Not amusing.
Big tax changes can mean bigger refunds at Jackson Hewitt. And right now, get $100 just to try us.
Don't worry, tax filers. If money is tight, get $100 from Jackson Hewitt, so you'll sleep better at night.
Limited time offer for new clients. Participating locations only. Details at jacksonhewitt.com.
Are you 50 or older? This news is for you. The CDC recommends you get vaccinated against pneumococcal pneumonia. Even if you're healthy, your age puts you at risk. People 50 or older are over 6 times more likely to be hospitalized with pneumococcal pneumonia compared to adults 18 to 49. Just one shot can help protect you. Learn more and schedule at vaxassist.com. That's VAXassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
KTAR-FM, Glendale, Phoenix.
Hey, it's Mike Broomhead. You've seen the Sweet James billboards, but here's what you need to know about them. If you're hurt in a car, truck, or motorcycle accident, Sweet James Accident Attorneys is a team you want on your side. With just over 25 years experience, 500-plus trials, and a win rate of 98% of the time, you need Sweet James in your corner. They've even been named the best attorneys in America. SweetJames.com or 800-9-million, 800-900-0000.
KTAR News now.
It's 3:01. Good afternoon. I'm Becky Lynn.
There are concerns at the House that concerned us from the early on part of this investigation, and that's all I will tell you. Yes, ma'am.
For now, there are more questions than answers in the disappearance of Tucson woman Nancy Guthrie. KTAR's Ballin Overstoles is live in the news center to tell us more.
Today, Pima County Sheriff Chris Nanos saying they don't know where Nancy Guthrie is and are processing DNA evidence from the home, but not sharing much else. There are also reports of multiple media outlets receiving ransom notes, the sheriff saying today.
Hundreds of leads, and it's from you that produced those leads by telling people we need help, and I'm grateful for that. But I'm not going to get into all that.
And since then, the Pima County Sheriff's Office saying they are looking at all leads. Guthrie was last seen Saturday around 9:30 p.m. and reported missing Sunday. The missing persons case turning into an abduction investigation in the early stages. And Nancy Guthrie's community in the Catalina foothills is hoping for the safe return of their neighbor. KTAR's Heidi Hommel continues our live team coverage in Tucson to tell us what she's seeing.
Outside Nancy's red brick house says, "Dear Guthrie family, your neighbors stand with you." The neighborhood is tucked underneath the Santa Catalina Mountains with homes on large acre properties. A woman from this area says she knows Savannah and is hoping they find her mother. Another woman visiting from Texas says she feels safe staying in the Who would want to abduct a little old lady? Law enforcement have left the neighborhood as they're finished processing the crime scene and wait for the results of DNA testing. Reporting live in Catalina Foothills, Heidi Hommel, KTAR News.
And law enforcement is asking the public for any information on Nancy Guthrie's whereabouts. You can see her photo at KTAR.com. Arizona's former state Republican Party chair appears to be eyeing a new political race. Already an announced candidate for the District 1 congressional seat, Gina Swoboda has now filed a statement of interest in running for Arizona Secretary of State. If she were to switch races, Swoboda would potentially face off with State Representative Alexander Colladin in a GOP primary, and the winner likely to take on Democratic incumbent Adrian Fontes in November. Will she reach a deal with the legislature on tax cuts? What about an increase in ICE operations in Arizona? Governor Katie Hobbs will hear questions about all of that and more when she exclusively joins Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos this afternoon. You'll be able to watch the live interview on the KTAR YouTube channel starting at 5:30. Time now for KTAR Timeline with Patricia Valencia, brought to you by the Attitudes Campus.
It's February 3rd, and back on this day in 1995, American astronaut Eileen Collins becomes the first woman to pilot a space shuttle.
Ignition sequence start.
Loving aviation as a child, at age 19, she saved up enough money to take flying lessons. She graduated with a bachelor's degree in mathematics and economics from Syracuse University. She then became one of 4 women admitted to the Air Force pilot training at Vance Air Force Base in Oklahoma. The first women astronauts were doing their parachute training at the same time, and Collins realized that the goal of becoming an astronaut was within reach. She became the Air Force's first female flight instructor, and for the next 11 years taught both flying and math. She eventually achieved the Air Force rank of colonel and was selected as an astronaut in 1990. 5 years later, Collins became the first woman pilot of a U.S. space shuttle, serving on the orbiter Discovery for a rendezvous and docking mission to the Russian space station. And it happened back on this day in 1995.
Checking those roads for us now. Here's Enrique Garcia in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Phoenix with a crash blocking multiple lanes on the State Route 51 northbound near Union Hills Drive. Tempe with debris on the right-hand shoulder. Loop 101 Price Freeway southbound near Guadalupe Road. Phoenix with a crash in the right-hand shoulder. Loop 101 Agua Fria westbound near 75th Avenue. This report is brought to you by Revival Psychiatry. If you're looking fine on the outside but feel drained inside, you may be dealing with high-functioning burnout. Support is here. Visit revivalpsych.com to book an appointment today. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
Tonight, mid-50s for our low temperature. 84 is the expected high tomorrow. It's 80 in Queen Creek right now. Conditions are perfect if you're planning on a move. With Homes 2X, sell fast, stay rent-free, full value guaranteed at homes2x.com. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
The Chris and Joe Show. Afternoons 2 to 4 on KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
I'm Chris Merrill. He's Joe Huizinga. Thank you for being a part of the program. Thank you to those who checked in on the KTAR News YouTube channel. I did see a number of people pop on there to see our interview with Heidi Hommel, our own reporter who is in Tucson at the Catalina Foothills community where...
joined us on video and let us have a look at the neighborhood. And Heidi said a lot like North Scottsdale. That's a lot what it seemed like. It looked like a really sleepy community aside from the row of cars that you see from reporters out there, Chris. It reminded me a lot of that North Scottsdale kind of area where there's not a lot of street lights at night, and it's just kind of sleepy. Very safe.
Looked nice to me.
Looked gorgeous to me. The kind of place that you and I dream of retiring to that we will never be able to afford.
And also, we were watching, CNN was doing a live hit. We've got the different news stations up on monitors in the studio here for those unfamiliar, so that if there's breaking news, we see it. Mm-hmm. And I think I saw Heidi on CNN in the shot behind the reporter that was there.
She didn't hold up a sign giving us a shout out.
She really should have.
Yeah.
A little disappointed. Let's see if we can get that added to our next contract.
Love the Chris and Joe show.
Right.
Get that up on CNN.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I like where we're going with this.
You just said our next contract.
Yeah.
You're the one with the contract.
Oh, you should get a contract.
Nah.
Speaking of contracts, City of Phoenix allocated a whole bunch of money in order to sign a new contract for red light cameras. We talked about this, and they even told us here's where all the red light cameras are going.
Mm-hmm. Now, question though.
Go on.
Red light cameras, yes. They've said, no, I'm sorry, speed cameras.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Red light cams, Phoenix is now backing off of that. They're saying, nah, you know what? We're not going to do that. What are you laughing about?
It's like they did something they knew they were going to get backlash.
Mm-hmm.
They said, we're bringing back the cameras.
Speed cameras.
Well, didn't they say they were bringing back the red light cameras?
Well, they did, but now they've decided no.
That's my point. So then they voted to do something they knew was going to get backlash. Then they got backlash, and they went, okay, well, you know what? We're not going to do that, but we are going to do a little bit because we already spent $12 million to buy the cameras in the first place.
Yeah, not moving forward now. Phoenix no longer moving forward with plans to ticket drivers who fly right through those red lights using photo enforcement cameras, despite what the data says.
But what if I fly through a red light while I'm speeding?
It will get you for speeding, not for the red light.
Well,
there are some in the state that might nail you for both.
Yeah.
But now, the ones going up in Phoenix, they're just going to get you for speed. I was reading a lovely article.
I don't know if I want to be upset or if I want to be happy that I got my way. Because, I hate these cameras.
No. You don't want to be upset.
I don't want to be upset. Well, they still have the speeding cameras.
What do you
I don't
get,
like the speeding cameras either. No.
What do you get from being upset? You just get irked.
Ulcers.
You don't need that.
Yeah.
That's not good.
You know what? People that listen to the show know I don't like speeding.
Mm-hmm.
I like to set that cruise and just go, right? I get so frustrated with people that have more testosterone than brains. I was driving this weekend, and I saw people, no headlights.
Okay.
That's one of my favorites I see on the roads all the time. No headlights. Why would you use
headlights? Because they didn't
headlights?
turn them on.
Right. You know what the issue is? They have daytime running lamps, and they don't know as they're pulling out of their driveway that their lights aren't on.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Yeah.
So then you got to no headlights. I was passed a couple of times. I visited some places that were a little west of here that had 75-mile-an-hour speed limit. You know, when you get out Buckeye, you get to 75 miles an hour.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm out there, and I had cars whizzing past me. There is no doubt in my mind that we're doing well over 100.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Where's that enforcement? Oh, sorry. It's not in the budget. Right.
No.
So I don't like that stuff at all. But I really don't like this big brother creep of the government. I don't like that we have more red light cameras. Let's monitor more people. Let's get that information to another company that can be hacked by the Chinese Communist Party to steal all of our travel information. I mean, we're so worried about TikTok having info, and yet we're like, yeah, but it's cool as long as we have it. I don't like that.
And I don't blame you for that. But what do you say? And I've seen that the data is somewhat mixed on this, but looking at a story from ABC 15 right now, they say safety advocates argue that Phoenix has seen more crashes since they ended their red light camera program 5 or 6 years ago. And injuries and fatalities dropped by a third at intersections with cameras.
Yeah.
But then there's others out there, Bruce St. James, who will tell you that you're not safer with these cameras being up. Which side do you fall on? I really don't even care so much about the safety argument. I'm like you. I don't want the cameras up. I do feel like they're invading my life.
Yeah.
How about more officers?
I feel like that's exactly what I'd like. Yeah. Liars figures lie. But also you have to take a look at data, and the data has to be accurate. The trouble is when the data comes not from the reporter, but from the reporter reporting on what the activist said, that's where I run into an issue, right? So I want to see the reporter follow up and say, this advocate says this, here's what we found, right? That, I think, is how you do reporting. You don't take the advocate's word for it. Does that make sense? Okay.
Yeah.
So that said, I don't know what to make of it because I also know that somebody who is an advocate for these red light cameras
is going to, of course, say that safety is increased when you put up a camera.
Right.
But then somebody who's anti-camera is also going to say, nope, when you put in these cameras, people actually...
they slam on their brakes.
They're just more apt to slam on their brakes, speed through them, put on, other devices that are designed to, trick the camera. I know there's all sorts of, you can put piece of glass or shield over your license plate so when it does flash, it can't capture your license plate.
I don't know that works.
I've never tried it.
Does that work, Pablo? What about those, like you've got a monitor, what is it, a privacy screen you have on your computer monitor so that only if you're looking right at it, can you see it?
Yeah, unbelievable.
Can I do one of those?
I totally need one of those because I was texting yesterday here at work. Our boy Freeway Enrique walks in the room and starts reading what I'm texting back to someone else. To me, he's like, "Hey, I want that too."
Yeah.
That was not me texting you.
If you did that, if we had that, you wouldn't catch me playing video games and I wouldn't catch you gambling.
Yeah.
This is what we need.
Yeah. That'd be so much better.
So, back to our story. Does having speed cameras make it better? While they're not going to use the red light cameras, they are going to allow it to catch speed cameras. I feel like the city of Phoenix allocated $12 million, spent the $12 million, knows it's unpopular, but is like, uh-oh, we got to get our $12 million back.
Well, 100% think you're right. And I think it's showing even more that this is all about, what do you always say, Chris?
It's all about the money.
Follow the money.
Well, that said, this is interesting.
It's about the money they can make off of it. It's not about the safety.
So now the Republican lawmakers, though, want to give you the opportunity to vote on getting rid of any photo traffic enforcement at all. So
and why would they want to do that?
That's interesting.
I don't have an answer for why they want to do that
Because I
either.
think you have two different factions in the GOP. And I've identified this before. I think you definitely have different wings of the GOP. You've got an evangelical wing. You've got a business wing,
say, don't
right?
tell me what to do. Don't tread on me.
I'm going to call that the libertarian wing, right? And then you've got the others that are the law and order wing, right? The more, the might is right wing.
Yep.
So you've got some Republicans that are saying, law and order, we have to have these cameras. We got to keep people safe. And then you've got the others that are like, don't tread on me. Don't, get your big brother eye in the sky off of me, this kind of thing. So now you've got Republican lawmakers that are trying to advance this resolution to the ballot. You may have an opportunity to vote on it. Do you like photo enforcement? And here's the thing that I think is fascinating is how many people say they do until it's there. And then all of a sudden it's like, I don't like this.
I can't believe anybody wants it there. Are there really people who say that they want more cameras?
I do know some people that are like me. They drive the speed limit. They stop on yellow lights.
Nerds.
Yeah, that's fair. And they say they want the cameras. I just philosophically don't like the cameras.
Oh, man.
Practically speaking, I like that there's enforcement going on. I just like to have a cop doing it. I'd like to be able to face my accuser in court.
We just need all the nerds to go away.
Is that the problem?
Uh-huh.
All right, deal. While you have to hit the brakes on certain Phoenix roads until you have a chance to vote on getting rid of the cameras, there's another reason photo enforcement could be going to the wayside. Money. Who says they aren't footing the bill anymore is next on the Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News.
First, Becky Lynn with today's top story right now.
KTAR News Flash.
It is 3:16. I'm Becky Lynn. Here's what you need to know right now.
I think it's terrible.
That's President Trump with his answer to a reporter's question on the search for Savannah Guthrie's mom, Nancy. When asked if he would be willing to send more federal agents to our state to assist with the investigation.
Sure, I would. I'm going to call her later on. I think it's a terrible thing. I always got along very good with Savannah.
The president described the case as very unusual. All of our top stories only 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. Let's check traffic. Here's Enrique Garcia live in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Phoenix with a crash blocking the interchange ramp on Loop 101 Pima Freeway westbound near 27th Avenue. Phoenix again with a crash blocking multiple lanes on State Route 51 northbound near Union Hills Drive, and Tempe with debris on the right-hand shoulder, Loop 101 Price Freeway southbound near Guadalupe. The Arizona Painting Company, ready for a new look? Arizona Painting Company delivers top-quality painting inside and out. Get a free quote plus 15% off now at ArizonaPaintingCompany.com. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
Expecting a high tomorrow of 84. We're at 83 already in Peoria. Conditions are perfect if you're planning on a move. With Homes 2X, sell fast, stay rent-free, full value guaranteed at Homes2X.com.
Happy Tuesday, and Governor Hobbs joins us live in studio at 5:30 to talk ICE in Arizona and exactly what did Attorney General Mays say that was wrong. Talk to the governor at 5:30 sharp, exclusively on Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos.
Shout out to listeners in Litchfield Park. Thank you for listening to Joe in Litchfield Park. And thank you for people in...
Excuse me?
Shout out to people in Litchfield Park checking in on the KTAR News YouTube channel.
Mm-hmm.
We were talking about the red light cameras, and then Phoenix got the speeding cameras.
Oh, they're all terrible. I want them all to go away.
We just got a message in the chat room. The chat. I don't know what you call it.
Room.
Chat
hey,
room.
I will monitor the chat room. Hold on. What's going on in the chat room, Chris?
I think it's 2004
Do you
again.
have your
all of a
pocket
sudden.
protector on for the chat room?
This is AOL.
Hey.
ICQ, everybody.
Hey, I like MSN Messenger.
So, Joe, we got a message in the chat on the YouTube
Chat
channel.
room, yes, it says what?
What do you call that?
Chat room. What does it say?
Chat room.
Yeah, read.
The problem with photo enforcement is they still have to serve you so long as the person doesn't answer their door for like 6 months, the ticket is useless.
Oh, well, that's just great.
This happened. There's a rule at my in-laws' house.
Never answer the door.
My mother-in-law lives with my brother and sister-in-law.
I love your mother-in-law. You haven't given me an update on her in a while.
So far, so good.
Still alive and kicking?
Still alive, yeah.
Good.
So
not answering the door, though.
The rule was you're not allowed to answer the door because my brother-in-law speeds. Bad.
Yeah.
And he knows where the cameras are, but he keeps getting tickets because he speeds by him and he does the same thing. He goes, they got to serve me. I just don't answer the door.
Oh.
But you think my mother-in-law pays attention? She goes, I was expecting a package. So when the doorbell rang, I just answered it.
She's kind of oblivious to everything.
Everything.
Other than the stuff she needs.
She's the best. Yeah. She's I just answered it. I thought they was delivering my package.
I was checking out a lovely story you alerted me to from the Washington Post.
Yeah.
And they say that, they're reporting the Trump administration is going to limit funds for speed cameras. And there was a little detail in this story that I thought, there were a couple actually, that I thought was very interesting. One, you kind of touched on a little bit. Research indicating that speed, red light, and they mentioned stop sign cameras are effective at reducing crashes and fatalities, and they say popular with the public. I would love to know who they surveyed. Who's like, you know what I want? More cameras. Put them up at the stop signs.
Watching what I'm doing all the time.
California rolling stops can't have those. Let's get those out of here.
I haven't seen a stop sign camera. Have you seen a stop sign camera?
Shh. Don't give them ideas.
Who will be the first? Hang on, you keep talking. I'm going to bing this and see.
There was another detail in there that I thought was interesting too. This from the Washington Post. They say advocates say merely cutting federal funding is unlikely to slow the growth of camera programs because they generally pay for themselves with fines. So even if the Trump administration says, hey, we're going to limit federal funds for these cameras, what have you and I said all along? It's kind of a money grab. And the as long as they can come up with the money from the fines, they're going to keep putting these suckers up. And I think whether you like it or not, hey, Phoenix, I think is going to be the exception here, that they're not putting up the red light cameras. I think cities realize we can make some money off of this. So you're going to see more of these. And while you and I have not seen cameras at stop signs yet, we're going to have more cameras in our world, not less.
Who's the first city in the valley to add stop sign cameras? Not red light cameras, but stop sign cameras.
You know what? I'm going to go Scottsdale because...
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I think
All right.
Scottsdale. Where do you think? I just
Well,
think
either PV, because they've got some silly cameras in there, but I think Tempe just loves the cameras. Tempe's got the red light camera. They got photo enforcement all over the place.
Yeah, see, I feel like Scottsdale, right on Scottsdale Road, as you're coming down kind of through the city there, they're going to be like, you know what, we're going to put these in. And
hit tourists or what? Just in general, everybody.
Well, the thing is, if you're a tourist, it's great because you leave town, you don't have to pay. You may not even know.
Yeah, but I think some tourists do pay because they just like
they're do-gooders.
My parents would absolutely pay. They go, "This is ridiculous, but I better pay my fine."
Yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah, again, just kind of a money grab. See who we can hit. I'd go Scottsdale, and you're saying Tempe.
I say Tempe.
I think that's good too. You got that. Again, you got a very transient base with all the students.
Yeah.
Coming and going.
Yeah.
And just, can you imagine that camera?
And Tempe government has done some really dumb stuff in the last couple of years. So,
well, you say
they're like, let's make homelessness illegal. Let's fine homeless people for sleeping.
Oh, Chris.
Yeah, just silly stuff like that. Pablo, you got thoughts? Who's going to be the first city in the valley to bring stop sign cameras? Joseph, Scottsdale. I say Tempe. Producer Pablo.
Either break the tie or throw a third city.
It's going to be East Valley, Tempe. I'll break the tie.
There you go. It's Tempe, Joe.
Yeah.
It's definitely going to be East Valley. It's not a West Valley thing, right? We agree on that?
I
Unless
wouldn't be
doing
surprised,
like Avondale
but
or something?
I wouldn't be surprised if they did, but...
Wait, are you trying to say it's going to be surprise?
No, I'm kind of with Chris, but times are changing, so.
Yeah.
Yeah, they are.
Hey, Arizona Governor Katie Hobbs joins Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos today to talk about increasing ICE operations in Arizona. Watch the exclusive interview on the KTAR News YouTube channel. Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. Talk to the governor this afternoon, 5:30.
For Cardinals fans, you finally got some clarity on who the next head coach is going to be. Reactions are generally mixed, perhaps subdued a bit because it's not a flashy hire. Flashy or not, it hasn't stopped the Cardinals front office from taking care of their other business, which is getting reviews, but they're bad ones. What they're doing that the Bird Gang is not loving. Part of our headline volley next in the Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News.
Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos.
The Grammys were last night. Wow, did Cher have a senior moment? Literally a senior moment.
Oh, the Grammy goes to Luther Vandross. Who?
Who's Luther Vandross?
There
is no such person. Oh, Luther Vandross.
Yes.
Is very much not alive.
Dead for 21 years.
He is unable to win a Grammy, to the best of my knowledge. This is Luther.
I promise to...
If only we could turn back time.
Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. This afternoon, 4 to 7. KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
1-877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS.
1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Such a blow to investors. Whether you're a big trader or whether you have a 401k.
Life can be complicated. Planning for retirement doesn't have to be.
So what we're looking at here is a plan and a strategy that guarantees the retirement income, but it doesn't give up that growth for safety.
Learn tips and tricks to help you move forward.
That's not always debt. And when you have the money to pay it off, it's called leveraging.
Tune in to The Parker Holland Show, Saturdays at 3 p.m. and Sundays at 9 a.m. and 1 p.m. right here on KTAR News.
Want to make the most of your tax refund? File with TurboTax on Intuit Credit Karma. They help you get your biggest refund, and then we help you do more with it. With a personalized plan designed to help you hit your money goals. Start filing today in the Credit Karma app.
The NCAA Women's Final Four is coming to Phoenix, and the fun starts at Women's Final Four Tourneytown, presented by Capital One. A 4-day celebration, games, contests, giveaways, and special appearances. There's something for every fan, and it's all free inside the Phoenix Convention Center. Join the excitement of the Women's Final Four in downtown Phoenix, April 2nd through 5th. Free events, all ages, all weekend. NCAA.com/Women's Final Four.
Listen up, KTAR listeners. Penguin Air Plumbing and Electrical has a deal for you that is good today and today only. Now is the perfect time to schedule the annual maintenance for your HVAC system. Today, Tuesday, February 3rd, Penguin is having a surprise one-day sale for KTAR listeners. Normally, we charge $149 to service your system, but if you call today and mention you heard this ad, we'll tune up your system for only $29. That's $120 in savings. Call Penguin right now at 480-500-7112. Maintenance is the least expensive way to ensure your system is safe and efficient all year long. The older your system is, the more important it is to have your system checked out by a properly trained technician, and Penguin technicians service all brands. 480-500-7112. If it's been over a year since your HVAC system has been serviced, call Penguin today only to get your HVAC tuned up for only $29. You heard right, only $29. Google Penguin Air or schedule online at penguinair.com.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. You know, the big wireless companies say they have discounts for people over 55, but unless you're willing to sit on hold and ask, you're probably paying more than you should. At Consumer Cellular, there's nothing to hunt down. We're built for people 50 plus with plans starting at just $20. And our 100% US-based customer service actually answers the phone. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com today and get your second month free for a limited time.
Taxes, fees, and other third-party charges will apply. See website for additional details.
Are you 50 or older? This news is for you. The CDC recommends you get vaccinated against pneumococcal pneumonia. Even if you're healthy, your age puts you at risk. People 50 or older are over 6 times more likely to be hospitalized with pneumococcal pneumonia compared to adults 18 to 49. Just one shot can help protect you. Learn more and schedule at vaxassist.com. That's VAXassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
It's Gatos, and I am loving my new windows from Advanced Window Products. 480-746-4280. Advanced Window Products, 40-year anniversary. I hired them in and out in a couple of days. I can see through my windows now. You know, now is the best time to replace your windows. You get them installed before the heat picks up. I'm sending you to a local company, a company that's been in business for over 40 years. If your windows are leaking air, discolored, mine were super discolored, not anymore, warping, I had some warped ones too, or condensation between the panes, it is time to get those windows replaced. Here's the great deal if you mention Gatos. February window special, $2,500 off when you purchase 10 windows or more. $2,500 off when you purchase 10 windows or more. And they can prorate the discount if you have less than 10 windows. Go to advancedwindows.com. That's advancedwindows.com or call 480-746-4280. Advanced Window Products.
Who is Farm Bureau Financial Services? We're the people you can count on for insurance and financial needs now and for years to come. Find us at fbfs.com/protect. Farm Bureau Property and Casualty Insurance Company, Western Agricultural Insurance Company, Farm Bureau Life Insurance Company.
KTAR News now.
Coming up on 3:30, good afternoon. I'm Becky Lynn.
There are concerns at the House that concerned us from the early on part of this investigation, and that's all I will tell you. Yes, ma'am.
Today, Pima County Sheriff Chris Nanos saying they don't know where missing Tucson woman Nancy Guthrie is, and they're processing evidence from the home, but not sharing much else. Since then, the Pima County Sheriff said they are aware of reports of ransom notes received by media outlets related to the disappearance, and they're looking into all leads, but not confirming that they have received a note. The new head coach is ready to get to work and is excited to be in Arizona.
The way you guys did it just showed me you guys wanted to get this thing right. And I'm not saying you got it right. I hope you got it right. All right, but you ended up putting, the time and the hard work and the detailed process to get to where you had to get to. So I really appreciate that, and I know it wasn't easy.
The Cardinals officially introduced Mike LaFleur at a news conference this afternoon. The former LA Rams offensive coordinator says he'll be the team's offensive play caller and is casting a wide net when it comes to filling out the rest of his coaching staff.
Eyes on Education.
Mesa Public Schools is leasing space at 2 junior highs to Polaris Academy, a private school for kids with autism. Matthew Strom, the Mesa superintendent, says the partnership is mutually beneficial, with Polaris getting the space and Mesa getting revenue and an environment for a part of the community. Both locations are under renovation and will be open next school year. You can read more education solution stories at ktar.com/education. A 13-year-old from Western Australia is being called a hero after he had to swim for several hours through rough ocean waters to save his family. Austin Appleby was out on the water with his mother, 12-year-old brother, and 8-year-old sister on an inflatable kayak and paddleboards when the worsening weather started to push them out to sea. Austin's mother, Joanne Appleby, asked him to try to swim back to shore. He says it took several hours to make the nearly 2.5-mile swim, and then he had to run another mile or so down the beach to find a phone. Rescue teams were then able to find his family. Austin says he tried to distract himself by thinking happy thoughts while he was swimming.
The waves are massive, and I had no life jacket on. So, anyway, I just keep swimming.
Traffic swimming on down the road now. Let's go to Enrique Garcia in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Phoenix with a crash blocking the right-hand lane, I-17 southbound near Peoria Avenue. Phoenix again with a crash blocking the interchange ramp, Loop 101, Pima Freeway, westbound near 27th Avenue. A look into our surface streets, Glendale with a crash on Bethany Home Road and 75th Avenue. Surprise with a crash on Dysart Road and Central Street. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
After an overnight low of 54, 84 should be the high tomorrow. We got up to 82 this hour, and right now it's 81 in Phoenix at Sky Harbor. Conditions are perfect if you're planning on a move. With Homes 2X, sell fast, stay rent-free, full value guaranteed at homes2x.com. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
The Chris and Joe Show. Afternoons 2 to 4 on KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
Every day, right after our 3:30 news with Becky Lynn and a check on traffic with Freeway Enrique, we touch on the other big headlines and ask life's most important questions. Let's tickle your
brain bone.
Thank you.
Chris and Joe, this is The Volley.
To you, sir.
I have the late breaking volley, Chris.
Oh, you do?
Uh-huh. It's begun.
I wrote it. Okay.
No, look what I just got.
You got...
I got spam texted. It's about voting.
Yeah, vote to legalize more gambling at work.
No, that's not what it says, Chris.
Offices allow smoke breaks and lunch breaks, but no gambling breaks. Vote now for State Bill 34.
Chris, it's an emoji. It just says, Wednesday vote alert. Contact your state representative and tell them to support term limits on Congress. Chris, my question for you is, what is the most annoying spam text that you get?
I got 2 this morning that said my Coinbase account had been accessed.
Oh, do you have a Coinbase account?
Well, technically, but it's been locked for about 8 years.
Okay.
So that's not it.
Uh-huh.
I will tell you, let's see. Okay.
How's that house that you don't
That's the one that
own?
bugs me. That really bugs me is I keep getting I want to buy your house. And I get it for houses that I don't own. One, I did own, but I'm still getting, I sold it the sale went through January 2020. So it's been 6 years and I still get a, do you want to sell your house text? I hate that one. But the other one is somehow someone with the same name as me owns a home. And whatever service they're using is connected the name to a phone number. So my phone number shows up somehow associated with them. And so I get text messages saying, do you want to own the home on Pleasant Ridge Road?
How's your
in a city I've never even been to in my life.
How's your cable bill looking these days? Do you think maybe I could have them start spam texting you?
I'm so pissed at Cox right now.
Well,
I'm so upset.
There's a lot of...
I canceled my internet service 2 weeks ago, right? Because I'm moving, I'm switching apartments. So I canceled my internet service 2 weeks ago.
Service was great when you were there.
No problems, right? 2 weeks ago. Then I got a bill that said, hey, your auto payment has gone through. And I went, no, there's no auto payment. I don't have service.
Well, but the customer service is taking care of you, right?
So I went into the store because I was like, I don't want to talk to the call center in India again. So I go into the store last night. They go, okay, well, we'll cancel your service, but that's going to be effective today. You'll have to call the call center to have them take a look at and adjust the bill. And I go, whatever, just shut it off. I'll call them. Gives me the number.
Yeah.
End up on hold forever last night. Okay, so I hung up and I thought I'll call them in the morning.
Yeah.
Call them today. Back to the call center in India. So I'm talking to somebody in India, but this morning, in the meantime, I get another bill for the modem. The modem stays with the apartment because Cox has what they call a quick connect for those unfamiliar, so that if you move into an apartment and it already has the modem, you just...
Everything's all there, you call
them and then turn it on. That's
Yeah.
it, right. So, and when I called the guy 2 weeks ago to cancel, he said, yeah, just leave it there. Well, he never evidently pushed the button to make the cancel go through, and I'm convinced it's because they get a retainment bonus. I'm convinced it's because when I called customer service, they go through the automated thing, and it's like, do you want to cancel your service? I was like, yes.
You have a lot of conspiracy theories
Well, I'm
these
pretty
days.
sure. And then he was like, what if I just pretend to cancel, but then don't, and then take my, I don't know, $25 bonus or something? I'm convinced that's what's going on behind the
I know
scenes.
you are.
But they didn't. So then they go, well, you owe us $240 for the modem. And I go, the hell I do? And they said, well, can't you just return it? I go, I moved out of the apartment 2 weeks ago.
You should have just canceled 2 weeks ago.
I did! And I said, well,
Clearly you didn't.
Can't we just fix this? And she says, you'll have to wait for the bill to land, like to process through so that you get another bill for it, so that then you can call us and dispute the bill. And I said, so I'm calling you before you screw it up, and you can't not screw it up. She said, yes. I said, I want you to notate this, and I want an email confirmation of our conversation.
Did you get that?
No.
So the answer was not yes.
I said, so you
despite
can't help
what
me. She said, yeah, I can't help you.
There you go. That's the answer.
And it's going to end up costing me not only the extra $125 that I paid for a month of service I don't have, and they're like, but we'll refund you some of that. Because
Time out of your life, too.
I'm going to strangle somebody.
Do you want my real volley question I had for you?
That was a pretty good
Which
one.
was all about
You
the
got me
spam
fired
text
up.
that I literally just got about voting already, and it's February. It's not November.
Most irritating is the housing thing, but I will definitely tell you customer service at Cox has got me on.
The voting
got me
stuff
pissed
is
today.
nuts, too, though. And I thought I had at least 3 or 4 more months before that started up.
Oh, my gosh, the worst.
Hey, the Cardinals have hired now former Rams.
Oh, you're taking 2 in a row today. Oh, that's great.
Oh, no, this is the real one.
Okay.
Hey, we break the rules here sometimes.
Okay.
You know, I thought we had an eternal bond.
Thought volleys went back and forth, but no, that's fine.
No,
It's
I'm
fine.
just
you double
serving
hit.
it down your throat.
Just go ahead.
Yeah, I aced
Serve
the
again.
first one, so here's the next one.
Unbelievable.
The Cardinals have hired now former Rams offensive coordinator Mike LaFleur. Don't shake your head over there. You love me. To be their next head coach. The NFL has seen 10 coaches get inked to new teams over the last few weeks. The Cardinals essentially made the last hire after Seahawks offensive coordinator Clint Kubiak.
This is a long question here.
Deal with it.
Is there a question
I
involved?
just read slow.
You want to give me
Passed on the
history of
Redbirds
NFL?
offer in favor
Then
of
Vince
the
Lombardi,
Raiders head
the great
coaching gig.
Vince Lombardi, became the coach.
Here's
And
the
when
question.
Okay, go on.
Chris, what should Cardinals fans take away from getting the last of the bunch?
You're hosed. You're not going to win a ton more games, and you're going to get charged more for parking.
Okay,
That's what you're getting out of it.
To you.
I mean, didn't they already say they're raising ticket prices? You won 3 games this year.
My buddy who was a season ticket holder was on the fence leaning towards canceling. His ticket rep called him and said, hey, just want to reach out. We will be raising ticket prices for next year. And he said, I will not be renewing. I will be going elsewhere.
Okay, but what happens when they send him a bill after the fact, and then when he calls and says, can I get this bill
it's not,
canceled? And they go,
it's not like the cable company, buddy.
Oh, it's not? You think they're better than that?
No, they're just after you.
I don't, because they got a new coach you got to pay for.
They're just after you.
Yeah, they are.
Yeah, they're going to keep you here.
No, I think what it says is that this is not a destination people want to be. Not the city of Phoenix, but the team. I mean, obviously, look, there's people who live here that go, okay, Phoenix is hot in the summer, but I'm going to deal with that, right?
Yeah.
All right. And then there's people that go, I want to live in Phoenix because it's hot in the summer, right? So there's always going to be somebody out there that goes, Phoenix, Vegas, whatever. They don't mind the heat. That's fine.
Mm-hmm.
So it's not about people not wanting to live in the valley. That's not the deal. The deal is the Cardinals is not a team they want to coach. It's a mess.
Got another question for you then about that. So what is the number one...
Did I ask a question today?
No. What is the number one thing the Cardinals should do to fix that? To fix that perception. I mean, because people are always going to say, you got to sell the team. It can't
that's what I
be
was-
the Bidwells.
That was going to be my answer.
But Michael Bidwell
Blow it
owns
up.
the team and doesn't want to blow it up. He wants to own the team.
Blow it up. That's it. I mean, obviously, we can tell you that the offense is a mess, that the quarterback is one that there's big questions around the quarterback, big questions around the performance, the big questions around whether or not the draft picks have worked out in the past, what's happening there, big questions around everything involved, and then they keep raising the prices.
I have another answer, not another question for you. What if the owner appoints a team president? Somebody who would handle those day-to-day operations. He'd be the owner, not the president. Yes. Do you have a question for me? I mean,
what if that president needed an assistant to help him with it?
Yeah.
I mean, if you had a volley question, I'd be ready for it. What do you got?
7 minutes he spent today. 7 minutes
You're welcome.
so far.
The volley, more like the yo-yo.
You're going to screw this one up anyway. I got a hard one you're not going to like.
Great.
That's very good. By the
Glad
way.
I
It's very
monopolized
good.
all the time.
Grab your Amtrak tracksuit. The branded two-piece set was created by a New York School of Design student as part of a collab between the school and Amtrak. What is an iconic piece of clothing that you would love to see that we could collaborate? I'll give you some ideas. Something like a Brunswick bowler hat or a Mercedes cardigan.
Well, I would really like if you could read the name of the student who came up with this. That would help inspire
Anastasia
me.
Lukinskaya.
Okay. A Amtrak tracksuit.
Amtrak tracksuit. It's got the Amtrak logo. It's a tracksuit that you buy from Amtrak, and it's got their logo on it.
This is one that you should have prepped me on ahead of time. 'Cause this is,
What if a stapler that had staples on it?
Yeah, that's good. I came up with a Phoenix Zoo suit.
Ooh, yeah,
Not bad, right?
suit night?
That's
Phoenix
right.
suit night?
In animal print.
Zoo suit. Oh, that's pretty good,
How
too.
about the Phoenix Botanical Gardens?
That's okay. The botanicals. I'll give you that. It's kind of dumb, but I'll give it to you. I like that.
It's very dumb.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Zillow house coats. I thought of.
Zillow house coats.
Yeah. Folgers coffee tables.
Folgers coffee table. Boy, oh boy.
What about a branded Huggies pea coat?
No. No. Wow, you really. Where did you? What made you think this was the question for this?
I knew you'd screw it up.
I didn't goof it up. I got it right.
Amtrak tracksuit.
Yeah, Botanical Gardens. That's what I got.
If you've
That's
been
better than mine. I screwed it up.
what
too,
were you
man.
thinking?
The Staples thing, but
the Staples.
I was okay. Because I was a little bit. All right, I know what you're going at now. I was in the wrong ballpark. Sorry.
That's all right.
Hey, I like your ballpark better, Pablo.
Yeah. Wow.
Yeah.
You've been paying attention to the kidnapping of Savannah Guthrie's mom. You may have heard about today's press conference. Becky Lynn's been discussing it this afternoon. What the sheriff and FBI are saying and what they found at Guthrie's home in Tucson next in the Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News.
Governors and gubernatorial candidates, members of Congress from back when Congress worked together, and members of Congress from today when they can't. This is Jim Sharp. Join me as I bring you political analysis and insight from the state's top names and those serving in our state's top offices on the AZ Political Podcast. Catch it on the KTAR YouTube channel or wherever you get your podcasts. The AZ Political Podcast from KTAR News.
I used to think the draft in my living room was just part of living in an older house. Turns out, I was paying the utility company for air leaking straight out my windows. I'm Becky Lynn, and if that sounds familiar, might be time to replace your windows and doors. Call my friends at Arizona Window and Door Store. Over 1,400 five-star reviews and their exclusive seal and shield installation process. Book your free consultation at azwds.com or call 480-666-9943. Again, book online at azwds.com.
The Renaissance Festival is back, weekends now through March 29th. Be ready to have a great time. Amazing adventure awaits the entire family. New shows, shopping, jousting nights, non-stop feasting. Leave your cares behind. Happiness reigns at the Renaissance Festival. It's fun and affordable. Visit now through March 29th. Discount tickets available at Bashas' and Food City or online at arizona.renfestinfo.com. Presented by Delta Airlines, Bashas', Food City, Pepsi, Budweiser, and Guinness. Huzzah!
Hey, it's Mike Broomhead. I've got to tell you, I'm such a big fan of Bulldog security screens. These screens look like regular window shade screens. They block out insects and harmful UV rays while protecting your home like a fortress. Bulldog security screens are hand-built right here in Arizona. They use military-grade steel, so tough, no one's breaking through your windows or your doors. I tried to break through these screens at their factory. Let's just say the screens won. Easily. No dents, no give, no chance. No ugly bars, no bulky rolling metal shutters, just clean, custom-made security shade screens with tons of color options to match your home so they look great and you stay protected. Imagine leaving your home with your doors and windows wide open, heading out for the day, not giving a single thought to break-ins, because with Bulldog security screens, nobody breaks in, period. Get the details, make an appointment. BulldogSecurityScreens.com. That's BulldogSecurityScreens.com. Insist on the Bulldog, because Bulldog security screens, they're tough.
Logan Fury did something smart. He saved hundreds on auto insurance switching to Progressive. With that money, he bought a mini treadmill. Is walking on it during video conference calls more distracting than he thought? Yes. And is that because he overestimated his foot-eye coordination? Definitely. But it's Logan's savings, and if he wants to burn calories and any chance at a promotion, we say, good for you, Logan. Switch and see if you could save with Progressive, and treat yourself. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
Big tax changes this year could mean a bigger refund, and Jackson Hewitt knows how to get you your biggest. You'll get $100 just to try us. That won't make you filthy rich, but definitely gas plus groceries rich. And since we know all the new tax codes, you could get thousands back, which would make you low-key loaded. Or at least wealthy adjacent? Go with our trusted pros and get $100 to switch. Rest easy. Jackson Hewitt's got your taxes. Guaranteed. Limited time offer for new clients. Participating locations only. Details at jacksonhewitt.com.
KTAR News Flash.
3:47. I'm Becky Lynn, and this is what you need to know right now. Former First Lady Jill Biden's first husband is facing murder charges. Prosecutors say 77-year-old William Stevenson killed his wife Linda at their Delaware home in late December. NBC's Ike Ajachi has the details.
According to local police over there in Delaware, they told us that on December 28th, shortly after 11 p.m., officers were called to their Delaware home for reports of a domestic dispute. Officers found Linda Stevenson unresponsive on their living room floor. Life-saving measures were given, but they weren't successful. As of now, the cause and the manner of death, that hasn't been released. But William Stevenson, he still remains in jail. We're being told that he wasn't able to post that $500,000 bond.
Jill Biden was married to Stevenson from 1970 to 75 before she married Joe Biden in 1977. All of our top stories just 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. Let's get a check on those roads now. Here's Enrique Garcia in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Phoenix with a crash blocking the right-hand lane. I-10 Maricopa Freeway westbound approaching the State Route 51 northbound transition. Surprise with a crash at Loop 303 northbound near Waddell Road. And then a look into our surface streets. Glendale with a crash on 67th Avenue and Montebello Avenue. This report is brought to you by Dolphin Pools. Dolphin Pools is Arizona's top-rated builder. Just read the reviews, lock in 2025 pricing now, and get a free tavern time included. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
Got a stubborn clog slowing things down? Introducing Parker & Son's $89 drain clearing special. If you've got a ground level, easy access drain, Parker & Son's plumbers will clear it for just $89. Plus, you'll get a free camera inspection and free standard water heater maintenance. That's today's clog gone and future problems prevented. Call Parker & Sons at 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons. Standard water heaters only, no tankless.
Life Changer Loan combines your mortgage and your checking account into one. Allows you to deposit money immediately, reduce your loan principal. Keep full access to your money 24/7. The loan helps borrowers avoid hundreds and thousands of dollars in mortgage interest. Why wouldn't you do it? Take advantage of your good credit score. You go to their website, lifechangerloan.com. It's not magic, it's just math. Lifechangerloan.com. Don't forget the address. Do it now. Lifechangerloan.com.
Hey, y'all. It's the Rocket Roger Clemens here. I spent years on the mound giving everything I had, and now I feel every inning in my knees, back, and shoulders. But I didn't want surgery, and I sure didn't want to be sidelined. That's why I turned to QC Kinetics.
QC Kinetics Medical Director Dr. Christie and his team use regenerative treatments that help your body heal itself. No surgery, no meds, and no downtime.
Whether you're teeing off at the club or chasing the grandkids around, QC Kinetics helps you get back to doing what you love.
Call QC Kinetics now and schedule your free consultation. Natural joint pain relief with real results.
Don't let the pain slow you down. I didn't, and neither should you. My friends at QC Kinetics, they'll take care of you.
Call QC Kinetics today and schedule your free consultation. QC Kinetics.
Call QC Kinetics, 602-837-7246. In Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. That's 837-7246. 837-7246.
Chris Merrill, Joe Huizenga, The Chris and Joe Show.
You heard Becky Lynn talking about it throughout the day. Joe and I have as well. And that is an update on the disappearance of Nancy Guthrie, Savannah Guthrie's mother. We'll get to the latest on that with our ABC News correspondent, Alex Stone, in just a moment. Arizona Governor Hobbs joining Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos today, talking about the increasing ICE operations in Arizona. An exclusive interview on the KTAR News YouTube channel and live on the air. Bruce and Gatos.
They don't know yet. Anything that's come back from the lab has been her DNA. No information on cars seen in the area. They don't know if it was random or if it was targeted. There are no tire tracks, no footprints around the home indicating who had been there. He says they're still waiting on things to come from the lab, but nothing has come back as anybody's DNA except for hers.
We've submitted all kinds of samples for DNA, and we've gotten some back, but nothing to indicate any suspects.
So, guys, today TMZ is reporting it was emailed a ransom note asking for millions of dollars in Bitcoin. The Pima County Sheriff's Department says they are aware of, and they put in the plural, ransom notes that are unverified at this point, that they are looking into. No doubt there are going to be fake ransom demands that are sent, like a swatting call. The people are going to want to hear about it on KTAR, that they put in a fake one and then we start talking about it, or looking for money to be sent to them, hoping that they can get somebody to send them something, or they just think it's funny and, it's some kid sitting there doing. They don't know, or this could be very real. But it is, they are actively investigating this today, but they got to figure it out. But our team asked the sheriff if there is a real ransom demand now in play, and he would only say this.
We're following all leads we have. That's all I can tell you. We've got hundreds of leads, and it's from you that produce those leads by telling people we need help, and I'm grateful for that. But I'm not going to get into all that. We have a team designated to deal with all of our leads. They're looking into all of that.
But even if something does seem to be credible, the work is going to be figuring out, is it real, is it not? How do they begin communication? We don't know yet. They don't seem to know, but that's going to be the work of the FBI. They're analyzing cell phone data, cell towers, of who was pinging off of the cell towers at 2, 3 o'clock in the morning on Sunday morning, interviewing witnesses today. But at this point, we are 3 days in, and they don't know if she is dead or alive. They say there is no indication that she's dead, but there's no indication that they're alive. And she needed medication. That time has come and gone. Even if a captor didn't kill her, did not having the medication kill her, they don't know. Hopefully she's alive, but they don't know.
ABC News correspondent Alex Stone, thank you so much, Alex. We're all going to be following this, of course, so we know you're going to keep your eye on it, and we're all hoping the best for Nancy Guthrie.
You got it. Thanks, guys.
All right. Thanks, Alex. Where did the DNA come from? It's my big question. I got other questions, too. Where did it come from?
100%. Are we talking skin cells, hair from a brush, like you said, or
blood?
Was she, injured in some fashion trying to fight off an attacker and got a cut?
I feel like there's a lot that we don't know that I'm hoping the police do know. The one thing that we don't know is who done it.
And where is she?
Undoubtedly, the boys from Outspoken will be discussing this. They're also talking with the governor starting at 5:30 straight up. Make sure you check Tuesdays with Katie.
5:30.
5:30. With Outspoken with Bruce St. James and Getty.
Need to work on that name.
Joe Heising, anything to add?
Absolutely not. Nope.
Thank God. Back again tomorrow at 2 o'clock. Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News.
Dave Ramsey here for the Valley's best value in replacement windows, patio doors, and entry doors. My friends at Window World will install 7 large premium vinyl sliding windows, all with Solar Zone Sun Shield glass, and they'll do it for one low price of $59.89, tax included. Listen, you can pay 3 or 4 times that price at other window companies, or one low upfront price with Window World. Plus, take $100 off any new patio or entry door. Window World provides the same guaranteed lowest price up front for everyone. No gimmicks and never any zip code pricing. See for yourself why nearly half of all new Window World customers come from happy referrals. Get the details at windowworldphoenix.com. That's windowworldphoenix.com. Window World, simply the best for definitely less.
Phoenix, get ready. Starlux Airlines is bringing the world closer with nonstop service from Phoenix Sky Harbor to Taipei. From there, Starlux can take you to incredible destinations like Tokyo, Bangkok, Hong Kong, Vietnam, Philippines, Indonesia, Malaysia, and Singapore. On board, you'll enjoy 5-star service that makes your journey feel effortlessly elegant. Seats are now open. Contact your travel agent or visit starlux-airlines.com to book your flight.
Hey, it's Jim Sharp here, along with Stuart Willis from Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Stuart, let's talk about required minimum distributions. This is kind of a scary thing for a lot of people.
Absolutely. Listen, we all know that you're forced to take income eventually, but people never plan it out and cash flow it out into their retirement. It can have implications that a lot of people don't understand. So you have to take the money, even if you don't want to.
And it's more than just about taxes, too, isn't it?
Absolutely. It's about Social Security penalties and Medicare penalties, taxation on Social Security. It has a dramatic downline effect if you don't plan for it.
So what do you do about required minimum distributions?
It's about having an income plan in retirement. If you don't have an income plan that accounts for your taxable earnings that you weren't expecting, you can get really hurt.
All right, get your free portfolio review. Go to assetpreservationwealth.com. Assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
Every strawberry, every apple, every beet bunch at Natural Grocers is 100% organic. Natural Grocers is unwavering in their commitment to organic products. While other stores might tease you with organic sections that are mixed with conventional produce, when you shop at Natural Grocers, there's no guesswork and no possibility of cross-contamination from synthetic pesticides. Discover our always affordable, truly organic produce today. Find your store at naturalgrocers.com.
Listen up, KTAR listeners. Penguin Air Plumbing and Electrical has a deal for you that is good today and today only. Now is the perfect time to schedule the annual maintenance for your HVAC system. Today, Tuesday, February 3rd, Penguin is having a surprise one-day sale for KTAR listeners. Normally, we charge $149 to service your system, but if you call today and mention you heard this ad, we'll tune up your system for only $29. That's $120 in savings. Call Penguin right now at 480
480-500-7112. Maintenance is the least expensive way to ensure your system is safe and efficient all year long. The older your system is, the more important it is to have your system checked out by a properly trained technician, and Penguin technicians service all brands. 480-500-7112. If it's been over a year since your HVAC system has been serviced, call Penguin today only to get your HVAC tuned up for only $29. You heard right, only $29. Google Penguin Air or schedule online at penguinair.com.
Hey, it's Mike Broomhead. The next time you're going to move, I want you to consider moving Team 6 like I did. I am a customer. They know the Valley better than anyone, all the routes, the best way to move. They hire professionals. They train them well. They pay them well. They equip them well. They now have a brand new facility in Mesa, proudly serving the East Valley. The facility is climate controlled, it is secure, and it's clean. If you have to store material, it's a great place to store as well. Local, long distance, residential, commercial, it doesn't matter. Moving Team 6 is going to take great care of you. It is such a great company. I've been using them myself. I am a customer. They're honest, they're trustworthy, they're experienced. Family-owned and operated, full-time staff only that are hired and trained by Moving Team 6. Fully compliant with the FMCSA guidelines and regulations, licensed, bonded, and insured. MovingTeam6.com. Spell out the word 6. MovingTeam6.com.
KTAR-FM, Glendale, Phoenix. KTAR News now.
Good afternoon. It's 4 o'clock. I'm Becky Lynn.
We don't know where she is.
As the search for missing Tucson woman Nancy Guthrie drags on, the Pima County Sheriff's Office says there are a lot of unknowns in this case. KTAR's Ballin Overstoles is live in the news center with the latest.
Yeah, Becky, a day after Pima County Sheriff Chris Nanos said Guthrie is not just missing, but potentially the victim of an abduction.
We do believe that Nancy was taken from her home against her will, and that's where we're at.
The sheriff explaining today investigators are processing evidence, but there's no new leads and not much solid information about Guthrie's disappearance, including if she was potentially an intentional target.
We don't know. We're going to assume both sides of that.
And Guthrie is the mother of Today's Show anchor Savannah Guthrie. She was reported missing Sunday after not going to church and last seen Saturday night. And what's typically a quiet neighborhood in the Catalina foothills is now the center of that crime scene investigation, capturing national attention. Our live team coverage continues with KTAR's Heidi Hommel, who is in Tucson now to tell us what neighbors are saying.
That's right, Ballin. The picturesque neighborhood backs up to the Santa Catalina Mountains with homes spread out on big lots. It's still quiet except for all the media attention this bizarre case is getting. One woman walking her dog said she knows Savannah Guthrie and hopes her mother Nancy is found safe. Another woman from Texas is staying with her friends down the street and says she feels safe staying in the neighborhood, but agrees the circumstances surrounding Nancy's disappearance are odd. A sign outside Nancy's house reads, "Dear Guthrie family, your neighbors stand with you." Reporting live in Catalina foothills, Heidi Hommel, KTAR News.
If you know anything or think you've seen Nancy Guthrie, law enforcement is asking for any information you can provide. You can see her photo at KTAR.com. House lawmakers passed a funding package to end the partial government shutdown with the help of a few Democrats in a 217 to 214 vote today. Now, most of the federal government will be funded through September 30th, but the Department of Homeland Security was only granted short-term funding, just 2 weeks. That bill was brought to President Trump for his signature this afternoon. He signed it just a few moments ago and offered a few words.
I'm thrilled to sign the Consolidated Appropriations Act to immediately reopen the federal government and fund the vast majority of operations through the rest of the fiscal year.
Meanwhile, Democrats are demanding changes to operations, and that will have to be debated in the House and the Senate. Already, an announced candidate in the District 1 congressional race, former state Republican Party Chair Gina Swoboda, has filed a statement of interest in running for Arizona Secretary of State. Now, if Swoboda were to switch races, her main Republican opposition would be State Representative Alexander Colladin, with the winner likely facing off against Democrat incumbent Adrian Fontes. Water, tax cuts, ICE operations, and more. Governor Katie Hobbs will be live in studio with Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos to talk about all of that. Watch the exclusive interview at the KTAR YouTube channel starting at 5:30. Time now to take a look at the road home. Here's Enrique Garcia in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. In surprise, we have a crash blocking multiple lanes at the Loop 303 northbound at Waddell Road. And getting a little bit more specific about it, currently everyone is being forced off the Waddell Road exit ramp. You can re-enter on the Waddell Road on-ramp, but currently they're directing traffic towards the off-ramp. Phoenix, we have a crash blocking the right-hand lane, I-10 Maricopa Freeway westbound near State Route 51 northbound, looking towards Surface Streets, Glendale, with a crash on Bethany Home Road and 75th Avenue. This report is brought to you by Rhino Shield. Rhino Shield's unique ceramic technology reflects UV rays away from your home's exterior and is backed by a 25-year warranty. For a free estimate, visit rhinoshieldaz.com. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
54 overnight for our low temps, sunny and 84 expected tomorrow. And then we were hoping to be into the 70s Thursday and Friday, but it looks more like we might be in the low 80s instead. Right now, it is 81 in Scottsdale. Conditions are perfect if you're planning on a move. With Homes 2X, sell fast, stay rent-free, full value guaranteed at homes2x.com. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Outspoken.
You're acting strange today.
Speaking up for Arizona.
Well, first of all, I'm not acting.
Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
It's Arizona's reigning, defending, undisputed #1 talk show. Hey, welcome to Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos, hour #1.
Oh, many people say hour #1 is the best hour of the show.
Hey, Barry Markson, our legal analyst, is in here for Bruce today. Good to see you, man.
Thanks, Gatos. Great to see you.
So we got Governor Katie Hobbs coming up, Outspoken exclusive, 5:30. She joins us every 2 weeks here on the program.
Wow.
So
did you tell her I was going to be here?
I did not.
Oh, she might not be happy.
Might not be happy now. We've got a ton of questions. We're going to talk about elections, what the Trump administration did in Georgia. We're going to talk about ICE. How is she preparing if ICE does come to Arizona? So we've got Governor Katie Hobbs, the Talk to the Governor segment, coming up at 5:30. All right, man, this Savannah Guthrie story is insane.
Yeah, really crazy.
It really is. So if you're not up to speed on this, I mean, Nancy Guthrie, the mother of Today's Show host Savannah Guthrie, missing. Now she lives in Tucson, and this story is everywhere because it's just creepy. She's 84. How do you disappear like this?
Right.
There are signs that she was taken. Who takes an 84-year-old woman? For what reason?
Signs that she was kidnapped or something, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's and now they're saying maybe there's a ransom note. It has not been authenticated yet.
Yep.
When Pima County Sheriff Chris Nanos was asked by ABC News if a ransom demand has come in, he would only say his teams are following all leads. But he says there is no DNA to indicate who else was in the home, no information on cars seen in the area, no tire tracks or footprints. Nanos saying
Nancy was taken from her home against her will, and that's where we're at.
He says they're racing to hopefully find her alive, but they don't know where she is. The FBI is analyzing cell phone and cell tower data in the area.
And Barry, you mentioned it. Okay, so there's some sort of a ransom note. We don't know if it's real or not, but TMZ received a ransom note.
Wow.
In Tucson, KOLD,
yeah,
TV station.
Yep.
They received what appears to be a ransom note. And now you've got the Pima County Sheriff's Department aware of the possible ransom notes. We'll play TMZ and what they said here in a second. But, listen, man, I'm looking for any good news here. Isn't this good news? Because if there's a ransom, I mean, that means that she could still be alive. And someone could pay that ransom, and the 84-year-old mom can come back to Tucson.
Yeah, I mean, it's scary that if it's real, it makes it real that she was kidnapped also, which is not a great thing. And you don't know what the outcome would be. But right, maybe that means that she's alive and they want money and they'll keep her alive and keep her safe. So
do you think this has anything to do with her daughter being, a popular talk show host?
I hope not. I hope not. I mean, maybe. And Savannah Guthrie hasn't. Is she? I mean, I'm not being disrespectful. Is she on TV still? I don't even. Is she still on?
Does the Today Show?
She's still on Today Show. Okay,
right?
so yeah. I mean, I would hope that's not it. But maybe you think that person has money, and that's what it is. It just seems so crazy to me that It's just such a crazy. If you're doing it to make money, it's such an odd way to make money.
To take an 84-year-old woman.
And does it ever work out where they get paid and they get it and they don't get caught? I mean, does that happen? I mean,
I was wondering that too. Has that ever actually been a thing that somebody asked for ransom, they got the money, the person was returned, and that was it? You never caught them.
I'm sure.
I watch that FBI show on TV all the time, and the kidnappers never get the money and get away. So they're always caught.
They're always caught.
I don't know. It just seems, if you want to make money, go rob a store. So I'm not saying go rob a store. You know what I'm saying? But this is such a
convoluted way to go about it.
Very difficult
and it seems odd that they would have sent ransom notes to media outlets.
Yeah.
That it's just.
Which makes me think, are they real?
Are they real? That sounds like somebody trying to get attention in a way.
Let's listen to what TMZ had to say earlier today when they received potential ransom notes about Nancy Guthrie. Here's a little bit.
So we got something in our email that looks like it's written like a ransom note for Savannah Guthrie's mother.
Specific request
and they're very
for certain amounts of money,
very specific.
Bitcoin.
And also they say at the bottom there are certain things they're saying about what she was wearing and damage to the house.
That they're clearly saying to verify that
it's us.
We know what we're talking about here.
So we've contacted the Sheriff's Department, and we want to get them this letter. We had a little trouble getting through to the right person, but the person we spoke with is now forwarding this to somebody in the Detective Bureau. So if my phone rings, I may have to stop and...
What's interesting is...
So let me stop it there for a second. See, I don't know, man. I am going back to somebody thinks that Savannah Guthrie is a millionaire, which she probably is. She's been doing the Today Show for a long time. She's a successful journalist. I mean, I've got to think that this is not a coincidence, that whoever took her mother knew that they were going to ask for a massive amount of money that possibly could get paid because she is rich. She's made a great living for herself. I just can't see this as a coincidence. I really just can't.
And the other thing that's interesting, hearing that they want to be paid in, was it Bitcoin? And,
I think, yeah.
And that might be the difference, Becky Lynn. Right now, you can be paid in Bitcoin, and it's anonymous, and it disappears.
Yeah,
and
you can't trace it.
You don't have to pick up a bag that's dropped somewhere, right? So it's a different thing. So it actually makes you think maybe that is what they did. We don't know. We don't know yet. We don't know if these are real ransom notes. We don't know why would they be sent to TV stations instead of to the home or to the police or.
But we don't know for sure that they didn't find something in the home.
Right.
I mean, they're not laying out all the cards. They don't want to because if they tell everything, then that gives whoever does have her, if someone does, a little bit of an upper hand. They know what they know.
So one of the TV stations in Tucson received a ransom note, and it makes a specific demand for several $1 million in Bitcoin. And the demand is, you get us this by Thursday. Then they threaten to kill her if the payment is not received by Monday. It also makes specific reference to two pieces of evidence at the crime scene. We're not sure if it's legitimate, but I mean, if whoever took her knows what they left on at the crime scene, I mean, it is. I mean, if you had to take a guess, do you think that I'm thinking this probably is legit?
Well, if all that plays out, then yes.
Because where else can she be?
Yeah. Well, look, I don't want to speculate on bad things. It could just be a random home invasion. It could be, just crazy.
But a random home invasion, you don't kidnap somebody.
No, you're right. You're right. It's just such an odd thing. You're kidnapping an 84-year-old woman whose daughter is on TV. I mean, it's just such a crazy story. It's like a nutty movie, right? I mean, it's just nuts.
Right.
But maybe that's what it is.
I think that's exactly what it is. I think you've got somebody who planned this. I mean, we're just speculating, but, I think someone planned this and said, how can I get millions of dollars? Well, I can't just go into someone's house. I don't know who these people are. I've got to target someone.
Yeah,
I got to target someone.
I don't understand the logic behind it. I guess I'm trying to make logic of a kidnapper. It doesn't mean that's silly, but this is just such a crazy way to make money. It's so violent and nasty, and it just rarely works out for anybody. But my goodness, I hope they figure it out. I hope they give them the Bitcoin and then somehow they released the woman. I mean, that this is crazy.
So a lot of people, not a lot of people. There's certain opinions. Somebody that knew her took her. Okay, we don't know that. Her Ring camera was missing, apparently. Now, is there a reasonable explanation for that? Was it missing before the crime scene investigators arrived or after? Because certainly yesterday, they were looking to go through everybody's doorbell camera. They were looking at everybody in town, everybody that's anywhere near her. They were going to look. The LA Times was confirming blood found on the inside of the home of Savannah Guthrie's mother, Nancy.
Oh, man.
And, because that's where they say, yeah, she was taken against her will. I think the Pima County Sheriff said she was taken from her bed in the middle of the night against her will. I think he had to correct that. I don't think she was literally taken out of her bed in the middle of the night.
It was just late.
It was in the middle of the night, but, she wasn't in bed sleeping necessarily. Right. So I don't know, man, but it's crazy because everybody's talking about this story and everybody wants to know, how can an 84-year-old woman just disappear? She doesn't have dementia. People that know her, she's sharp as a tack. She didn't go to church, and the people in church said this is not like her. And that's one of those things where maybe you do like a wellness check.
Right.
You're 84, you didn't show up for church, but you show up every Saturday or Sunday. And now you didn't show up, and her friends are there, and they're like, well, let's do a wellness check.
And they did. They called.
They sure did.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then, obviously, this thing spiraled out of control, and you're like, oh, my gosh. She didn't just walk out. She didn't just leave. I mean, it is a creepy, creepy story. It really is scary.
Yeah. And now you wonder if it's somebody she knows, if it's a family member or a friend. Right. Is it someone who just saw some weird opportunity to try to make money? It's awful. I hope they find her. I hope they get to the bottom of it. It's a scary story for everybody, and certainly if you have older parents and things like that. Hey, special shout out to our listeners out in Mesa. Thank you so much, Mesa, for listening to KTAR. Love to have you here.
Coming up next, by the way, we're going to talk to Brianna Whitney at 4:30. Over at AZ Family. I mean, she's the reporter, host, True Crime Arizona, and she's on the scene. Heidi Hommel, KTAR reporter, on the scene. We'll talk to her a little bit later about this really sad story about Savannah Guthrie's mother. When we come back, though, let's head to the other active crime scene in Arizona. This time it's Flagstaff. We got new details, the hazing death at NAU, and the story only gets worse. We'll talk about it here on Outspoken. Stick around. Hey, a moment to talk about my friends at Aquazona Connecticut, the world's most efficient softener. Connecticut protects your plumbing appliances and fixtures. Connecticut can help you save 30% on your water heater bills. And, I've had a Connecticut for 20 years. And right now, if you want the same K5 drinking water station that I have at my house, you're going to love this deal. When you mention Gatos, you'll get it for $26 a month. You can own the K5 drinking water station, same one I have, for $26 a month. So all you do is call 602-910-6570. 602-910-6570. This is the best water system on the planet. People around the world have Connecticut systems, and that K5 is really the most popular one. You're going to enjoy making better tasting coffee and better tasting food with purified drinking water. Check them out over at aquazona.com.
KTAR News Flash.
It's 4:17. I'm Becky Lynn, and here's what you need to know right now. Mike LaFleur ready to get started.
All you want is ownership to want to win and win in the worst way. And that was very apparent when I met Michael last year, how much he loves this organization.
The Arizona Cardinals officially welcomed their new head coach aboard today. Team owner Michael Bidwell is excited about what the future holds.
Mike comes from a number of different trees. Most recently, he comes from the Sean McVay tree, where he was offensive coordinator for the last 3 years.
LaFleur says he's casting a wide net in filling out his coaching staff, and he'll be calling the team's plays on offense. All of our top stories are only 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. With a check on traffic now, let's go to Enrique Garcia in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Phoenix with a crash blocking the center lanes on the Loop 202 Red Mountain Freeway westbound near Ho-Ho-Com Expressway. Surprise, we still have that crash blocking multiple lanes on the Loop 303 northbound near Waldale Road, and traffic is still being forced off to the Waldale Road exit ramp. This report is brought to you by Primavera Online. 25 years in, Primavera delivers what families actually need. Flexible, tuition-free K-12 education. Choose Primavera.com. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News. And now back with Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos.
All right, Bruce out today. We got Barry Markson in. Remember, at 5:30, talk to the governor. Governor Katie Hobbs in studio, 5:30 on the nose.
Let me try with the mic on. KTR is teaming up for something big, and we want you climbing with us. Sign up to join Broomhead and Gatos on the KTR team and help raise critical funds for the special needs community during Cardinals Climb event, February 21st. Text CLIMB to 620-620 to learn more and sign up today.
It's going to be a lot of fun.
Yeah.
It'll raise a lot of money and awareness. Great thing the Cardinals are doing. Broomhead and I are happy to be part of it. Hopefully you will be part of it too. Yesterday, Bruce and I were talking about this NAU fraternity and the death of an 18-year-old student found dead at an off-campus house. It was associated with, the frat. And, yesterday they said they weren't going to release a lot of facts. And obviously it had to do with alcohol because, if you're going to haze somebody, sometimes – if it's a fraternity, a lot of times it deals with binge drinking. And now we're seeing that there are some new details about some sort of pledge game. I mean, it's incredible in this day and age that the hazing stuff still happens. I guess, when I was in college, I wasn't in a fraternity because I didn't want to be in one, and I just heard bad stuff about it. And I'm like, I don't need this. I had a lot of friends who were in fraternities, and they all got hazed.
Yeah.
And it was some of the stuff was really brutal. It was disgusting.
Yeah. Well, it's interesting down at U of A. My son was at U of A and was in a fraternity down there for a little while. And it's interesting that most of the fraternities there, not most, I shouldn't say it that way, but every year, at least a couple of fraternities seem to get punished by the school. They get kicked off school. They're suspended for some number of years. And then they come back. It just seems to kind of keep happening. Right. It's less and less and less. Like it's the hazing now generally is much less than it was 10, 15, 20, 30 years ago. It's different types of things. This is just an awful story involving way too much alcohol. I don't think anybody intended anybody to die, but this is just stupid.
So the victim allegedly drank a large amount of vodka. He was told, quote, they had to drink the alcohol as part of the pledge.
Right.
So there were 4 guys told to stand outside for 30 minutes without talking and then finish what appeared to be a whole lot of vodka, and they had to do it together as a group. And the men were given a 30-minute break after this, and you know what happens? You vomit, and vomit, and vomit. And then they were told to finish another one. And then according to a witness, the victim was seen sleeping on an air mattress after this and had an unusual snore breath, or he was gagging. And, I mean, beer is one thing. Right? Beer is one thing. You certainly can drink too much beer, get sick, get alcohol poisoning, but you want to start with vodka and you want to start with the heavy stuff. I mean, goodness gracious, this is an 18-year-old kid.
Yeah. No, it's
how much vodka can an 18-year-old kid consume, for crying out loud?
I mean, not to make fun, speaking from experience, quite a bit, but it's
I guess.
But it's a poison, and if you're going to make people drink handles of it, I mean, it's just outrageous. It's too much. And yeah, I guess thankfully only one of the 4 died. I mean, it's just so tragic. It's so stupid and such.
Did you talk to your son before he went out to college about this kind of stuff?
I did.
Okay,
I did. We did it over shots.
Oh,
but no, I'm kidding. But we did. We talked about that. And my son has a strong personality in that he's not going to get pushed around or bullied into doing stuff. But look, the stuff they did to my son, I'll tell you the funny story was we were sitting around on a Saturday morning. My wife and I, my son calls us. We can hear he's outside, but he's walking outside. I'm like, oh, what are you doing? And we're talking for a little bit. And he said, oh, I'm going to get a breakfast burrito. And we're like, oh, that's nice. And he said, and there's this pause. And he says, it's not for me. because he's a pledge, and they were making him go get breakfast burritos. That's the kind of stuff that pledges were come in and clean the house and do stuff like that.
Yeah.
Not stuff like this that makes you die.
Right. You have like a massive party the night before, and then the pledges clean the house because it's disgusting.
Right.
I've been to those parties at Syracuse University.
Right.
I certainly wouldn't want to be the one that was cleaning up. But that's kind of how it goes. If you're a pledge, you're the one that's got to mop the floor and clean up all the bad stuff. Okay. That's one thing. And yeah, that's hazing. Okay, fine. I get it. But when you talk about drugs or alcohol, or you've got to finish this amount of liquor, I mean, there are three members of this fraternity that are going to go to jail, most likely. I mean, you're a lawyer. What chance do they have of getting out? I mean, they put this kid up to drinking all this vodka. They're in huge trouble.
Yeah, it's certainly not a good thing. I'm assuming they'll get kicked out of school, and we'll see the legality of it. I mean, you're telling a kid to do something. I guess nobody necessarily is forcing them to do it. I guess you kind of are. You're going to get kicked out of the fraternity before you start. But
and I think when you're in the middle of it, you're like, this isn't going to kill me. This is a couple of shots or what have you. And no, it could kill you.
Well, and again, a lot of criminal law goes to intent. And I don't know that I'd be shocked that anybody here was trying to actually hurt somebody.
Right. They don't want to go to jail.
No, you just want to make them drunk and make them, fall down and do funny things. And it just got out of hand. People don't understand how bad alcohol can be when it's in these quantities. It's just, it isn't unlimited.
All right, so we'll talk about this a little bit later, but there is some new details, and it's not good in NAU. All right, is TMZ the key to finding Savannah Guthrie's missing mother in Tucson? We're going to go to Tucson. We're going to talk to Arizona's family, Brianna Whitney, reporter and host of True Crime Arizona. She's been going through the details of this. She's talking to everybody out there. In a little while, Heidi Hommel from KTAR is going to join us, and we're going to try and figure out what in the world happened. How does an 84-year-old woman just disappear? Next.
KTAR News pays tribute to Valley teachers.
So we partnered with your Valley Toyota dealers. We wanted to come into your classroom, just take a couple quick minutes, and give your teachers some money.
Nominate an outstanding teacher for a $2,500 check. Text the word teacher to 620-620 and pay tribute to a teacher. Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, I want you to hire the guys that I hired just a few months ago to paint the interior of my home, the Arizona Painting Company. Right off the bat, when you mention Gatos, you're going to get a discount, 15%, real savings, February only. This is a deal that you should absolutely grab. And, the weather is starting to turn. I mean, it's like 86 degrees, Becky Lynn, today, right? It was 86.
Well, it was 82.
82.
Let's not make it overblown.
I'm sorry. 82.
82's enough.
It was
though.
86 at the airport, I bet. Anyway, we'll get to that later. But, we're in the 80s now. And we are, just in February, but we are, going towards March. We know that the weather is getting better. Now's the time to get that house painted, whether it's the inside or the out. You're going to get a free estimate. You're going to get the #1 painting company in the entire state. They handle everything from start to finish. They make it super easy. No stress, no shortcuts, quality work. I see the quality work every day I walk through my house. So 15% off. Let me send you the discount. Text the word paint to 620-620.
Finding excuses to not do your taxes? Well, you can start today and file for free with TurboTax on Intuit Credit Karma. Just file on your own in the Credit Karma app by February 28th and you'll pay $0. Start filing for free today. Offer only for those who didn't file with TurboTax last year.
Listen up, KTAR listeners. Penguin Air Plumbing and Electrical has a deal for you that is good today and today only. Now is the perfect time to schedule the annual maintenance for your HVAC system. Today, Tuesday, February 3rd, Penguin is having a surprise one-day sale for KTAR listeners. Normally, we charge $149 to service your system. But if you call today and mention you heard this ad, we'll tune up your system for only $29. That's $120 in savings. Call Penguin right now at 480-500-7112. Maintenance is the least expensive way to ensure your system is safe and efficient all year long. The older your system is, the more important it is to have your system checked out by a properly trained technician, and Penguin technicians service all brands. 480-500-7112. 12. If it's been over a year since your HVAC system has been serviced, call Penguin today only to get your HVAC tuned up for only $29. You heard right, only $29. Google Penguin Air or schedule online at penguinair.com.
Homes 2X buys your home for cash with a full market value guarantee, which means that when they resell it, you get the profit. Stay in your home rent-free until it sells and use all your equity in your current home to buy your next place as a cash buyer. No waiting, no stress. You control the offers, you get the profit. Want cash up front with a full market value guarantee? Sell your home at homes2x.com. That's homes, the number 2x.com.
For over a century now, Ford has been part of America. In my family, it's been generations. Paul Calvisi here. My grandfather worked for Ford Motor. My first car, a classic Mustang, still have it. But going to our Desert Ford dealers today means getting more than a vehicle. We're talking a full suite of benefits like complimentary Ford mobile service or try Ford pickup and delivery. Yes, to and from your door, and it's easy scheduling in the Ford Pass app. Tough would be built Ford tough. More than a slogan, it's an identity of the F-Series trucks, and the all-new 2026 F-150 is the best yet. With a completely redesigned interior and exterior adventure, how about the Ford Bronco Sport? It says, let's get it, with 5 available trims so you can forge your own path. We recently bought a new Explorer at our Desert Ford dealers. Love the flexible seating up to 7. All the cargo room, the advanced tech. Bottom line, Ford is the future at our Desert Ford dealers. Just click buyfordnow.com.
Cruise into retirement. It's another fun event at Beatitudes campus in North Central Phoenix. I'm Jamie West. This will really get your motor running. Check out more than 50 classic and specialty cars from the AZMG Club. There'll be a DJ spinning your favorite records, and you get to mingle with fellow car enthusiasts. It's happening Saturday, February 7th from 10 to noon. Get more details by texting RSVP to 620-620. Text RSVP to 620-620 or go to beatitudescampus.org. Live brightly. Age boldly at Beatitudes Campus.
Message and data rates may apply. Hi, I'm Sherry Harris, owner of Life Source Water. Your tap water isn't as clean as you think. City water is full of contaminants, including chlorine that cities use to treat it. At Life Source, we believe your water should support your family's health. Our whole house system delivers filtered water from every tap, even your showers. For over 40 years, we've proudly built every system right here in the USA. Call our factory today at 1-800-WATER-99 or visit lifesourcewater.com.
Warranty limitations apply. KTAR News now.
It is 4:30. Good afternoon. I'm Becky Lynn.
There are concerns at the House that concerned us from the early on part of this investigation, and that's all I will tell you. Yes, ma'am.
Today, Pima County Sheriff Chris Nanos saying they don't know where missing Tucson woman Nancy Guthrie is, and they're processing evidence from the home but aren't sharing much else. The sheriff recapping what they've learned since Saturday.
9:30, 9:45, we were told she was left at her home by the family. At 11 o'clock in the morning, the family got notice from somebody at church. She was not at church. They went to the home, found her to be missing. That's the timeline.
Since then, the Pima County Sheriff said they are aware of reports of ransom notes received by media outlets related to the disappearance, and they're looking into all leads. They're not confirming if they have received a note. A federal judge says he knows of no U.S. Supreme Court precedent to justify the Pentagon's censuring of Arizona U.S. Senator Mark Kelly, who joined a videotaped plea for troops to resist unlawful orders from the Trump administration. U.S. District Judge Richard Leon didn't immediately rule, but appeared skeptical of key arguments that a government attorney made in defense of Kelly's January 5th censure from Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth. Will she reach a deal with the legislature on tax cuts? What about an increase in ICE operations here in Arizona? Governor Katie Hobbs will hear questions about all of that and much more when she exclusively joins Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos this afternoon. You can watch the live interview on the KTAR YouTube channel starting at 5:30. The Waste Management Phoenix Open has arrived in Arizona. The Pro-Am will take place tomorrow. The first round of tournament plays Thursday at 7:30 in the morning. Regardless, people will be flooding the course from now until Sunday. So Scottsdale Fire Captain Dave Folio joined Arizona's Morning News for some safety tips ahead of this week's events.
Hydrate the night before you come out. Make sure you wear the comfortable shoes. Make sure you apply the sunscreen this week.
Yeah, it's in the 80s. Folio also added there is a code of conduct on the course, so guests need to be sure to be as respectful as possible during the golf tournament. Time to check traffic now. Here's Enrique Garcia live in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Starting off with a good news, the crash that was blocking the center lanes on the Loop 202 Red Mountain Freeway westbound at Ho-Ho-Com Expressway has now moved to the far off right, so it should no longer be causing you any delays. Phoenix, we have a crash in the right-hand shoulder, State Route 51 northbound near Thomas Road. And surprise, we still have that crash blocking multiple lanes on the Loop 303 northbound at Waddell Road, and traffic is still being directed towards the Waddell Road exit ramp. This report is brought to you by K2 Vision RLE, refractive lens exchange, no readers, glasses, contacts, or cataracts. Register for K2 Vision RLE's free live webinar this Thursday at 1 p.m. at k2visionrle.com. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
54, the overnight low temperature. Tomorrow's high expected to hit 84. We did hit 82 at Sky Harbor Airport just about 10 minutes ago. Now it's 81. Conditions are perfect if you're planning on a move with Homes 2X. Sell fast, stay rent-free, full value guaranteed at homes2x.com. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Statewide races are ramping up. We are going to talk to another candidate for Superintendent of Public Instruction on the Mike Broomhead Show tomorrow morning at 9 a.m.
All right, less than an hour, right on the nose at 5:30. Arizona Governor Katie Hobbs, an outspoken exclusive. We will chat with the governor. The segment, Talk to the Governor. It has been a segment here at KTAR for Republican and Democratic governors for decades and decades and decades. So coming up, Governor Katie Hobbs. Hey, Barry Markson is in for Bruce. Barry, we were just talking about this horrific story out of Tucson. Nancy Guthrie, the mother of Today Show host Savannah Guthrie, missing, taken. We've got different newsrooms around the country receiving maybe what appears to be a ransom note. We're going to talk to Heidi Hommel, KTAR reporter, in our 5 o'clock hour. But joining us now from Tucson, Arizona's family, Brianna Whitney, of course, the reporter and host of True Crime Arizona. Brianna, how are you today?
I'm doing good. How are you guys doing?
We're doing great. You're in Tucson. You're on this story. Tell us the one thing that you've discovered maybe over the last 24 hours that is like, wow, I've got to tell people this.
Yeah, there's two different things. So we're out here on the scene. Her house is right behind me, and they've been done processing the scene. So that meant we could kind of go look at what is over here. You know, you can kind of see what's happening. We can see what's around. And we knew that the sheriff was investigating whether or not the front camera, like a Ring doorbell camera, was taken from the home or not, potentially by a suspect, the abductor. So we went and looked, and you can see the frame of it on the door, but it does look like it is gone. You don't see it there. And when you're looking at that, if you just look below on the front porch, you see what appears to be a small amount of dried blood droplets. Now, the sheriff hasn't confirmed whether or not that is concretely blood, but I've seen a lot of blood in my job, in my career, and that's what it appears to be based on what we're seeing at the crime scene. So you have that situation out here. Then what is unfolding quite literally in real time as we are going on the air this evening with you guys as well is these alleged ransom notes that are going out to media entities. So we are able to confirm that one of those went to our sister station in Tucson, KOLD. They had details that only the abductor or the abductors would know. It details a specific amount of money that the person wants. And TMZ also is reporting they received an alleged ransom note demanding some sort of Bitcoin amount. The sheriff has confirmed they are aware of the ransom notes, and specifically when it comes to at least one of them, a local news station here got it last night, sent it to the sheriff's department. They asked them not to report it. The sheriff's department found it to be so credible that they sent it to the FBI, who then made the decision to send it to Savannah Guthrie, Today Show co-host. And 20 hours later, according to the sheriff, confirmed to CBS News, that is still being taken seriously. They have not been able to rule in or out that alleged ransom note that went out to a Tucson news station. So now we've got these reported ransom notes going out to different media entities, trying to decipher what that is, what are they asking for, what's in the note. It's not something that the sheriff's department would have wanted out there. But once TMZ put it out that they received one, that's when this kind of snowballed. So I would say those are the big things that we've learned today as far as the investigation goes.
Brianna Whitney joining us on KTAR. She's a reporter and host of True Crime Arizona on Arizona's Family. Brianna, let me ask you a few questions real quick here. Is Savannah Guthrie in Tucson, or is she still back wherever she's in New York?
She is here. Yeah, the sheriff confirmed that Savannah is here. She flew in, I believe, got here on Monday.
And do we have any information about how much the ransom is, or any other part of any content of that ransom note?
We do not, at least not that's reportable. We only know that they're demanding a certain amount of money. And I think that just comes to what you can and can't report in terms of not wanting to compromise an investigation.
And you also mentioned the FBI is involved. Is the FBI, have they taken over the case, or is it being run by Tucson police? Do we know?
Still being run by the Pima County Sheriff's Department. That's the lead on this, but they have the FBI that's assisting with everything. The FBI said this morning in the press conference that they're doing specific tasks, like going through Nancy Guthrie's cell phone, trying to look at any cell phone data or location, kind of pings that they could maybe try to ping together where she was before this alleged abduction, what happened after. The FBI is also conducting interviews, assisting the Pima County Sheriff's Department. So that's the lead. The FBI is involved in this as well. We had some people asking yesterday why Border Patrol was also involved. That made people think immediately, oh my gosh, is Nancy Guthrie believed to possibly be in Mexico and south of the border? We got some answers on that this morning from the sheriff at his press conference. He said that the Border Patrol was involved because they have the top scent dogs in the area. And so when you're talking about this very wooded, I mean, you can see it behind me here, and I'll just kind of flip around.
Right.
Like all of this, that's what this neighborhood is. And so when you're talking about trying to find an 84-year-old woman who disappeared, possibly in the brush, at what they didn't know at first, having your top scent dogs was the most important thing. That's why Border Patrol was involved. But now they've really shifted to a criminal investigation more so than a ground search.
I mean, you deal with crime stories all the time. That's your gig.
Right.
Do ransoms ever get paid and people actually get their loved one back?
Honestly, I don't know. I haven't dealt with a recent ransom note situation from any of the reports that I've done. So I don't know. This is exceptionally unusual. Yeah. Even if you take out Savannah's high-profile job and that, circulating so quickly in the media and becoming so high-profile, even take that out of this. An 84-year-old woman abducted from her home in Tucson, Arizona, a very quiet, quaint, nice neighborhood, and then allegedly being held and ransom notes going out to media outlets. I mean, that is completely unheard of in and of itself. Then you add the high profile nature of this being Savannah Guthrie and her mom and what she does, and that adds a whole nother layer to this whole thing.
We'll be watching on Arizona's Family. Thanks for joining us. Appreciate it.
Thank you, guys. Appreciate it.
All right. That is Brianna Whitney, reporter and host, True Crime Arizona. She does tremendous work, Arizona's Family, and she's out in Tucson. Heidi Hommel's going to join us next hour, our reporter here at KTAR from Tucson. I mean, she just nailed it at the end. Who gets abducted in a really nice part of Tucson?
Yeah.
And is abducted, and there's blood on the way out, and now there's ransom notes going to TMZ. I've never heard anything like this.
No, it really is like one of these true crime story things, and
you have to add the high-profile job of her daughter too.
Yeah, that's
the other thing.
That's the part that's really driving it. So there's so many things we don't know yet, and of course it's they're not going to tell us. They're trying to get this woman back and to find a way to get her back healthy and safely, but. We'll find out more at some point, but it's really amazing. And I will say, by the way, you heard Brianna at one point say she kind of turned around and was showing us the brush on radio. But if you can be following us on the YouTube channel, you can follow us on the app, and you can see where she's out there at the scene, and you can check that out on our at KTAR.com as well.
I want to know if ransoms ever get paid.
Well, they do get paid. I mean, that is definitely, it's oftentimes the FBI will give you a recommendation, but they'll leave that up to the family, whether you pay it. Yeah, so that definitely happens. And the question is, do you get them back after that?
Right.
And as we mentioned earlier, the new component of this is the Bitcoin, is the crypto, where, it used to be you had to drop a bag of cash somewhere and it was all this weird stuff. Now you hit a button, it goes in Bitcoin, it's completely anonymous. You don't know where it goes. It disappears into the ether. And now maybe you get the person back. I don't know.
So it could be a total hoax. It could be someone asking for money, obviously doesn't have Nancy Guthrie, And they could just make millions of dollars, and they're like,
Well,
yeah, we got you because we don't have her.
I'd like to think that the FBI and the people who do this all the time have ways to determine the authenticity of these sorts of ransoms and other notes and things like that. But yeah, it's such a precarious and dangerous situation.
All right, Barry's in for Bruce. Coming up next, Trump wants to nationalize elections. What does that mean? Is that like code for let's rig the election? We're going to talk about it outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. All right, Southwest Blinds and Shutters. Guess who was at my house today? Southwest Blinds and Shutters. Fantastic. So final measurement happened today, and real specific measurements. I mean, these guys are meticulous. When they come in, they take exact measurements to make sure that your blinds, your shades, your shutters are all going to look absolutely 100% perfect. Listen. We're going to go with some automated shades, okay? The total convenience of it, you open and close it and adjust your shades right from your phone or your smart home hub. It couldn't be easier. I'm really looking forward to a little bit better privacy. You know, the shades will keep your home cozy and private and secure. And at the same time, it's going to make your home look beautiful. Listen, I've looked all over town for the best company when it comes to blinds and shutters, and it was one company. And it was, I mean, these guys are awesome. That's why I've hired them. I want you to check them out at southwestblinds.com, southwestblinds.com. Tell them Gato sent you.
I'm Doug Hopkins with My Home Group and DougHopkins.com. If you're looking to sell your house and want the convenience of a guaranteed cash offer, I'd be honored if you gave us a try. I've been working in Valley Real Estate for 25 years and have purchased over 18,000 homes during that time. DougHopkins.com offers you peace of mind while selling your house. Since I'm paying you cash, there are no banks involved, no closing costs, no expensive real estate commissions, and you can sell your house in as-is condition with no repairs. I take care of everything. DougHopkins.com will give you an honest cash offer for your house. We'll put it in writing and we'll guarantee it. We're not going to bait and switch you by offering a high amount contingent upon inspections. Then down the road, come back and try to renegotiate to a lower price. The price I offer the first time is the price I'll pay, and I'll guarantee it with a $5,000 non-refundable security deposit. It's as simple as that. Just go to DougHopkins.com for your free no-obligation cash offer 24 hours a day, or call 1-800-SELL-NOW. That's 1-800-SELL-NOW.
Are your investments in the right accounts? What's best, traditional or Roth? Are you receiving all available tax deductions? Are you paying as little in tax as you can? These are all questions you can't afford to get wrong. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth, and in many cases, it's not what you make, but it's what you keep that makes the real difference. Trajan Wealth and Trajan Tax work closely together exclusively. No more guessing about whether you should do a Roth conversion, or if maxing out your 401k is really the best option. Our nationally recognized fiduciary advisors and CPA team work in tandem to make sure your tax strategy works with your investment strategy. We'll even do your tax preparation. One team, one strategy. Isn't it time for a second opinion? Call Trajan today.
480-990-3300. That's 480-990-3300.
Trajan Wealth, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures and accreditation at TrajanWealth.com.
KTAR News Flash.
At 4:45, I'm Becky Lynn, and here's what you need to know right now. In Maryland, local and federal officials today announcing a major breakthrough in a scam that authorities say targeted people who viewed gold as a safe haven.
Authorities announcing they've shut down 3 call centers in India linked to a gold bar scam that stole more than $48 million from hundreds of people across the U.S. The scammers often claimed to be from law enforcement and told the victims that their savings were at risk because of a cyber attack, data leak, or similar security issue. The scammers then urged the victims to wire money or convert their savings into gold or cryptocurrency for safekeeping during the investigation. An investigation that did not exist.
That's ABC's Hannah Battah. All of our top stories are only 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. Checking the roads for you. Here's Enrique Garcia live in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. In Surprise, we still have that crash blocking multiple lanes on the Loop 303 northbound at Waddell Road, and traffic is still being directed off to the Waddell Road exit ramp. Phoenix with a disabled vehicle blocking the center lane. Loop 202 South Mountain Freeway westbound near 17th Avenue. Phoenix with a crash in the left-hand shoulder I-10 Maricopa Freeway eastbound near Werner Road. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
If something happened to you tomorrow, would your family be prepared? Without proper estate planning, your family could be forced into Arizona probate court for months or even years. The court could step in and control what happens to your home and your money. And while your family is grieving, they could be burdened with court hearings, paperwork, and stress. Probate can cost thousands of dollars in legal fees. But all of this can be avoided. RJP Estate Planning can help you set up a living trust to keep your loved ones out of probate. Trusted by over 40,000 Arizona families, RJP brings clarity, protection, and peace of mind. And if you're 60 or over, you can save 60% on a living trust.
Call 480-896-9597 to schedule your complimentary estate planning consultation. That's 480-896-9597. Call by February 9th. 480-896-9597.
Got a stubborn clog slowing things down? Introducing Parker & Son's $89 drain clearing special. If you've got a ground level, easy access drain, Parker & Son's plumbers will clear it for just $89. Plus, you'll get a free camera inspection and free standard water heater maintenance. That's today's clog gone and future problems prevented. Call Parker & Sons at 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons. Standard water heaters only, no tankless.
Life Changer Loan combines your mortgage and your checking account into one. It allows you to deposit money immediately, reduce your loan principal. Keep full access to your money 24/7. The loan helps borrowers avoid hundreds and thousands of dollars in mortgage interest. Why wouldn't you do it? Take advantage of your good credit score. You go to their website, lifechangerloan.com. It's not magic, it's just math. Lifechangerloan.com. Don't forget the address. Do it now. Lifechangerloan.com.
I'm LaDonna Harvey. We'll have the latest on the abduction of Nancy Guthrie with reporter Heidi Hummel in Tucson tomorrow morning from 5 to 8 with Jim Sharp and me on Arizona's Morning News.
All right, outspoken Bruce and Gatos. Bruce out today. We got Barry Markson in. 5:30 sharp. Arizona Governor Katie Hobbs in studio. 15 minutes. Any questions we want to ask, we will. And we're going to run through that. A lot of stuff to get to. All right. Barry, let me play a clip from President Trump, okay? This is elections. Here we go.
The Republicans should say, we want to take over. We should take over the voting in at least 15 places. The Republicans ought to nationalize the voting.
Yeah, that sounds above board to me.
Well, it's unconstitutional. I mean, this is directly unconstitutional.
I don't think they've ever read the Constitution. The Constitution for Donald Trump is in his way.
Well, and you have to understand, he's so worried about the midterms. It's always about when he thinks he's going to lose an election that now things are rigged and we have to take it over so it's not rigged.
Well, if he had done a better job, he wouldn't get blown out in the midterms.
It's incredible. But this, again, I talk about this all the time. You can like Donald Trump, not like Donald Trump, like his policies. You can't. I struggle with anyone who's saying when a leader is saying let's do things that are unconstitutional.
Right.
We should all stand up and say no. That's not who we are. This is the United States of America. We're a constitutional republic, and we don't do that. Even if I like you, even if I'm your guy, I don't want to do something that's unconstitutional.
We don't need warrants.
And what you're seeing it now, we're going to talk about later. But you got his Justice Department people in Washington D.C. saying if you bring a gun into D.C., you're going to be arrested and put in jail. What? Like, what happened to the Second Amendment? Where did that go? But this is, people don't realize. I think they do realize it. But our elections are state-run elections. They're states and counties, and that's the Constitution. They're not run by the federal government. Even the presidential election is not run by the federal government. They're run by the states. So for Trump to say this, and amazingly, he wants to take over 15 places. He's not even saying he's saying nationalize it, but he just wants to go into Democratic places because he wants to be able to purge voters, or he wants to be able to say, let's do another count. This is the kind of stuff, it's third world banana republic stuff here, Gatos. Well, we should all be standing up and saying, you've got to be kidding me. This is wrong.
Remember, Pam Bondi said, hey, listen, he sent a letter out. We'll get rid of ICE from Minnesota. but you have to hand over all your voter rolls.
Right. And people say, why are they doing that? By the way, suing Arizona for that, too, for the voter rolls here, and Secretary of State Adrian Fontes is not complying, so there's a lawsuit. But they want that because they want to be able to purge voters. They want to be able to do what they can to take voters off the rolls so that Americans can't vote. Now, they're going to say it's because there's a huge amount of illegal immigrants that are voting. That's not true. Republicans and conservatives and MAGA people have done studies and analysis of this, and it is a micro small amount of illegal immigrants who have actually voted. And in small areas, counties where they've actually caught people, there'll be like 7. And 3 of them, it was by accident, and they didn't vote. They're registered to vote, but they didn't try to be registered. Someone made a mistake. It's nothing. It's minuscule. It's not a real issue. But what they want to do is take it over so that they can take people who don't vote for Republicans or don't vote for Trump off the rolls.
And remember what happened with the FBI and Georgia.
Officials in Fulton County, Georgia, rattled and furious after the FBI raided their election office, seizing ballots from the 2020 election.
We do not know where our election records have been taken or what will happen to them. I don't know where they are. I don't know who has them. I don't know what they're doing with them.
Fulton County Commissioner Rob Pitts insists any honest review of the files will show only one thing, that the election was fair and that Joe Biden won.
Yeah, I mean, Trump is still trying to get the 13,000 votes or whatever it is in Georgia. But I don't think this is really about the 2020 election. This is about the midterms this year. How can he mess with it? And it's about the presidential election in 28. How can he mess with that? I've never seen anybody in my life go fight, lose, and then fight his failure so hard.
Yeah, I mean, it's
so ridiculous.
The whole relitigating of the 2020 election is just so it's so amazing to me. But he lost. He filed up to 90 lawsuits.
We counted the votes 1 million times.
He lost all of those. All of these states, all of these special states, Arizona, Georgia, they recounted, they recounted, hand counted. We did a whole audit here, the fraud, we did all that here.
It's a joke.
Nothing changes. There is no evidence ever that's been uncovered that there was fraud or stealing an election or rigging or anything that would have changed the outcome of that election. It's literally a guy who can't take that he lost because whether it's the narcissism or the ego, I don't know what it is, and so therefore it must have been stolen.
What's your famous saying? I love this. It's like, what was? And I'll say it poorly. You can jump in. Who rigged the election? How did they rig the election, and who did it, or something like that? What's your favorite?
I asked Carrie Lake that. Who rigged the election, and how did they do it?
How did they do it?
I asked
no
her
one can
that
answer
4
the question.
times. She couldn't do it.
And nobody can answer that question. Not a single person.
Right.
All right, Barry's in for Bruce. Remember, we've got Governor Katie Hobbs, 5:30 sharp. When we come back, we'll go out to Tucson. Heidi Hommel, KTAR reporter. Nancy Guthrie, the mother of Today's Show host Savannah Guthrie, abducted from her home in Tucson. We'll get you the latest coming up next. Hey, let's take a moment and talk about Sweet James. That's right, Sweet James Accident Attorneys. Listen, having the right attorney means the difference between a $2,000 check and a $2 million check. If you're hurt in any accident, any kind of accident, do not, I repeat, do not let the insurance companies push you around. You hire the closers at Sweet James. Sweet James Accident Attorneys. They specialize in car, truck, motorcycle accident cases. Insurance companies do one thing. They try and minimize or deny legitimate claims. Not on the watch of Sweet James. They've got over $2 billion recovered for accident victims. Call them at 1-800-9-MILLION. 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 They are recognized among the best attorneys in the United States of America. SweetJames.com, 1-800-9-MILLION. Tell them Gato sent you.
Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed?
Can I make my site softer?
Can I make my site firmer?
Can we sleep cooler?
Sleep Number does that. Cools up to 8 times faster and lets you choose your ideal comfort on either side. Your Sleep Number setting. Enjoy personalized comfort for better sleep night after night. And now, during our President's Day sale, take 50% off our limited edition bed. Shop now for a limited time. Only at a Sleep Number store or sleepnumber.com.
This year's tax changes. Better not get caught snoozing. Miss one deduction, lose thousands, not amusing. losing.
Big tax changes can mean bigger refunds at Jackson Hewitt. And right now, get $100 just to try us.
Don't worry, tax filers. If money is tight, get $100 from Jackson Hewitt, so you'll sleep better at night.
Limited time offer for new clients. Participating locations only. Details at jacksonhewitt.com.
It's a new year in Phoenix, and if you hate to paint, do what your neighbor Doris did. She called Rhino Shield.
My house is a stucco house. You know, I had my house painted probably about 6 years ago. You know, it was peeling. It didn't look good, and I didn't feel like I got my money's worth. But with Rhino Shield, I definitely think you do.
Rhino Shield's not paint. It's better.
My team was very neat and efficient, and then they came back after they were finished to check with me and make sure that everything was the way we wanted it.
You too can get the guaranteed protection of Rhino Shield for 15% off the regular price.
So I just think it's a wonderful product. If you're thinking about getting your house painted, Rhino Shield is the best product that you could possibly put on your home.
Here's owner Jim Williams.
This offer is limited, so call me at 855-4U-RHINO. That's 855-4-U, RHINO.
Go Rhino!
Go paint, go Rhino Shield. Never paint your house again. Rhino Shield.
I used to think the draft in my living room was just part of living in an older house. Turns out, I was paying the utility company for air leaking straight out my windows. I'm Becky Lynn, and if that sounds familiar, might be time to replace your windows and doors. Call my friends at Arizona Window and Door Store. Over 1,400 five-star reviews and their exclusive seal and shield installation process. Book your free consultation at azwds.com or call 480-666-9943. Again, book online at azwds.com.
Listen up, KTAR listeners. Penguin Air Plumbing and Electrical has a deal for you that is good today and today only. Now is the perfect time to schedule the annual maintenance for your HVAC system. Today, Tuesday, February 3rd, Penguin is having a surprise one-day sale for KTAR listeners. Normally, we charge $149 to service your system, but if you call today and mention you heard this ad, we'll tune up your system for only $29. That's $120 in savings. Call Penguin right now at 480-500-7112. Maintenance is the least expensive way to ensure your system is safe and efficient all year long. The older your system is, the more important it is to have your system checked out by a properly trained technician, and Penguin technicians service all brands. 480-500-7112. If it's been over a year since your HVAC system has been serviced, call Penguin today only to get your HVAC tuned up for only $29. You heard right, only $29. Google Penguin Air or schedule online at penguinair.com.
KTAR-FM, Glendale, Phoenix.
They're going to go nuts when he hits this thing.
The People's Open is back. See the PGA Tour's best tee it up at the 2026 WM Phoenix Open, February 2nd through the 8th at TPC Scottsdale. Get tournament and ticket info at WMPhoenixOpen.com.
KTAR News now.
Good afternoon. It's 5 o'clock. I'm Becky Lynn.
There are concerns at the House that concerned us from the early on part of this investigation, and that's all I would tell you. Yes, ma'am.
For now, more questions than answers in the disappearance of Tucson woman Nancy Guthrie. KTAR's Balanover Stoltz is live in the news center to tell us more.
Today, Pima County Sheriff Chris Nanos saying they don't know where Nancy Guthrie is and are processing DNA evidence from the home, but not sharing much else. There are also reports of multiple media outlets receiving ransom notes. The sheriff saying today,
hundreds of leads, and it's from you that produced those leads by telling people we need help, and I'm grateful for that. But I'm not going to get into all that.
Since then, the Pima County Sheriff's Office says they are looking at all leads. Guthrie was last seen Saturday around 9:30 p.m. and reported missing Sunday. That missing persons case turning into an abduction investigation in the early stages. And Nancy Guthrie's community in the Catalina foothills is hoping for the safe return of their neighbor. KTAR's Heidi Hommel continues our live team coverage in Tucson to tell us what she's seeing.
Happening right now, a sheriff's helicopter hovering above the house of Nancy Guthrie in Catalina foothills. A sign outside the house says, "Dear Guthrie family, our neighborhood stands with you." The neighborhood is tucked underneath the Santa Catalina Mountains with homes on large acre properties. One woman from this area says she knows Savannah and is hoping they find her mother. Another woman visiting from Texas says she feels safe staying in the neighborhood, but wonders who would want to abduct a little old lady. Law enforcement shouldn't have left the area as they're finished processing the crime scene and wait for the results of DNA testing. Reporting live in Catalina Foothills, Heidi Hommel, KTAR News.
Meanwhile, law enforcement is asking the public for any information on Nancy Guthrie's whereabouts. You can see her photo at KTAR.com. President Trump now weighing in on the search for Guthrie, describing the situation as unusual and terrible when asked about it by reporters at the White House today. The president went on to say he would be willing to assign more federal agents to the case, adding he always got along well with Savannah Guthrie and plans to call her. A Shahed drone was shot down by a Navy F-35C fighter jet from the USS Abraham Lincoln in the Arabian Sea today. U.S. Central Command says it aggressively approached the Lincoln with unclear intent. ABC foreign correspondent Tom Sufi-Burridge shares what we've learned so far.
The Shaheds come in two variants. There are the ones packed with a huge explosives and are flown directly into targets, but there is also a variant of the Shahed which is a reconnaissance drone, and we don't know which type was being used by the Iranians.
Water, tax cuts, ICE operations, and more. Governor Katie Hobbs will be live in studio with Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos to talk about all of that. You can watch the exclusive interview on the KTAR YouTube channel coming up at 5:30. For the third straight year, the number of stolen cars has dropped in Arizona.
Numbers compiled by the Auto Crime Tracker database shows a little more than 12,000 vehicles stolen last year compared to more than 17,000 in 2024. The Arizona Auto Theft Division reports that the Chevy Silverado tops the list as the most stolen vehicle. The Kia and Hyundai also in the top 6. Stolen pickups also a favorite of car thieves. John Roller, KTAR News.
Time to check on traffic now. Let's go to Enrique Garcia in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becula. In Phoenix with a crash on the right-hand shoulder, I-10 Maricopa Freeway, eastbound approaching the US 60 Superstition Freeway. Phoenix with a crash blocking the center and right-hand side of the lanes on Loop 202 South Mountain Freeway, eastbound near V. Cueva Way. And Surprise with a crash blocking multiple lanes, Loop 303 northbound at Waddell Road. This report is brought to you by Beatitudes. Join the elder care attorney Stephanie Bevins on Tuesday, February 17th at 2 p.m. to learn the essential documents every senior should have. Learn more at beatitudescampus.org. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
We hit 82 at Sky Harbor today. 54 should be our overnight low, and tomorrow on up to 84 for a high. We were hoping to be in the 70s Thursday and Friday through the weekend, but it looks like we might be around 81 for Thursday and Friday. Currently, checking the temp in Buckeye, we are looking at 82 degrees. Conditions are perfect if you're planning on a move. With Homes 2X, sell fast, stay rent-free, full value guaranteed at homes2x.com. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Outspoken.
Isn't it great that I'm always right?
Speaking up for Arizona.
I do not share that opinion.
Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
It's Arizona's reigning, defending, undisputed #1 talk show. Welcome to Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos, hour number 2.
Oh, my goodness, hour number 2. Many people say it's the best hour of the show.
Barry Markson is in for Bruce. Good to see you, Barry.
Thank you, Gatos. Good to be here.
Hey, at 5:30 sharp, right on the nose, 5:30 and 00 seconds. We'll have Governor Katie Hobbs in studio, our Outspoken exclusive. The governor comes in every 2 weeks, and we're going to discuss, what would she do if the Trump administration wanted to raid Maricopa County's voter rolls like they did Georgia's?
Yeah.
Fulton County, right?
Yeah, that's a good question. And they're trying to do that, by the way. They're asking for all this private information. They've sued Arizona over this. Secretary Adrian Fontes is fighting that, but that's been going on in Arizona and 20-plus other states.
So, Governor Hobbs, 25 minutes from now, make sure that you are here. Well, it's the big story. Everybody's talking about it. I mean, we've got helicopters flying over the home of Savannah Guthrie's mother. She has been missing for the last few days. 84-year-old Nancy disappeared. She's missing. Lives in Tucson. We've got newsrooms around the country, one in Tucson and then TMZ, saying they've received what appears to be ransom notes. We've got the Pima County Sheriff's Department all over this. We've got Savannah Guthrie in Tucson. And it is a crazy and horrifying story.
So the sheriff's office now saying they have hundreds of leads, hundreds of pieces of information that have come in. There's now breaking news that there's evidence that there was someone broke into the home,
right?
Which kind of makes you wonder if it was somebody who knew them. Would that have been necessary? So maybe it wasn't that, because we've heard rumors or some people just speculating that it could have been someone that knew her and knew the family. We don't know that. There's a lot we don't know, but this is scary. An 84-year-old woman with heart issues, cardiac issues, and she's they don't know where she is.
Let's go live to Tucson. KTAR news reporter Heidi Hommel is joining us. Heidi, how are you?
Hi, guys. I'm in Catalina Foothills. It's a little community about a little northeast of Tucson, and we've got a new development happening right now. There's a sheriff's helicopter flying above Nancy Guthrie's home and the neighbors' homes. It's flying very low. I can see someone hanging out the door, and they've got like a camera. So they're definitely scouting all of these homes right now. I'm not sure what they're looking for, possibly Nancy Guthrie, more clues to find her, but it's been pretty quiet all day, and I don't know, can you hear that helicopter?
Yeah.
Is there any updates? Is there any updates?
All right, let's get her on the phone, because I think we're having a couple of I like to hear my voice, but not twice right after, right?
It sounded like she was in the helicopter.
Yeah.
So
we'll get Heidi back in a second.
We're going to learn from Heidi if there's any new developments here.
Right.
And obviously, police and the FBI and the sheriff's office are all out there. They're not going to share everything with us. They're trying to bring this woman back. They're not here to publicize things until it's helpful. But this is a very scary situation. Savannah Guthrie back in Tucson. One of the ransom notes that came into media it was apparently so credible that the FBI and the sheriff's department gave that to Savannah Guthrie. My understanding, Gatos, on these things is that the family gets the decision about whether they want to give the money or they want to come up with the ransom or what they want to do. And then, of course, you continue to work with the FBI, I suppose, on how you want to do that. But here, they're asking for some crypto, some Bitcoin, which is I don't know anything about those things really, but it's very anonymous. You can send that over the internet. You don't know where it goes. It disappears. You don't know who it went to.
Yeah.
It's actually like the perfect type of currency for kidnapping.
Heidi Hommel in Tucson is our guest. Who have you spoken to today, Heidi? Give us what your day has looked like, because you're reporting there live and you've talked to a lot of different people.
Yeah, I've been out here since about 12:30, 1 o'clock, and saw a number of people coming through the community. This is, big houses on big lots, very spread out, but a number of people walking through, just curious to see what's going on. Some people frustrated by all the media attention and all the cars lining the street. I talked to one woman who says she knows Savannah, doesn't know Nancy, but knows Savannah, and so she was really shaken up by the case and hopes that they find her mom and finds her safely. I talked to another woman who was staying with some friends down the street, and I asked her, do you feel safe in this neighborhood? And she said, I do feel safe staying here. It's not like there's a serial robber or a serial killer. There's just more questions than answers right now, and just really, really strange with this house out there.
Heidi Hommel joins us, KTAR reporter in Tucson. And Heidi, are there any updates? Are we getting any new information yet from the sheriff's office? Is there any idea of when or if this ransom is going to be paid? Is there a way? Has anybody reported or what do they do with this if they do decide to pay it through Bitcoin? How can they determine whether or not they'll get Nancy back?
That's unclear at this. It seems to me that the ransom note didn't go to, or like it came to the media. I think that's a bit strange. Right, they pay it through Bitcoin. Will this person get away with whatever they did? And then it begs the question, is Nancy even still alive? She needs her medication on a daily basis. She's been missing for over 48 hours right now, going on 72. It's kind of unclear when she disappeared, late Saturday night into the early Sunday morning hours. So lots of odd circumstances surrounding this case.
Yeah. Heidi Hommel's joining us out in Tucson, KTAR News reporter. So you've spoken to some of the neighbors. Did you speak to anybody at her church? She was supposed to go to church over the weekend, and then she did not show up. And I think that's where this whole thing started. It was like a wellness check.
Yeah.
Yeah, I haven't had time to think about it. But you're right. That's exactly what happened. Savannah,
All right, Heidi Hommel in Tucson. We're having some difficulty with the line there.
So let's go over what we know. Let's go over what we know here. Savannah Guthrie has a high-profile job.
Yeah.
And we know that, she makes millions and millions of dollars. Did someone, on purpose, abduct her mother thinking that they could put a ransom out and get paid millions and millions of dollars? That's the big question. Was this something that was random? Did somebody go to this neighborhood and say, it's a pretty nice neighborhood, let's take somebody? I just don't think it's a coincidence, Barry.
No, it would be an awfully large coincidence to have somebody of a famous news person, to have suddenly her mom has been kidnapped in a desert. It's a nice. You're right. It's a nice community, but it's a desert community. This is not a high density place. You went there on purpose. Right. I mean, it'd be an awfully random thing that you just happened to get Samantha Guthrie's mom's house to go do something like this. So. I do hope. So part of me hopes it is somebody they know, so that wouldn't hurt her. You just want to be able to get her back. She's 84 years old. She has heart problems. She has a pacemaker. This is scary, Gatos. And at this point, we don't. As far as we know, we haven't seen any proof of life. We don't know if she's still alive. But there's been at least 2 ransom notes that have been delivered to 2 different media outlets. They're different ransom notes.
Right.
So one of them they think is at least credible. We don't know about the other. There's so much going on right now. I'm seeing reports that there's literally hundreds of different leads. People are calling in with things to provide information. Who knows how much of that is valuable?
Well, it looks like her doorbell, her Ring doorbell camera is missing. Brianna Whitney told us that from Arizona's Family last hour. So to me, it sounds like either it didn't work, or somebody took it down, or the people took her, and took that camera with her. You were mentioning the ransom notes. This is TMZ. They've received one of them. Take a listen.
So we got something in our email that looks like it's written like a ransom note for Savannah Guthrie's mother.
Specific request,
and they're very
for certain amounts of money,
very specific.
Bitcoin.
And also they say at the bottom there are certain things they're saying about what she was wearing and damage to the house.
That they're clearly saying to verify that
it's us.
We know what we're talking about here.
So we've contacted the sheriff's department.
Okay, so what day was she taken? Do we think it's Saturday or Sunday? Becky Lynn, do you know the answer to that?
She was dropped off, I understand, at her house by family around 9:30 on Saturday evening.
Saturday night.
And then sometime, they're saying they believe she was taken during the night. So it could have been late Sunday night, early Sunday morning.
So you wait until Tuesday to send out a ransom? Is that odd to
Seems
any of you
odd.
guys? It's odd.
Yeah, I don't understand that at all. Again, you don't. So it makes you wonder: is this a professional kidnapping, or is it just some person who's randomly doing this? Is it a family member? There's so many unanswered questions here, Gatos. We just don't know. But this is it's a scary situation right now, and I hope they have some information. I know the FBI is there. I know the sheriff's there. Police are there. Hopefully they're finding some real clues.
Yeah. All right. We'll keep you updated on the story out of Tucson, Arizona. It's just super scary. I mean, I can't believe we're talking about an abduction of an 84-year-old woman with a famous daughter in a very nice neighborhood in Tucson. In a ransom note that went to TMZ and another Tucson station. I mean, it's like
it's a TV movie.
It's crazy.
It really is crazy. Special shout out to our friends out in Buckeye. Thanks for listening to KTAR. If you're out in Buckeye, we love having you with us.
All right, 5:30 sharp, 15 minutes from now, Arizona Governor Katie Hobbs in studio with us. Coming up next, why is there an alternative halftime show for the Super Bowl? We'll talk about it next.
Listen up, KTAR listeners. Penguin Air Plumbing and Electrical has a deal for you that is good today and today only. Now is the perfect time to schedule the annual maintenance for your HVAC system. Today, Tuesday, February 3rd, Penguin is having a surprise one-day sale for KTAR listeners. Normally, we charge $149 to service your system, but if you call today and mention you heard this ad, we'll tune up your system for only $29. That's $120 in savings. Call Penguin right now at 480-500-7112. Maintenance is the least expensive way to ensure your system is safe and efficient all year long. The older your system is, the more important it is to have your system checked out by a properly trained technician, and Penguin technicians service all brands. 480-500-7112. If it's been over a year since your HVAC system has been serviced, call Penguin today only to get your HVAC tuned up for only $29. You heard right, only $29. Google Penguin Air or schedule online at penguinair.com.
KTAR News Flash.
It's 5:16. I'm Becky Lynn. Here's what you need to know right now. Chuck Negron, a founding member of the powerhouse late 60s, early 70s band Three Dog Night, has died. A publicist says Negron died from complications of heart failure and chronic pulmonary disease. He's best remembered as the lead singer on that hit, Joy to the World, One, and just an old-fashioned love song. Chuck Negron was 83. All of our top stories are only 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. Checking traffic now in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center. Here's Enrique Garcia.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. We still have these crashes lingering around. Phoenix with a crash blocking D Center and right-hand lanes. Loop 202, South Mountain Freeway, eastbound near V Cueva Way. Surprise with a crash blocking the multiple lanes. Loop 303, northbound near Waddell Road. This report is brought to you by Schwartz Laser Eye Center. Schwartz Laser Eye Center is the official team eye doc for the Suns and D-backs. Visit teamidoc.com and schedule your free eye evaluation today. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News, and now back with Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos.
All right, Bruce out today. We got Barry Markson in. He's a lawyer. He's smart. Barry, you gonna watch the Super Bowl on? By the way, Governor Hobbs in 13 minutes.
13 minutes.
Hey, you know what's the Super Bowl on Sunday?
Yes, I am going to watch the Super Bowl on Sunday. I've heard it's very exciting.
Okay, more importantly, which halftime show are you going to watch?
I want to watch the real halftime show, and I have to tell you something. I'm getting a little offended by this, Gatos.
Oh, interesting.
Yes,
okay,
I'm getting a little offended.
There's two different halftime shows.
No, there's not.
Well,
no, there's not. There's one halftime show.
Okay, yes.
And then there's things like the Puppy Bowl and a bunch of other little weird stuff that people who want to try to make money do things. It's crazy.
All right, so Bad Bunny. Yeah. You should have heard the conversation I had with my dad about Bad Bunny. Last night.
What?
Well, he's like, I don't know who this is. Like, are any of his songs in English? And I go, no. And he goes, well, I don't know. I don't get it. And I said, well, you're probably not supposed to get it. You're 79 years old. You're probably not supposed to get it. But Dad, he's one of the biggest entertainers in the world. And he goes, oh, I didn't know that. So I got to go here. It's the other. It's the other alternative halftime show.
It's not a halftime show.
It's who's it being put on by? Turning Point USA.
Turning Point USA, and they're the far right folks who like to get offended and just complain about everybody.
Well, right.
This is offensive. Bad Bunny is an American. He's he's a Hispanic. He's from Puerto Rico.
Right.
I don't know how to tell you this, Gatos. Puerto Rico. It's in the United States.
Yeah.
I don't know how to tell people that.
I get it.
It's crazy.
Yeah. So you got Turning Point USA, right-wing Christian nationalists. And everybody knows how I feel about Christian nationalists. I don't like them. I don't like what they stand for. Christian nationalism masquerades as a religion. It exploits Scripture to achieve the extremist objectives. It's like weaponizing Scripture for your political purpose. And I don't like a single thing about it as a Christian man. I don't like a single thing about it.
All right.
So they said, well, why don't we do something?
By the way, Kendrick Lamar did it. It was the halftime show last year.
People hated it.
Your dad couldn't understand anything he said either, so
Probably
it's okay.
Right. So Turning Point USA, thank you so much, guys, for putting an alternative together. Okay, so who do we got? We got. Is it Lee? What is it? Lee Greenwood that they all like, or whatever?
Is he going to be there too?
No, it's Kid Rock. I'll play some Kid Rock, but there's some cursing in this.
What are we doing?
Julia?
Why are we talking about this?
I like Kid Rock.
I like Kid Rock.
All right, there's nothing wrong with Kid Rock.
Oh my goodness! Oh my goodness!
Okay, I like Kid Rock too. 20 years ago, he was pretty good.
I don't like this, Gatos. Kid Rock came out and said about this halftime show, we plan to play great songs for folks who love America. Guess who else loves America? The Democrats love America.
Yeah.
The people who like Bad Bunny love America.
Barry,
this is so offensive.
They don't have the American flag on their car, so they can't love America.
It's offensive.
All right, let's see what other folks are going to be. Who's Gilbert Brantley?
I don't know.
It's Brantley Gilbert.
Oh, I'm sorry. Nobody even knows.
All the younger country stars have two first names, it seems like.
Look at Gato seeing him more and more like his dad.
That's awesome.
Right.
Brantley Gilbert. Brantley Gilbert.
Never trust a guy with two last names.
Or two first names.
That's right. Oh, I know this song.
You do not.
I do. I know that song. It's Gilbert Brantley.
All right, can we move this along? Let's hear some lyrics.
Where's some Bad Bunny?
It sounds all the same. All right, who's Barrett Gabby? Who's Barrett Gabby?
Gabby Barrett, another country singer.
Who
Yeah.
cares? Same thing.
A little gospel thrown in.
I hope she makes you smile.
This sounds AI to me, Becky Lynn.
It kind of does, doesn't it? Little auto-tuned, yeah.
The way you made me smile on the other end.
Yeah, I'll watch Bad Bunny. Bad Bunny's going to put on a great show.
Bad Bunny's a great entertainer. Look, I'm not a big Bad Bunny fan. If I'm being honest, Gatos is not.
Yeah.
I don't search out Bad Bunny. I don't know the songs.
Right.
I don't speak Spanish. But he's a great entertainer. He's the top guy. He just won Grammy Awards the other night at the Grammys.
Yep.
He is a top performer, and to have him as the halftime show is a huge coup for the Super Bowl and for the NFL. And also, by the way, we have a large Hispanic population here in the United States who love Bad Bunny. This is great.
Let me give you the headline on Monday.
Okay.
It's going to be everywhere. ICE takes down Bunny on the 50.
ICE is going to be at the Super Bowl.
Yeah,
they are saying
that's
that.
That's going to go real. Well, there's the brown guy. I guess we've got to go get him.
Man. What are they going to do? Are they going to switch over and show that then, or are they going to keep showing Kid Rock? I like Kid Rock music. I'm out here, and I like the other stuff you just played. It's not a question of that or this. I just don't understand, why are people offended that the Super Bowl, the NFL selected an American rock star, a star who sings. He is the number one guy in the country right now.
Answer your own question.
Because he's Hispanic,
right?
Because he speaks Spanish,
right?
That's offensive.
Of course, it's offensive.
Do you think it's they brought in Green Day? Green Day's doing something too. Yeah. Green Day does not like Trump. No. Do you think the NFL did that as a special poke in the eye to Trump?
I would hope not. I don't think we should think of Donald Trump when we're watching the Super Bowl. I don't give a crap about Donald Trump.
He's
on
not
Super
going.
Bowl Sunday.
He's not going to the Super Bowl.
Couldn't care less if he went or he didn't. I don't care. Doesn't matter. I mean, it's.
Oh my goodness!
It's so silly. We've got to have a counter to Bad Bunny.
You know what? If you never heard Bad Bunny at the Super Bowl ever, watch him at the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
See what he's like. He's not going to offend you.
Yeah.
You'll watch him. He's a great entertainer.
Yeah, I agree.
All right.
Coming up next.
Yes.
Here's what we've got in 6 minutes. Arizona Governor Katie Hobbs in studio, outspoken, exclusive. We're going to ask her what she'd do if the Trump administration wanted to raid Maricopa County's voter rolls like they did Georgia's. That sounds really on the up and up to me. Hobbs next. Stick around.
Join KTAR in Tempe April 11th for the 22nd annual Pats Run. This 4.2-mile run-walk finishes on the 42-yard line at Mountain America Stadium. Learn more and sign up today at patsrun.org.
Hey, I want to send you over to the Lund Mortgage team for many different reasons. First of all, let's say you're in a home, you love your home, you've been there for 2-3 years. You need to get your house refinanced. This is a great time to consider refinancing, save some money when you call the Lund Mortgage team. They'll tell you this: mortgage rates have dropped considerably since you moved into that house. It's time for you to save money. My friends at Lund Mortgage can track the interest rates daily. They can help you act fast and save big. They've been doing this for well over 30 years in Arizona, and all you have to do is send an email to them. Rate Watch, one word, at LundMortgage, one word, .com. So Rate Watch at LundMortgage.com. They'll monitor the market for you and alert you when it's time to refinance. I mean, this is huge. They'll show you the whole picture, rates and total costs, and you can make an informed financial decision. I've used the Lund Mortgage team to refinance on the first home I bought many, many years ago here in the desert. So all you got to do is email Rate Watch at LundMortgage.com, start saving, and tell them Gato sent you.
If something happened to you tomorrow, would your family be prepared? Without proper estate planning, your family could be forced into Arizona probate court for months or even years. The court could step in and control what happens to your home and your money. And while your family is grieving, they could be burdened with court hearings, paperwork, and stress. Probate can cost thousands of dollars in legal fees. But all of this can be avoided. RJP Estate Planning can help you set up a living trust to keep your loved ones out of probate. Trusted by over 40,000 Arizona families. RJP brings clarity, protection, and peace of mind. And if you're 60 or over, you can save 60% on a living trust.
Call 480-896-9597 to schedule your complimentary estate planning consultation. That's 480-896-9597. Call by February 9th. 480-896-9597.
Mountainside Fitness has 25 valley-wide locations, and they've been keeping the valley healthy for 35 years. Join today with $0 enrollment and your first 30 days free. Enjoy full-service locker rooms, free towel service, over 70 fitness classes every week, wellness amenities, interactive childcare, and a massive selection of cardio and strength equipment. MountainsideFitness.com. Experience that Mountainside difference.
Hey, it's Jim Sharp. Are you struggling with distance vision and now you need readers? K2 Vision RLE has a live webinar this Thursday at 1 p.m. where Drs. Kopstein and King will explain how refractive lens exchange is different from LASIK and EVO ICL, why no cataracts after K2 Vision RLE, who's a good candidate, and much more. Join the free webinar this Thursday at 1 p.m. by registering at K2VisionRLE.com. K2 Vision RLE. No readers, glasses, contacts, or cataracts. K2VisionRLE.com.
The KTAR News app, your link to live streaming audio, breaking news, podcasts, in-depth coverage of the stories that are important to you. Download the KTAR News app, and you're always in touch with Arizona's news station. The KTAR News app, presented by America Roofing.
Arizona's news station, KTAR News, on 92.3 FM, KTAR.com, and streaming live on the KTAR News app.
My perfect day has sand, salt water, and friends. But my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis can take me out of the moment. Now I'm all in with clearer skin thanks to Skyrizi. Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy. With Skyrizi, most people saw 90% clearer skin, and many were even 100% plaque-free at 4 months. Skyrizi is just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
Thanks to Skyrizi, there's nothing on my skin, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 dermatologist-prescribed biologic in psoriasis. Visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more.
Rosie on the house.
Every Arizona homeowner's best friend for over 30 years. Saturday mornings 8 till 11 on KTAR News 92.3 FM and the KTAR News app.
It's a new year, Phoenix, and if you hate to paint, do what your neighbor Greg did. He called Rhino Shield.
Well, I saw the advertisements of Rhino Shield, and I did some internet research. It just seemed like a no-brainer to me.
Rhino Shield's not paint. It's better.
And what's nice about Rhino Shield is that it does a really good job of its ability to be UV protective. And what's really nice for people who live in HOAs, they were able to virtually identically match the existing color. It made HOA essentially a non-issue.
All right, Phoenix, you too can get the guaranteed protection of Rhino Shield for 15% off the regular price.
The Rhino Shield crew did an exceptionally good job in terms of preparation, work, and cleanup. It was like they were never there when they were all finished.
Here's owner Jim Williams.
This offer is limited, so call me at 855-4U-RHINO. That's 855-4, the letter U, Rhino.
Go Rhino!
Go paint, go Rhino Shield. Never paint your house again. Rhino Shield.
Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. Talk to the governor now.
Hey, Barry Markson is in for Bruce, and yes, we have the governor of the great state of Arizona, Katie Hobbs, in studio. How are you, Governor?
I'm great. How are you?
We're doing really good. Let's hit the ground running here. Okay. So I want to play you a clip from Massachusetts Governor Maura Healey. I don't really know who she is, but she said something about ICE, and I want to have you take a listen to this.
Today, I'm filing legislation to keep ICE out of our schools, daycares, other child care centers, churches, hospitals, health clinics, and our courthouses. I'm also doing things that will take effect immediately. I'm signing an executive order today to protect our state and state resources from ICE. That includes prohibiting ICE from making civil arrests in non-public spaces of state buildings. We're not allowing ICE into these spaces.
So, Governor, I think everybody knows where I stand on this. I never had a problem with ICE until they started putting these butchers on the street, not training them. They pull their guns first, and they like to do their little sideways gun because they don't know how to shoot it until they hit someone 10 times and kill them. this governor is deciding to do some executive actions to keep ICE out of the schools. Can you do that? I'd like to see you do that.
So here's the thing, and I want to say Governor Healy is a great governor. She's a great colleague. We talk a lot. I don't know that what works in Massachusetts will necessarily work in Arizona. I can say that I agree with her, and I have said this many times. ICE should not be going after people in hospitals, in churches, in schools. We've seen incidents here where some adults walking a child to school were picked up by ICE. That kid was walked to the rest of the way to school by ICE agents. That shouldn't be happening in America. How do you go through the rest of your day as a school kid if that happens to you? It's got to be terrifying. So I agree with her on these kinds of things, and I'll continue to say that. I also am not someone who wants to give empty promises to Arizona, and I would want to be sure of, number one, the enforceability of something like that if we are going to take action like that. And the really key thing that Governor Healy started with is she's filing legislation. She is a legislature where something like that can get through. We have a very different scenario in Arizona. So all of that to say, as governor, I am absolutely concerned about Arizonan safety. I am concerned, as everyone is, watching what's happening in Minnesota and wanting to make sure that that doesn't happen here. And so my administration will continue to look at actions we can take to keep Arizonans safe. You'll be hearing more from us in the coming days.
Governor Katie Hobbs in studio with us. Like, I'm thinking then, you got a good point on the legislature. Okay. But what about an executive order? See, what I worry about is, they're building this facility out in Surprise for thousands of people that they want to house there. And we don't even know if they're going to bring people who are here illegally in there. I mean, if they do what they did in Minneapolis, they're going to start arresting brown people who have no record and they're American citizens. Right. And so what I'm thinking is, how can you get ahead of that with an executive order? Is there any executive order that you're looking at? Because, I mean, these guys were in town a couple weeks ago. And obviously at Zips, by the way, I think what Zips did was wrong, and they deserved what they got. But, we had one ICE guy get in the car and pepper spray all the way down the street for no reason. So these thugs are going to come here. And I guess my question is, how can you get ahead of it with an executive order? Is there anything that you can do beforehand?
Look, I mean, we have seen a lot of these agents act with utter disregard for people's constitutional and civil rights. And that is concerning to me. But I want to go back to what I said. I want to make sure we're not taking action that is giving false promise to Arizonans. And I don't know on an executive order that prohibits ICE from certain places how enforceable that is. And, not wanting to give a false sense of security. We certainly are looking at how we can respond. I don't like talking in hypotheticals. I know you know that. But we are certainly talking to our public safety agencies, the National Guard, the Department of Public Safety, who will be on the front lines if there is the type of escalation that we're seeing in Minnesota. Again, just very focused on maintaining order and safety and ensuring that people's constitutional rights are not violated.
Governor Katie Hobbs joining us here on KTAR. First, congratulations. The morning consult poll came out. You're plus 18 in Arizona, which is amazing. That means 18% more people here like you than don't like you. So that's a good accomplishment for you. It puts you up in the top level of governors around the country. Let me ask you this: there's on this is coming. They're coming for you, right? And one of the things is this: they've hired some Republican lawyer to come in and do this investigation. I have my little quote fingers up for the pay to play scheme. Can you help me understand what this is? What are they? What is the conspiracy? What are they saying? And what's the truth about it?
So backing up just a little bit, there's someone who's been a supporter of me financially on the campaign side, who also is a contractor with the state, got a rate increase, which I was not involved in. And this
is the Sunshine Homes people.
Right. And so I think it's kind of been litigated publicly ad nauseum. I mean, I'm a social worker. I want to start by saying that I'm a social worker. I have always focused on doing what's right for Arizonans. And we're talking about a contractor for kids in foster care. So just the idea that I would, not do what's right for kids in foster care is outrageous to me. But I am looking forward to the investigation concluding and finding what we've said all along, that my administration acted in the best interests of Arizonans. And in the meantime, I am focused on my job as governor. I'm going to continue to work to bring good paying jobs, to protect our water, to secure the border, and to lower costs.
All right. I know you said you were going to, just very quickly on this, you were going to work with Republicans on a law that would force disclosure. The companies have to disclose any contributions they made to the governor, or I hope other politicians in getting state contracts. Is there any progress happening on that right now?
So that already is a requirement. Everyone who makes a political contribution, that is disclosed. I am looking at ways that we can bring more transparency to how lobbyists work with elected officials and contractors as well. We are close to the bill introduction deadline is coming up at the end of this week. So we're close on introducing something there.
Okay, excellent. Thank you.
We've got the governor in studio, Governor Katie Hobbs, with us, an outspoken exclusive every 2 weeks. So there was some stuff going on in Fulton County, Georgia. Let's play a clip, get everybody up to speed on what happened there with the Trump administration. And my question for you is going to be, what if they try this here?
Yeah.
Take a listen.
Officials in Fulton County, Georgia, rattled and furious after the FBI raided their election office, seizing ballots from the 2020 election.
We do not know where our election records have been taken or what will happen to them. I don't know where they are. I don't know who has them. I don't know what they're doing with them.
Fulton County Commissioner Rob Pitts insists any honest review of the files will show only one thing, that the election was fair and that Joe Biden won.
All right, and you've run elections before here in Arizona, no doubt about it. But what if Trump ordered the FBI to search Maricopa County for Arizona's 2020 election records? Can they just walk in and do what they did in Fulton County, Georgia?
I'm really curious how they got a judge to sign off on that warrant. But look, these ballots from the 2020 election, it's 2026.
Yeah.
The Maricopa County ballots have been relitigated over and over again, dozens of times. We're good on 2020. We know where we stand. We know who won that election. We know who lost. What are we doing? It is 6 years later. Trump is back in the White House. He won. We have Americans who are struggling to get health care. Their premiums just went up. We're not fixing that. Affordability is an issue. We're engaged in a trade war that's making things cost more. We have a misguided immigration policy that is focused on meeting deportation and arrest quotas. What are we doing relitigating an election from 6 years ago?
What if they're not relitigating it? What if they're looking towards the midterms, or they're looking towards 2028? Are you worried about Arizona's midterms and what this administration will do, because they don't like the Constitution?
Right.
They don't even like the Second Amendment anymore.
Right.
I just don't get it.
Yeah, I mean, no, I certainly have concerns. I was in the Secretary of State's office in 2020. We faced unprecedented attacks on our election. We stood up to those attacks. We protected Arizona voters. We're prepared to do that again. And you've now Trump is calling for them to nationalize the elections.
Right.
There are literally so many down ballot elections. How do you even do that? It's a concern. Yes, we are ramping up. We're working with the Secretary's office. We are ready.
Governor Katie Hobbs joining us on KTAR. Governor, you mentioned affordability a little bit ago and the economy, and I don't know if we talked about this, but you did something towards the end of last year where nearly 500,000 Arizonans had $640 million in medical debt erased.
Yeah.
And I want to talk about that for a minute, because that's an affordability problem. When
Yes.
you talk about what creates affordability issues, a lot of it is medical costs. But talk to me about that, and then also what other things are we going to do this year to make things more affordable?
Yeah, no, absolutely. I'm really proud of doing this. We worked with a nonprofit organization called Undo Medical Debt. They buy medical debt for pennies on the dollar. we were able to invest some ARPA dollars. So
What are those dollars?
From the American Rescue Plan back during
Okay.
COVID. And so we were able to erase this medical debt with no cost to the state at all. So it's a really incredible thing. I've had the chance to hear from some folks who have had their debt erased and just sharing how life-changing it is for them. You know, think about driving down the road and getting into a really bad car accident or something else, something catastrophic that causes medical issues. Maybe you have a chronic illness and you have medical bills all the time that just pile up. And I've talked to people who've had to make choices between their, just really big lifestyle choices because of debt that they have. And so it's really life-changing. The amount that they should be able to get to by the time they're done is $2 billion and should help up to 1 million Arizonans. So we're continuing to find folks that are eligible and get that debt erased for them.
That feeds money right into the economy because
Yes.
instead of paying off medical debt, they're buying houses or cars or food or other things they need.
Yep.
Really quick, what other things are you for this year? What's the plan to try to make things more affordable?
So my budget calls for continued investment in childcare. So to help folks with childcare, which is a huge expense, my energy, the Affordable Arizona program will help Arizonans with energy costs, both on the side of paying for utility bills when they get behind, but also on home weatherization, which is going to save money way down the road. Those are a couple. And then I think most importantly is the middle class tax cut, which enacts the tax cuts made at the federal level so that Arizona filers can take advantage of that higher standard deduction. Still waiting for the legislature to get that to me because we know people are already filing their taxes. But just because the legislature hasn't acted, voters or taxpayers in Arizona should feel confident filing their taxes now, and they'll get that higher standard deduction. So put a little more money back in their pocket.
Katie Hobbs, governor of Arizona, in studio with us. So we had the Attorney General Chris Mays here in studio a couple weeks ago. You have said that she should retract her remarks on Arizona's Stand Your Ground law. We've had Republicans go after her. You're a Democrat, and you've said that she would retract it. When she said that on the show, I had no problem with it. I think that people should know their rights. Why did you have a problem with it?
I think the issue is how misconstrued these comments have been, and
but is that her fault?
Well, I think that as an elected official, as the state's top law enforcement official, she has a responsibility to ensure everyone's safety, including law enforcement. And I just think it's not something I would have said. Okay, and I stand by my call that she should retract it. She's not, obviously. That's up to her. I share her concern that ICE tactics are making everyone more unsafe, including law enforcement. So I want to make that clear. And we should really be focused on doing everything we can to make sure our law enforcement and other folks in the community who are exercising their rights are able to stay safe.
Do you think that Chris Mays needs to retract her statements, or do they just need to be understood better in her actual meaning?
I think at this point, they've been explained a lot and continue to be misconstrued. Not pointing blame anywhere. I just think for clarity's sake, she's going to do what she's going to do, and that's up to her.
Last one, Governor. This awful situation in Tucson, Nancy Guthrie, the mother of Savannah Guthrie, who is the Today Show host, her mom has been abducted, missing. Have you been briefed on this?
Not to the same extent that everyone else has. Our state law enforcement obviously would help if they're needed in any kind of assistance. It's not the state's jurisdiction, and obviously, I just want to say my heart goes out to the family, as it would for anyone who is experiencing this. Obviously, this is much more high profile. because of who Savannah is. But it's heartbreaking, and the state will assist in any way possible if we're needed.
Governor, thanks for joining us. We'll see you in a couple weeks.
Thanks, Governor.
Thank you.
All right. Governor Katie Hobbs in studio, an outspoken exclusive. We get a chance to sit down for about 15 minutes, ask the governor everything, a long-standing tradition of Talk to the Governor here on KTAR. When we come back, why don't we discuss what we learned? Talk a little bit about how she wants to handle ICE. And I'm sure Barry's got some thoughts there. I can see your eyes going. We'll talk. I can see it. We'll talk about the interview and our thanks to the governor coming up next.
I'm Enrique Garcia with a check on traffic from the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center. Mesa with a crash in the left-hand shoulder, US 60 Superstition Freeway, eastbound near Chrismon Road. Gilbert with a crash blocking the right-hand lanes. Loop 202 Santiago Freeway, westbound near Power Road. I'm Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
This is the story of the one. As an HVAC technician, he and his digital multimeter are in high demand. So when a noisy office HVAC turns out to be a failing blower motor, he doesn't break a sweat. With Grainger's easy-to-use website and product information, he selects the product he needs to keep everything humming right along. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Rain-X wipers are the #1 wiper blades in America. That means all kinds of drivers choose Rain-X. Big drivers in small cars choose Rain-X. Small drivers in big cars choose Rain-X. Drivers with long hair and short commutes choose Rain-X. Drivers with short hair and long commutes choose Rain-X. Drivers with pets on board, babies on board, and bored babies on board choose Rain-X. Basically, drivers who love a clear view of the road all choose Rain-X wipers. The #1 wiper blades in America.
Hi, I'm Stuart Willis, president of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Will your investments last throughout retirement? Do you have a retirement strategy to minimize your long-term taxes? If not, tune into Arizona's own Asset Preservation Hour right here on KTAR Sundays at 2 p.m. What should you do about the current economic conditions? Stay informed and stay tuned into the Asset Preservation Hour Sundays at 2 p.m. on KTAR.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, and SEC Registered Investment Advisor.
Who is Farm Bureau Financial Services? At our core, we're relationship builders. We're home and auto bundlers, life insurers, farm and ranch protectors, and retirement planners. We're neighbors, community members, and friends. We're the people you can count on now and for years to come. Find a Farm Bureau agent at fbfs.com/protect. Farm Bureau Property and Casualty Insurance Company, Western Agricultural Insurance Company, Farm Bureau Life Insurance Company.
How in the world do you know which personal injury firm to choose when there are a million of them out there? Hey, it's Mike Broomhead. Here's why you should choose the attorneys at Sweet James when you're hurt in an accident. Number one, Sweet James used to work defending insurance companies, and so did many of Sweet James' attorneys. They were disgusted by the insurance companies and how they were taking advantage of everyday people at their weakest moments, and now they use their passion, experience, and knowledge to give injured victims a voice. Secondly, they are one of the only firms that have attorneys with experience in over 500 trials. That means they are assembled to take on the big insurance companies and maximize every case so you get the most. They consistently deliver some of the top settlements in the state. It's the compassion for injured victims that drive them to win and win big. If you're hurt in an accident, call Sweet James at 800-9-MILLION. That's 800-9-MILLION. That phone number is 800-900-0000. Or find them online at sweetjames.com. That's sweetjames.com. Proud partner of your Phoenix Suns.
Hi, Chris Merrill from The Chris and Joe Show. If you're an average person looking for an average home on an average salary, you have a below-average chance of finding one. But you see new houses going up all over, so why can't you move into one of those? Those aren't for you. Who Gets the Home? Tomorrow at 2 on air and on the KTAR News YouTube channel.
Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. Bruce out today. We've got Barry Markson in. Coming up after the top of the hour with Becky Lynn, we're going to discuss what we've learned today about the situation in Tucson. Nancy Guthrie, abducted, taken from her home. Her daughter, Savannah Guthrie from the Today Show, now in Tucson. We've got ransom notes. It's a scary thing. We'll talk about it at 6.
All right.
Barry, just had the governor. If you just missed it, we had the governor of the great state of Arizona here in the studio. A long-standing tradition of Talk to the Governor goes decades and decades back. And And so we chatted with Governor Hobbs. One of the things that I like, so we get access to her every 2 weeks, and we get 15 minutes. And so, one of the things that I've peppered her with over the last few weeks is this. Like, you need to prepare for ICE in Arizona. And it's like, let's not wait for them to get here and act like thugs.
Right.
Let's figure something out so when they do get here and act like thugs, we're ready.
Right.
We're ready. Listen, I'm tired of people saying, don't believe your eyes. I'm tired of people saying they're well-trained. I'm tired of people saying, oh, it's the protesters. Listen, I get some of the protesters got out of hand. I get it. But, they've murdered 2 people in the middle of the street. And even though the second guy acted horribly a week or two or a day or two before with ICE, kicking the car, that doesn't matter.
No.
What matters is what did he do on that day?
Yeah.
And on the day he got killed, he wasn't acting like he did the other day. So with the governor, is there anything she could do with the legislature? Probably not. They don't want to talk to her.
No, they're not.
But what can she do with an executive order?
Well,
I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know either. What I'd like to see, and we talked about this a little bit with the governor, is her work with the Attorney General, with Chris Mays, and come up with real strategies and things that can actually be done.
Right.
As opposed to them being kind of somewhat at odds about some statements that Chris Mays made, and then the governor said that they should be retracted. Today, she kind of, I think, took a step back from that and said they're just been misunderstood for the most part. But let's see the governor and the Attorney General get together and come up with a plan. And let's start communicating with Arizonans. This is what you do if ICE is going to show up at your door. Just educate people. If ICE shows up at your door and they don't have a warrant, what do you do?
Mays did that, and everybody on the right said,
well,
she's telling everybody how to kill a cop, which is the dumbest thing I've ever heard.
I'm not saying they should be telling anybody to shoot somebody that comes in. I'm saying if somebody shows up at your door, if ICE shows up at your door without a warrant, what are you required to do legally? Let's just teach people the law.
That's what I thought she did.
If ICE is going to do, I thought she did a lot of that too. I'm not trying to. I think what Chris Mays did was fine. I think a lot of it was misunderstood. And
it's
really,
very political, obviously.
It's blown out of proportion by other people. But it's.
Well, you've got people running against her that, of course, are trying to take as many shots at her as possible. But I just didn't think she said anything wrong.
Yeah, you don't really see the governor doing a lot of executive orders like that in Arizona. It's a different sort of setup. But that's the biggest part of it, and we should be coordinating with law enforcement. We have to figure this out. I mean, law enforcement is we had the sheriff on a couple weeks ago, and
Sheriff Sheridan.
He said he'd be here to stand with citizens if ICE was doing things illegal, and then the next day he's retracting that, Gato. So it was kind of difficult.
I don't think he retracted it. I just think he added. And if ICE, if protesters get out of hand,
don't break the law.
Protect ICE.
Don't break the law. I've seen some of the protesters what they did. Even here with the zip stuff, it was nasty what they were doing. It's too much. But it's okay to protest. Stay on the sidewalk. Do it legally. Don't do things to.
Yeah, but there's not much ICE is doing legally. No warrants, pulling people out of a car for no reason, breaking the windows in their car.
I would love to see Arizona law enforcement, if that happens, if ICE agents do something illegally, then they should be arrested. They should be investigated. They should be looked at. But I think you have to recognize that for the most part, law enforcement is going to work with ICE, which is what they should be doing, to make sure that these situations remain as safe as possible.
All right, coming up next is TMZ, the key to finding Savannah Guthrie's missing mother in Tucson. We're going to talk about it. Coming up next, Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. All right, Red Mountain Weight Loss. I want you to call them. I want you to tell them Gatos sent you, and I want you to get your health back, okay? So maybe, guys, you got a little low testosterone going. You're feeling sluggish. You go to the gym, and you're like, I still got this dad bod. I'm working as hard as I can. Well, maybe you got low testosterone, and you don't want to talk about it. Okay, it's not a big deal. Go talk to the doctors at Red Mountain, get the test. Let's see if you got low T. And let's say you do. All right, you mentioned me. You start for free. We'll get that startup fee waived. I'm saving you a bunch of money right before you walk in the door. For a limited time, Red Mountain Weight Loss will waive your startup fee if you mention me. Men today have 20% less testosterone than their dads did. So you have to do something about it. Testosterone therapy, super easy. You're just going to sleep better, feel better, boost your sex drive. Your mental focus is going to be better. Everything's going to be better. It's like the fountain of youth. So go to redmountainweightloss.com. Tell them Gato sent you.
Don't let tax refund worries hold you back. File now with TurboTax on Intuit Credit Karma. They'll find every credit and deduction to help you get every refund dollar you deserve, or your money back. Start filing today in the Credit Karma app.
Listen up, KTAR listeners. Penguin Air Plumbing and Electrical has a deal for you that is good today and today only. Now is the perfect time to schedule the annual maintenance for your HVAC system. Today, Tuesday, February 3rd, Penguin is having a surprise one-day sale for KTAR listeners. Normally, we charge $149 to service your system, but if you call today and mention you heard this ad, we'll tune up your system for only $29. That's $120 in savings. Call Penguin right now at 480-500-7112. Maintenance is the least expensive way to ensure your system is safe and efficient all year long. The older your system is, the more important it is to have your system checked out by a properly trained technician, and Penguin technicians service all brands. 480-500-7112. If it's been over a year since your HVAC system has been serviced, call Penguin today only to get your HVAC tuned up for only $29. You heard right, only $29. Google Penguin Air or schedule online at penguinair.com.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
What makes you so different than the rest of us?
We ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Tell me more.
Our investment counselors focus on service over sales, prioritizing clients' needs.
How do you make money?
We don't sell any commission-based products. We have a simple management fee based on the value of our client's portfolio. So we do better when our clients do better.
What about client portfolios?
We get to know each client, their finances, family, health, lifestyle, and more, and then we tailor a portfolio based on their specific goals and needs.
Your clients really come first then, huh?
Yes, we make them a top priority. Our goal is helping them achieve a comfortable retirement.
Wow, maybe we are different.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Hey, it's Mike Broomhead. Are you struggling with distance vision and now need readers? K2 Vision RLE has a live webinar this Thursday at 1 p.m. Doctors Kopstein and King will explain how refractive lens exchange is different from LASIK and EVO ICL. Why no cataracts after K2 Vision RLE? Who's a good candidate? And much more. Join the free webinar this Thursday at 1 p.m. Register at K2VisionRLE.com. No readers, no glasses, contacts, or cataracts. K2VisionRLE.com.
KTAR-FM, Glendale, Phoenix.
Hey, whether it's our Arizona Ford dealers or the Phoenix Open, it's time to drive one. Time for the 9th annual Ford Drive One for Arizona Charities, closest to the pin contest on the iconic 16th hole. Yep, Paul Calvisi here. Every year, this is a win-win for fans and even better, charities here in the AZ. And it's real simple. As the pro who knocks it closest to the pin during the first few rounds will win $10,000 in cash for the charity of their choice, including Gabriel's Angels, Military Assistance Mission, Harvest Compassion, First Tee of Phoenix, Soul Survivor Inc., Eden Village, Veterans Community Project, Salvation Army of Phoenix, and UMOM New Day Center. And don't forget, it's Ford Free Days. They are back. Yep, that Monday and Tuesday at Phoenix Open Week. Come on out, get in free. Everyone gets in free on February 2nd and 3rd. Ford Free Days, courtesy of our Arizona Ford dealers.
Hey, it's Javier Soto. Everyone's got a story to tell, and at ABC 15, we're here to listen, to share your voice, and get you the answers you deserve. Join me and Faye Fredericks weeknights at 5 and 6 on ABC 15.
KTAR News now.
Good evening. It's 6 o'clock. I'm Becky Lynn.
A KTAR News exclusive.
Arizona Governor Katie Hobbs says she is keeping a close eye on the potential for increased ICE operations in our state, but she exclusively tells Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos she doesn't expect to follow the lead of the governor of Massachusetts, who's filed legislation aimed at keeping ICE out of schools and more.
She is a legislator where something like that can get through. We have a very different scenario in Arizona. So all of that to say, as governor, I am absolutely concerned about Arizonan safety. I am concerned, as everyone is, watching what's happening in Minnesota and wanting to make sure that that doesn't happen here.
You can see the entire exclusive interview at KTAR's YouTube channel.
We don't know where she is.
As the search for missing Tucson woman Nancy Guthrie drags on, the Pima County Sheriff's Office says there's a lot of unknowns in the case. KTAR's Ballin Overstoles is live in the news center with the latest.
A day after Pima County Sheriff Chris Nanos said Guthrie is not just missing, but potentially the victim of an abduction.
We do believe that Nancy was taken from her home against her will, and that's where we're at.
The sheriff explaining today investigators are processing evidence, but there's no new leads and not much solid information about the disappearance, including if Guthrie was potentially an intentional target.
We don't know. We're going to assume both sides of that.
And Guthrie is the mother of today's show anchor Savannah Guthrie. She was reported missing Sunday after not going to church and last seen Saturday night in what's typically a quiet neighborhood in the Catalina foothills, now the center of that crime scene investigation capturing national attention. Our live team coverage continues of KTAR's Heidi Hommel, who is in Tucson now, to tell us what neighbors are saying.
Yeah, Ballin, the picturesque neighborhood backs up to the Santa Catalina Mountains with homes spread out on big lots. It's still quiet except for all the media attention this bizarre case is getting. One woman walking her dog said she knows Savannah Guthrie and hopes her mother Nancy is found safe. Another woman from Texas is staying with her friends down the street and says she feels safe staying in the neighborhood, but agrees the circumstances surrounding Nancy's disappearance are odd. A sign outside Nancy's house reads, "Dear Guthrie family, your neighbors stand with you." Reporting live in Catalina foothills, Heidi Hommel, KTAR News.
Law enforcement's asking for the public for any information on Nancy Guthrie's whereabouts. You can go to KTAR.com and see a photo of her. The new head coach is ready to get to work and is excited to be in Arizona.
The way you guys did it just showed me you guys wanted to get this thing right. And I'm not saying you got it right. I hope you got it right. All right. But you ended up putting, the time and the hard work and the detailed process to get to where you had to get to. So I really appreciate that. And I know it wasn't easy.
The Cardinals officially introducing Mike LaFleur at a news conference this afternoon. The former LA Rams offensive coordinator says he'll be the team's offensive play caller and is casting a wide net when it comes to filling out the rest of his coaching staff.
Eyes on Education.
Mesa Public Schools is utilizing empty space in the district to gain revenue and help the community by leasing space to Polaris Academy, which is a private school for kids with autism. Mesa Superintendent Matthew Strom says through this deal, Polaris pays for any renovations as well as the lease funding.
Our junior highs were built for 7th through 9th graders, about 1,500 to 1,600 kids. Most of our junior highs now are below 900 kids. And so we have space available, and they're in the education business just like we are.
Polaris is leasing space at Rhodes and Smith Junior High Schools. We have more education solution stories for you at KTAR.com/education. Wall Street today, the Dow fell 166 points today, closing still above 49,000 at 49,241. S&P dropped 58, and the NASDAQ slid 337. For more money news, visit the Business Center at KTAR.com. Checking traffic now and getting you home. It's Enrique Garcia in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. I'm happy to say and surprised that crash that was blocking multiple lanes have finally moved off right. Not in the middle of the roadways, and that is at the Loop 303 northbound at Waddell Road. It should no longer be giving you any type of delays. Tempe with a crash in the right-hand shoulder, Loop 101, Price Freeway, southbound near Broadway Road. Mesa with a crash in the left-hand shoulder, US 60, Superstition Freeway, eastbound near Crimson Road. This report is brought to you by the Arizona Painting Company. Ready for a new look? Arizona Painting Company delivers top-quality painting inside and out. Get a free quote plus 15% off now at ArizonaPaintingCompany.com. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
Tonight, clear skies, low of 54. Tomorrow, 84 for our high temp. And then we're going to be probably in the low 80s Thursday and Friday. It's 80 in Paradise Valley right now. Conditions are perfect if you're planning on a move. With Homes 2X, sell fast, stay rent-free, full value guaranteed at Homes2X.com. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Outspoken.
Enough of the excuses. I'm tired of it.
Speaking up for Arizona.
For the last time, I'm a hard no.
Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
It's Arizona's reigning, defending, undisputed #1 talk show. Welcome to Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. Hour number 3.
Hour number 3. Many people say the best hour of the program.
Fantastic. Barry Markson, is in for Bruce today. Man, it is the story just everybody is talking about. What happened in Tucson? How was an 84-year-old woman abducted? We're talking about Savannah Guthrie's mother, Nancy, 84 years old. There are helicopters over the home right now. There is a blood trail outside of the home where we're getting reports that a Tucson television station and TMZ have received ransom notes.
Actually,
this is
now
insane. Go ahead, Becky Lynn.
Another
a
Tucson
third?
station has gotten
So
a
we
ransom note. We saw that I think it was KOLD got one now. K-Gun.
K-Gun got one?
Yeah.
Wow.
All right.
Do we know, Becky? I'm sorry to interrupt.
Please.
Do we know, Becky Lynn? It's not the same ransom note, right? They're different notes.
I think they're slightly different.
Yeah.
I've not seen what's in each one. They're just saying, that there are details. I don't think they've revealed all of that yet.
It's so odd that there would be more than one, and they're
Right.
different, and they're coming in at different times.
And to all the media outlets,
Yeah.
we still don't know if anything was left in the home.
Well, we went out to Tucson and spoke to Heidi Hommel earlier today from KTAR. We were also joined by Brianna Whitney, Arizona's Family. She is a reporter and host of True Crime Arizona. And so this is what she does for a living.
Right.
Her podcast, everything, the series, Jodi Arias that she did a couple of months ago was great. We asked her, what are the two big things that you've discovered out there in Tucson? And here's what she told us.
There's two different things. So we're out here on the scene. Her house is right behind me, and they've been done processing the scene. So that meant we could kind of go look at what is over here. You can kind of see what's happening. We can see what's around. And we knew that the sheriff was investigating whether or not the front camera, like a Ring doorbell camera, was taken from the home or not, potentially by a suspect, the abductor. So we went and looked, and you can see the frame of it on the door, but it does look like it is gone. You don't see it there. And when you're looking at that, if you just look below on the front porch, you see what appears to be a small amount of dried blood droplets. Now, the sheriff hasn't confirmed whether or not that is concretely blood, but I've seen a lot of blood in my job, in my career, and that's what it appears to be based on what we're seeing at the crime scene. So you have that situation out here. Then what is unfolding quite literally in real time as we are going on the air this evening with you guys as well is these alleged ransom notes that are going out to media entities. So we are able to confirm that one of those went to our sister station in Tucson, KOLD. They had details that only the abductor or the abductors would know. It details a specific amount of money that the person wants. And TMZ also is reporting they received an alleged ransom note demanding some sort of Bitcoin amount. The sheriff has confirmed they are aware of the ransom notes, and specifically when it comes to at least one of them, a local news station here got it last night, sent it to the sheriff's department. They asked them not to report it. The sheriff's department found it to be so credible that they sent it to the FBI, who then made the decision to send it to Savannah Guthrie, Today's Show co-host. And 20 hours later, according to the sheriff, confirmed to CBS News, that is still being taken seriously. They have not been able to rule in or out that alleged ransom note that went out to a Tucson news station. So now we've got these reported ransom notes going out to different media entities, trying to decipher what that is, what are they asking for, what's in the note. It's not something that the sheriff's department would have wanted out there. But once TMZ put it out that they received one, that's when this kind of snowballed. So I would say those are the big things that we've learned today as far as the investigation goes.
Brianna Whitney joining us on KTAR. She's a reporter and host of True Crime Arizona on Arizona's Family. Brianna, let me ask you a few questions real quick here. Is Savannah Guthrie in Tucson, or is she still back wherever she's in New York?
She is here. Yeah, the sheriff confirmed that Savannah is here. She flew in, I believe, got here on Monday.
And do we have any information about how much the ransom is, or any other part of any content of that ransom note?
We do not, at least not that's reportable. We only know that they're demanding a certain amount of money. And I think that just comes to what you can and can't report in terms of not wanting to compromise an investigation.
And you also mentioned the FBI is involved. Is the FBI, have they taken over the case, or is it being run by Tucson police? Do we know?
Still being run by the Pima County Sheriff's Department. That's the lead on this, but they have the FBI that's assisting with everything. The FBI said this morning in the press conference that they're doing specific tasks, like going through Nancy Guthrie's cell phone, trying to look at any cell phone data or location, kind of pings that they could maybe try to ping together where she was before this alleged abduction, what happened after. The FBI is also conducting interviews assisting the Pima County Sheriff's Department. So that's the lead. The FBI is involved in this as well. We had some people asking yesterday why Border Patrol was also involved. That made people think immediately, oh my gosh, is Nancy Guthrie believed to possibly be in Mexico and south of the border? We got some answers on that this morning from the sheriff at his press conference. He said that the Border Patrol was involved because they have the top scent dogs in the area. And so when you're talking about this very wooded, I mean, you can see it behind me here, and I'll just kind of flip around. Like all of this, that's what this neighborhood is. And so when you're talking about trying to find an 84-year-old woman who disappeared, possibly in the brush, at what they didn't know at first, having your top scent dogs was the most important thing. That's why Border Patrol was involved. But now they've really shifted to a criminal investigation more so than a ground search.
I mean, you deal with crime stories all the time. That's your gig.
Right.
Do ransoms ever get paid and people actually get their loved one back?
Honestly, I don't know. I haven't dealt with a recent ransom note situation from any of the reports that I've done. So I don't know. This is exceptionally unusual. Yeah. Even if you take out Savannah's high-profile job and that, circulating so quickly in the media and becoming so high-profile, even take that out of this. An 84-year-old woman abducted from her home in Tucson, Arizona, a very quiet, quaint, nice neighborhood, and then allegedly being held and ransom notes going out to media outlets. I mean, that is completely unheard of in and of itself. Then you add the high-profile nature of this being Savannah Guthrie and her mom and what she does, and that adds a whole nother layer to this whole thing.
All right, that was our chat earlier today. Arizona's family, Brianna Whitney, reporter and host of True Crime Arizona. Barry, I mean, the question everybody wants to know is, was this random or personal? I mean, that's the question that I'm asking. Was this random or was it personal? Was it somebody that she knew? Was it random? Was it someone who knew that they could extract a large sum of money out of this family because of what Savannah does for a living, being the Today Show host, which pays top dollar?
It just seems so odd if this was just a random thing and it happens to be Samantha Guthrie's mom, but we don't know. I mean, so maybe we're going to find out that it is just a random thing. I hope we know that she's okay. Not that we know, but I hope she is okay. And it just seems odd to me, Gatos, that there's been no, at least as far as we know, no evidence, no proof of life, just giving so much time to get the ransom together. I don't really understand this part of it at all.
Yeah, and why would, let's say that there are kidnappers who have her, and now there are ransom notes that went to 3 different places, TMZ and 2 Tucson television stations. And I guess the money, that is a very specific amount of money, and it's a large sum of money. But what's the next step?
Well, I guess the next step is if they think at least one of these ransom demands is real, are they going to pay it? If it's on crypto or Bitcoin and they can pay it anonymously and it's just done, are they going to pay it and see if they return the mom? Do they say we're not going to pay it until we get proof of life? How do they do this? And I don't know the answer to those questions. It used to be they're going to drop a bag of money and someone's got to pick it up and you have a chance to capture the people. That's gone now with Bitcoin. It's just an anonymous internet drop.
Yeah. I mean, they're testing the blood that was outside of the home. We've got helicopters that are over the home. It's a crazy story. Right in our backyard.
Right here in Arizona.
Yeah. All right, who do we have to have a shout-out to?
Oh, my goodness. Shout-out to our friends out in God's country, Gatos, in Scottsdale.
All right.
Thank you to the Scottsdale folks for listening. I appreciate you here tuning in to KTAR in Scottsdale.
All right, coming up next, we've got another crime scene we've got to talk about. This one is in Flagstaff. The new details in the hazing death of an NAU student. And now we're finding out how they hazed this man, this student. Doesn't get any better. Outspoken with Bruce and Gato. Stick around. All right. Advanced Window Products. I've got my new windows. They are in. They are beautiful. I can actually open these windows compared to the builder grade garbage that I had on my house for so long. I want you to call my friends at Advanced Window Products and do what I did. Get new windows. There's so many reasons that you should do this. First of all, you're going to save a ton on your energy bills. No question about it. These are the best windows in Arizona. And I'm sending you to the best company. Family-owned and operated business. 40 years. 40 years in the industry. They build the windows. They install the windows. They guarantee the windows for life. They've got financing available for you. Save now, pay later. There's some of these payments that are as low as $150 a month, and you are investing in your home. You mentioned Gatos, and here's the deal you get. $2,500 off when you purchase 10 windows or more. All right? All you have to do is call 480-746-4280. 480-746-4280. Online, advancedwindows.com. Tell them Gatos sent you.
KTAR News Flash.
6:16. I'm Becky Lynn. Here's what you need to know right now.
A KTAR News exclusive.
Governor Katie Hobbs says her eyes are open to the potential for increased ICE activity in our state. She exclusively tells Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos safety is her top priority.
We are certainly talking to our public safety agencies, the National Guard, the Department of Public Safety, who will be on the front lines if there is the type of escalation that we're seeing in Minnesota.
The governor says there isn't much she can do to prevent ICE from increasing its activity here. You can see that entire exclusive interview at KTAR's YouTube channel. All of our top stories are only 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. Checking the road home tonight, Enrique Garcia's in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Let's get you updated with these new crashes in Phoenix. We have a crash on the right-hand shoulder, State Route 51 northbound near Coulter Street. Goodyear with a crash on the right-hand shoulder. I-10 Papago Freeway eastbound near Bullard Avenue. And lastly, Gilbert with a crash on the right-hand shoulder. Loop 202, Santiago Freeway eastbound, approaching the State Route 24 westbound transition. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News, and now back with Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos.
All right, Enrique, thanks, man. Bruce is out today. We got Barry Markson sitting to the right of me.
What's up, Gatos?
What's up?
By the way,
Yes.
KTR is teaming up for something big, and we want you climbing with us. Sign up to join Broomhead and Gatos on the KTR team and help raise critical funds for the special needs community during the Cardinals Climb. It's on February 21st. Gatos, did you know that?
I sure did. It's
All
on
right,
my-
that's good.
Yeah.
Text CLIMB to 620-620 to learn more and sign up today.
Broomhead and I went to a luncheon with the Cardinals, and they put this great idea out there, and they wanted everybody to get involved, and we are totally behind it. It is a great idea. It's going to be a fun day, and it's going to raise a lot of money for people who need it.
Are you going up and down, like doing
I'll
stairs?
do whatever they want me to do.
Oh, I want
I'm in
to be there for
softball
that.
shape. Listen. I'm going to lap Broomhead. That's all. I'm going to lap him.
Oh, you're saying Broomhead's he's all lifting and no cardio?
Yeah, I mean, he likes to wear the schmedium shirt.
The schmedium.
You know,
He's swole. He's all swole.
He's a little bit swole. I'm not necessarily swole, but I can still move my body. Well, I didn't say he can. I mean, I haven't seen it yet.
Oh my goodness!
But we'll have fun.
But you're on the same team.
Yeah, but I still want to. I got to beat everybody.
That's right. All right.
NAU.
Oh my goodness.
It's grisly. So we've got the Savannah Guthrie story in Tucson. Now we've got this story in Flagstaff with, someone who wants to be in a fraternity and is getting hazed and died. And it's all about binge drinking.
Yeah.
It's all about a pledge game. And, listen, I don't know a lot about fraternities. I never wanted to be in one. As I joked with Bruce, the only thing that I know about fraternities is when I was a freshman at Syracuse, I went to their parties.
Right.
And it was fun.
Did they stop inviting you?
I don't think they invite anybody. I think, you just walk on
crash in. Yeah.
Right. So, but, I knew some friends who were in fraternities who were getting hazed. And I told some stories yesterday, and they're bad.
Yeah.
And so this one in Tucson, you've got the pledges, right? And the court documents say this. There's a total of four pledges at the frat house. And they had to participate in what they're calling pledge games. And it was organized by the older members of the fraternity.
Sure.
So these four pledges, go stand outside for 30 minutes. and you need to finish what appeared to be a handle of vodka, and you needed to do it together as a group. And they were given a 30-minute break after they finished it.
Well, that was nice of them.
They proceeded to vomit. And then they were told to finish another handle. And so one of the pledges fell asleep, and some of the guys of the fraternity said, he doesn't sound right. Like, it sounds like he's gagging.
Yeah.
And there were some of the other witnesses in the home that began to Google alcohol poisoning after hearing the victim have an unusual snore. And the report also states that almost 20 people left a Snapchat group where one of the members said they needed to get alcohol for the event, and alcohol poisoning. And he's dead. And there are three executive board members, a 20-year-old, a 20-year-old, and a 20-year-old. They're in jail. And they're facing felony charges of hazing.
Yeah.
Do you know what kind of charges those are?
No, I don't know what the criminal, where that fits in with this. But you have somebody who's dead. You wonder if they could potentially amend that. Again, a lot of it goes to intent, Gato. So if hazing is against the law, then that's all you need to do. They were obviously hazing. I don't know how you wouldn't be guilty of that.
Right.
But to charge them with something more than that, if you want to charge them with manslaughter or something else, you have to show some level of intent, and that's a difficult thing to do here. I don't think anybody intended for this guy to get hurt. So now, that just because you don't intend it doesn't mean that you could see that. You could say that doing what you did, you should have realized that somebody could get hurt, and that would be enough. So there's a lot here, but it's just such a sad story. And it goes on, let's face it, this kind of thing goes on in fraternities around the country every day.
Right.
And most of the time, 99.9% of the time, everybody's fine. They walk away. This was over the top. It's too much. And it's just unfortunate that we lost a young 18-year-old kid for this.
Terrible.
It's just awful.
And I mean, binge drinking on college campus, it is a big deal. I think we can all say that there was a time or two or 40. I mean, honestly, that we were in college and we just drank too much. Sometimes you don't even need to be in a fraternity. You could be a freshman and somebody gets alcohol, and that's it.
Yeah.
And you're trying to fit in, and they had 2 shots, so now I've got to have 2, and then there's another. I mean, it does get dangerous, and alcohol poisoning is a real thing.
Yeah.
And I mean, I just
don't like this, Gatos. I like alcohol. I like having a drink. I like wine.
Right.
Obviously, I'm older now. I try not to abuse it, but I enjoy it. And I did stuff when I was young where I got drunk, and I get that. But even then, it was fun. It shouldn't be used as punishment. It shouldn't be a penalty. It shouldn't be, we're going to mess this guy up. It should just be, if it enhances the fun. There's who's that? I forgot the guy's name now. There's the wealthy guy who's commenting on, just wrote a book about young men and how they've changed and what they need to do to kind of get back to who they were. And one of the things he said was that alcohol is like basically the only thing that keeps us as a society alive, because otherwise women would never get with date men and marry them. And because that's how, when you're young, and that's how you go out and meet people, and it brings down your inhibitions, and you get the courage to go say hi to somebody and do things. It's a big part of our social order, and it's not there as much anymore. So I don't know. It's obviously not good for you. It's not good for you, but anything in moderation, exactly right.
All right, we'll keep our eye on the story and try and find out, more about this tragedy.
By the way, Secretary Noem is here in Arizona. Did you know that?
Well, I thought she said she'd be here, but everything she says is a lie, so I didn't think she was here.
She's here. She's over. I don't want to say where she is, I guess, but they're already planning. They're already protesting at the resort where she is.
She's a disgrace.
She's staying here ahead of her. They're going to a border stop Wednesday and tomorrow in Nogales.
Good for her.
There you are.
Good for her. We don't. Again, when you start calling people domestic terrorists who are just average citizens, you're a loser. And I don't need to listen to you. I don't care what she says. I don't care what she does. Even people on the right look at her and say, I hope you enjoy your LARPing experience, because that's really all it is. And there are people's lives that are in danger because of her.
Yeah.
So, I won't welcome her here. All right. Coming up next, we talked to the governor earlier today, Arizona Governor Katie Hobbs. She joined us. We talked a little bit about what happened in Fulton County, Georgia, with voter rolls, and we discussed ICE, and you'll hear a little bit of that from the governor coming up next.
KTAR News pays tribute to Valley teachers.
We're going to give you $2,500 right now in front of your class.
Nominate an outstanding teacher for a $2,500 check. Text the word teacher to 620-620 and pay tribute to a teacher. Message and data rates may apply.
It's one thing to save for retirement. It's entirely another thing to be ready for retirement. Hey, it's Bruce St. James, and Trajan Wealth helped me build a real plan. A plan that wasn't about guesswork. It was about peace of mind. Their fiduciary advisors sat down with me, explained everything in terms that I could understand, gave me options, asked me questions, and never once did they try to sell me something I didn't need. I'm a client now, and I refer my friends and family to them because I couldn't be any happier. If you want a clear path forward, well, call Trajan Wealth today. The number is 480-990-3300. That's 480-990-3300. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, SEC registered, investment advisor, client, paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Staples has hot deals and super low prices on everything for your business. And right now, brand your business at Staples with up to 30% off custom labels. Exclusions apply. Shop Staples in store, online, or in the app. Ends 4/18. Visit staples.com/print for details.
Sundays on KTAR News is the home for the #1 radio health talk show in America, The Dr. Bob Martin Show. Dr. Martin is a chiropractic physician, a board-certified clinical nutritionist, and a diplomate of the American Academy of Anti-Aging Medicine. Got a health-related problem or challenge? Not feeling well and you just don't know where to turn or what to do? Dr. Bob Martin is here for you every Sunday from 10 to 11 a.m. The Dr. Bob Martin Show on KTAR News.
Need to feed a crowd? Let Venencia's bring the flavor to your next event. We know you have a lot of options when feeding a large group. Ordering directly from Venencia's means you get the best service and the absolute best pricing. There's no per-person fee. Just tell us how many people you need to feed, and we'll come up with the perfect plan to ensure everyone is well-fed and happy. Invite Venencia's to the table. Visit Venencias.com, and we'll take care of the rest. That's Venencias.com.
Listen up, KTAR listeners. Penguin Air Plumbing and Electrical has a deal for you that is good today and today only. Now is the perfect time to schedule the annual maintenance for your HVAC system. Today, Tuesday, February 3rd, Penguin is having a surprise one-day sale for KTAR listeners. Normally, we charge $149 to service your system, but if you call today and mention you heard this ad, we'll tune up your system for only $29. That's $120 in savings. Call Penguin right now at 480-500-7112. Maintenance is the least expensive way to ensure your system is safe and efficient all year long. The older your system is, the more important it is to have your system checked out by a properly trained technician, and Penguin technicians service all brands. 480-500-7112. If it's been over a year since your HVAC system has been serviced, call Penguin today only to get your HVAC tuned up for only $29. You heard right, only $29. Google Penguin Air or schedule online at penguinair.com.
Somewhere right now, a teacher is staying late to grade papers and spending their own money to buy classroom supplies, and they never ask for a thank you. We believe they deserve more. Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos and our presenting sponsor, your Valley Toyota dealers, we pay tribute to a teacher with a $2,500 bonus. Text the word teacher to 620-620 and nominate a deserving teacher. Pay tribute to a teacher is sponsored by your Valley Toyota dealers. Toyota, let's go places.
Message and data rates may apply.
Progressive knows life takes you in many directions.
Bear right at exit 32, then begin to wonder why you never bought a fish tank. In 1.3 miles, you'll realize you've been mispronouncing epitome your whole life. At the roundabout, you will remember you said something at dinner you wish you hadn't, and will think about it for decades. You have arrived at your destination, but it turns out there really is no destination, and life just keeps going.
Wherever life takes you, protect your home and auto with a bundle from Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Big tax changes this year could mean a bigger refund, and Jackson Hewitt knows how to get you your biggest. You'll get $100 just to try us. That won't make you filthy rich, but definitely gas plus groceries rich. And since we know all the new tax codes, you could get thousands back, which would make you low-key loaded. Or at least wealthy adjacent? Go with our trusted pros and get $100 to switch. Rest easy. Jackson Hewitt's got your taxes. Guaranteed. Limited time offer for new clients. Participating locations only. Details at jacksonhewitt.com.
KTAR News now.
6:31. Good evening. I'm Becky Lynn.
There are concerns at the House that concerned us from the early on part of this investigation, and that's all I will tell you. Yes, ma'am.
Today, Pima County Sheriff Chris Nanos saying they don't know where missing Tucson woman Nancy Guthrie is and are processing evidence from the home, but they aren't sharing much else. The sheriff recapping what they've learned since Saturday.
9:30, 9:45, we were told she was left at her home by the family. At 11 o'clock in the morning, the family got notice from somebody at church. She was not at church. They went to the home, found her to be missing. That's the timeline.
Since then, the Pima County Sheriff said they are aware of reports of ransom notes received by media outlets related to the disappearance, and they're looking into all leads, but they have not confirmed if they have received a note.
A KTAR News exclusive.
What can be done to keep ICE from expanding its activity in Arizona? Governor Katie Hobbs exclusively tells Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos there isn't much she can do, and she likely won't be following the lead of the Massachusetts governor, who's actually introducing legislation aimed at limiting what agents can do.
I can say that I agree with her, and I have said this many times. ICE should not be going after people in hospitals, in churches, in schools.
You can see our entire exclusive interview with the governor at KTAR's YouTube channel. A federal judge says he knows of no U.S. Supreme Court precedent to justify the Pentagon's censuring of an Arizona U.S. senator who joined a videotaped plea for troops to resist unlawful orders from the Trump administration. Senator Mark Kelly had a front row seat in a courtroom as his attorneys urged U.S. District Judge Richard Leon to block the Pentagon from punishing the Democrat, a retired U.S. Navy pilot. The judge didn't immediately rule from the bench on Kelly's claims that Pentagon officials violated his First Amendment free speech rights. Under the Constitution, the power to run elections is reserved for the states, not the federal government. But President Trump continues to call on Republicans to nationalize elections, just months before the midterms that determine party control of Congress. Here's ABC News White House correspondent Karen Travers with the latest.
President Trump Tuesday doubled down on his calls for the federal government to take over elections, saying, quote, the federal government should get involved. The president in the Oval Office with Republican lawmakers said,
I want to see elections be honest, and if a state can't run an election, I think the people behind me should do something about it.
The president later said he doesn't know why the federal government doesn't do elections, but the Constitution gives that authority to states. Karen Travers, ABC News, Washington.
In sports, Phoenix Suns are back on the court tonight, and they're on the road taking on the Portland Trail Blazers. Tip-off set for 9 p.m. Catch all the action on Arizona Sports 98.7 FM. Grand Canyon University playing host to Air Force tonight, and the tip-off is at 7. Sports brought to you by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Let's get a look at the roads now. Here's Enrique Garcia live in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Phoenix with a crash blocking the left-hand lane, Loop 101, Pima Freeway, westbound, near 24th Street. Phoenix again with a crash on the right-hand shoulder, State Route 51, northbound, near Coulter Street. And lastly, Goodyear with a crash on the right-hand shoulder, I-10 Papago Freeway, eastbound near Bullard Avenue. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
Our high today of 82 degrees is 13 degrees above the normal. We should be right around 69 on this date. And the 82 we hit today is not the record high for this day. That was 86, and we set that last year, 2025, tying with the same date in 1925. Right now, it's 76 degrees in Phoenix at Sky Harbor. Conditions are perfect if you're planning on a move with Homes 2X. Sell fast, stay rent-free, full value guaranteed at homes2x.com. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
I'm LaDonna Harvey. We'll have the latest on the abduction of Nancy Guthrie with reporter Heidi Hommel in Tucson tomorrow morning from 5 to 8 with Jim Sharp and me on Arizona's Morning News.
All right, Outspoken Bruce and Gatos. Barry Markson is in for Bruce today. You're going to hear a little bit from Arizona Governor Katie Hobbs. She joined us about an hour ago. It's a bunch of stuff, I think, about ICE, But before we get to that, Barry, you saw something very interesting.
Yeah, and this is, let's give credit, Bram Resnick from Channel 12, but this is on Twitter, saying that per NBC News, the federal judge in Washington, D.C., you remember Senator Mark Kelly filed a lawsuit against the Trump administration and the Pentagon because they censured him. They were going to bring him back in, demote him, affecting his pension and trying to humiliate him because he did that video with other senators.
He basically said if you are given illegal instructions, you do not have to follow them.
You don't have to follow illegal orders, which is what the military is taught, frankly. They had a hearing on that today, and according to reports, the judge there, Richard Leon, appeared focused on concerns about chilling First Amendment rights of retired military members and also sitting U.S. senators. And he said, "I'm not sure we've ever seen a case like this." And just from how the argument went, it appears from the reports that Senator Kelly is going to prevail in that lawsuit. And is going to prevail and get some sort of injunction.
So we'll see. Does all go away?
Well, it depends on if the Trump administration wants to fight this. I mean, he's going to.
No, they'll fight it.
He's asking for an injunction so that they can't do it. Right. We'll see if they appeal it, but hopefully it comes to an end.
Okay.
Silly.
Earlier today, Governor of Arizona, Katie Hobbs, joins us. It's an outspoken exclusive. She joins us every 2 weeks. We get 15 minutes with her. One of the things that we discussed, and it was really my first question, I said, did you see what the governor of Massachusetts did? She took executive action to try and keep ICE out of schools and hospitals and courthouses and places of worship. And there were some executive orders that banned ICE from certain places. And I said, Governor Hobbs, I'd like to see you do some of this stuff. Here's what she had to tell us. Take a listen.
So here's the thing. And I want to say Governor Healy is a great governor. She's a great colleague. We talk a lot. I don't know that what works in Massachusetts will necessarily work in Arizona. I can say that I agree with her, and I have said this many times. ICE should not be going after people in hospitals, in churches, in schools. We've seen incidents here where some adults walking a child to school were picked up by ICE. That kid was walked the rest of the way to school by ICE agents. That shouldn't be happening in America. How do you go through the rest of your day as a school kid if that happens to you? It's got to be terrifying. So I agree with her on these kinds of things, and I'll continue to say that. I also am not someone who wants to give empty promises to Arizona, and I would want to be sure of, number one, the enforceability of something like that if we are going to take action like that. And the really key thing that Governor Healy started with is she's filing legislation. She is a legislature where something like that can get through. We have a very different scenario in Arizona. So all of that to say, as governor, I am absolutely concerned about Arizonan safety. I am concerned, as everyone is, watching what's happening in Minnesota and wanting to make sure that that doesn't happen here. And so my administration will continue to look at actions we can take to keep Arizonans safe. You'll be hearing more from us in the coming days.
Governor Katie Hobbs in studio with us. I'm thinking then, you get a good point on the legislature. Okay. But what about an executive order? See, what I worry about is, they're building this facility out in Surprise for thousands of people that they want to house there. And we don't even know if they're going to bring people who are here illegally in there. I mean, if they do what they did in Minneapolis, they're going to start arresting brown people who have no record and they're American citizens. Right. And so what I'm thinking is, how can you get ahead of that with an executive order? Is there any executive order that you're looking at? Because, I mean, these guys were in town a couple of weeks ago, and obviously at Zips, by the way, I think what Zips did was wrong, and they deserved what they got. But, we had one ICE guy get in the car and pepper spray all the way down the street for no reason. So these thugs are going to come here. And I guess my question is, how can you get ahead of it with an executive order? Is there anything that you can do beforehand?
Look, I mean, we have seen a lot of these agents act with utter disregard for people's constitutional and civil rights. And that is concerning to me. But I want to go back to what I said. I want to make sure we're not taking action that is giving false promise to Arizonans. And I don't know on an executive order that prohibits ICE from certain places how enforceable that is. And not wanting to give a false sense of security. We certainly are looking at how we can respond. I don't like talking in hypotheticals. I know you know that. But we are certainly talking to our public safety agencies, the National Guard, the Department of Public Safety, who will be on the front lines if there is the type of escalation that we're seeing in Minnesota. Again, just very focused on maintaining order and safety and ensuring that people's constitutional rights are not violated.
All right, that's a bit of Arizona Governor Katie Hobbs. You can check the entire interview out on our YouTube channel. Listen, bottom line, I support law enforcement. I've always been a big supporter of law enforcement. I've never had a problem with ICE. This version of ICE is different. And you can't say that you're for and support law enforcement and you support this version of ICE. You can't say that.
Yeah.
You're a hypocrite. You can't say that. And a lot of people are saying that. And, don't tell me my algorithm is weird or you're not really seeing what don't believe your eyes. Enough of this crap. Enough. We've seen what these guys do. They're not trained. They're ticked off. They look for a fight. Nothing has changed. They said they were going to put body cameras on these. I don't trust that. I don't trust that at all. I don't think they won't work. They don't turn them on. I mean, we don't know. What we've seen in Minneapolis is something I've never witnessed before in my life in this country. And if you're okay with what happened in Minneapolis, then you're on the wrong side of history. Go be you. Go do your thing. But I haven't seen something so horrible in my life. And so if they do come here, we got to be ready.
They are coming here. They're here. They're here. We're
like in Minneapolis.
No.
If they have 3,000 surged, they
Well, you know what they did though? They just bought a giant warehouse in Surprise.
Right.
They're getting ready to come here in bigger scores.
It might be.
And we're already seeing them arrest U.S. citizens and detain people who haven't done anything wrong and have no reason to speak with them. It isn't going to be pretty, Gatos.
Well, they said that they were going to scale down in Minneapolis. I haven't really seen that.
They're not doing anything. All they're trying to do is scale down the excitement a little bit in the press because Trump didn't like how that was playing out. He put Tom Homan in charge instead of Greg Bovino.
It's better.
It's not better.
It is better.
Well, nobody's been killed yet. I guess so that's a good sign.
Yeah, but it's early.
Yeah, we'll see. But they haven't pulled people out. They haven't reduced the force there. No. They're still arresting people and doing what they were doing.
All right. Coming up next, Barry, this is interesting. Why has Alcatraz become the biggest storyline from this Sunday's Super Bowl?
All right.
I like how you look there. All right. We'll talk about that coming up next. Aria Dental Implant Center. I'm sending you to Dr. Joe, my good friend, my good buddy. He's got so much experience, decades and decades of experience, thousands of smiles restored. Listen, you're going to Aria Dental Implant Center for this reason. You're going to go get new teeth. You don't like the way you look. You can't chew certain foods. You're not getting the protein that you need, and it's harming your health. So you can look better and feel better by going to see Dr. Joe over at Aria Dental Implant Center. They've earned over 500 five-star Google reviews from patients who say the same thing. Here it is. We truly felt cared for. It's a big deal. That's a big deal. You will save thousands of dollars compared to all the other implant centers. Why? Because Aria is local. They don't have the same overhead as all those big national places. So make sure you tell a family member or a friend, or maybe this is you if you have broken or missing teeth. AriaDentalImplantCenter.com. Tell them Gato sent you.
Bad driving habits are hard to break, but good driving habits are easy to form, especially when they can lead to a discount on your auto insurance. With Farm Bureau Financial Services, the safer you drive, the more you save. Drivers like you are saving an average of $321 per vehicle. So buckle up, learn more, and find an agent at fbfs.com/save. Individual savings results may vary. Farm Bureau Property and Casualty Insurance Company, Western Agricultural Insurance Company.
For nearly 25 years, Primavera has helped thousands of Arizona students succeed with an accredited world-class education, tuition-free and right from home. If your child struggles in a traditional school setting, Primavera Online can help. We serve Arizona K-12 students with flexible, personalized learning that fits every student's needs. See how Primavera can help your family today. Don't wait. Enroll now at ChoosePrimavera.com. That's ChoosePrimavera.com.
zone, AutoZone.
Rain on game day doesn't faze Dave. He's already got his poncho. Just needs to do something about those wipers. So Dave heads to AutoZone,
Welcome to AutoZone.
where a friendly AutoZoner helps him get premium quiet wipers and some hand warmers.
You're all set.
Now, if only his team can handle the elements as well as his new wipers. Get wipers, glass cleaner, and more with no hassles, just help at AutoZone.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Jane Dawson did something smart. She saved hundreds on auto insurance switching to Progressive. With the money she saved, she got herself a pricey bird feeder with an ultra-high-def camera. Should Jane have just bought a regular bird feeder? Yes. Is it hard for her to admire nature when the camera doubles as the bird's potty? Also, yes. But it's Jane's savings, and if she wants to spend her time watching the digestive habits of the white-breasted nuthatch, we say you go, girl. Switch and see if you could save with Progressive and treat yourself. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
KTAR News Flash. At 6:46, I'm Becky Lynn, and here's what you need to know right now. Arizona Governor Katie Hobbs says she's keeping a close eye on the potential for increased ICE operations in our state. But she exclusively tells Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos she doesn't expect to follow the lead of the governor of Massachusetts, who's filed legislation aimed at keeping ICE out of schools and more.
She is a legislature where something like that can get through. We have a very different scenario in Arizona. So all of that to say, as governor, I am absolutely concerned about Arizonan safety. I am concerned, as everyone is, watching what's happening in Minnesota and wanting to make sure that that doesn't happen here.
You can see that entire exclusive interview at KTAR's YouTube channel. All of our top stories are only 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. Checking traffic now. Let's go to Enrique Garcia and get you home. He's in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Phoenix with a crash in the left-hand shoulder. Loop 101 Pima Freeway westbound near 64th Street. Phoenix with a crash in the right-hand shoulder. State Route 51 northbound near Coulter Street. And Gilbert with a crash in the right-hand shoulder. Loop 202 Santiago Freeway eastbound approaching the State Route 24 westbound transition. This report brought to you by Mountainside Fitness. 35 years strong, 25 locations valley-wide. Join Mountainside Fitness with $0 enrollment and 30 days free. MountainsideFitness.com. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
This year's tax changes. Better not get caught snoozing. Miss one deduction, lose thousands. Not amusing.
Big tax changes can mean bigger refunds at Jackson Hewitt. And right now, get $100 just to try us.
Don't worry, tax filers. If money is tight, get $100 from Jackson Hewitt, so you'll sleep better at night.
Limited time offer for new clients. Participating locations only. Details at jacksonhewitt.com.
Hey, it's Flo here to say drivers who switch and save with Progressive could save hundreds.
Nice. With my new savings, I'll get some hiking gear. It'll be great for my outdoor era.
I don't know if it counts as an era if you just buy stuff.
I got a cute hiking backpack. It's an outdoor era.
Well, you only bought one thing. I don't think it's an era.
Well, I think we're in a agree to disagree era.
Yeah, sure, you're probably right. Anyway, with the money you could save by switching to Progressive, you can afford to switch to other things in life. It's
my savings era.
Also, everything you do is not an era.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
Tune into The Truth About Money with Bruce Weinstein and Tim Travis.
We hand select each and every security in the portfolio as opposed to kind of the more cookie cutter approaches that a lot of the larger firms will take.
Understand challenges facing today's retirees.
They tell us what their wishes and their goals are. We create the plan.
Tune into The Truth About Money, Saturdays at 7 a.m. on KTAR News.
Hey, it's Mike Broomhead. Accidents happen unexpectedly. If it ever happens to you, call the attorneys at Sweet James. Sweet James has an office right here in Phoenix, run by world-class attorneys that are part of your community, and they are proud partners of your Phoenix Suns. Sweet James is all about winning, and they win 98% of the time, because when you're hurt, you are counting on someone to deliver for you. Winning big is everything. That's why you call Sweet James at 800-9-MILLION. That's 800-9-MILLION or sweetjames.com. Awarded Best Attorneys in America. Proud partner of your Phoenix Suns.
The Gatos Big Q poll question, brought to you by your Valley Toyota dealers.
All right, direct your attention to KTAR.com. Here we go, right side of the page. NBC's Super Bowl, see, I wrote 60. and then the web department changed it to LX.
LX.
I don't, and I wouldn't even know what that is.
It's lax.
LX.
It's like X-Lax.
I did that. I would
Super Bowl 60.
Super Bowl LX.
All right.
The pregame show will feature live segments broadcast from Alcatraz.
Why?
Is this an interesting idea? Yes or no?
No.
Percentage, Barry.
I'm going to say 70% no.
68% no.
Really? That is,
you know,
what does that have to do? Because it's near San Francisco? Come on.
Yeah.
Come on.
Like Collinsworth in, a cell.
Oh, my goodness.
I mean, is that not something that would interest you?
No. Why don't they do it on the wharf? Do it. There's so many things there. Show the areas of San Francisco where people are defecating in the street. Do it from there. I mean, come on. Let's really go at it here. No? That's not good? All right. They cleaned that up, Gatos. They cleaned it up over there.
What do you mean they cleaned it up?
They stopped defecating the street so much.
I haven't heard that.
Yeah,
Really? I hadn't heard that either.
It's less. It's down considerably.
Oh, well, that's a relief. Fewer piles to step in. Is that what you're saying?
Now you can do it with the tour, where you can go see the defecating.
I remember you saying something about you could go around and look at all the tent cities.
So
it's like
bad.
that's awful.
Becky Lynn, didn't you tell us a few years ago you'd never go there again?
I said I'm never going, but it was awful. That's one of the few cities that I now am kind of afraid to go to. It was frightening.
I haven't been back in years. I don't know if I want to go and I step in poop or I step on a needle.
Oh,
right.
So they're saying there's a lot less of that. They've been making strides. There's a new mayor he's much better. There's a new district attorney. They're arresting people. They're charging people. Now it's changed. They've gotten away from the super woke left where they were just letting crimes happen and not arresting anybody.
Everything was a misdemeanor.
They're not doing that anymore.
Do you
But
remember,
now they're back.
Remember the story that we did, how they were giving homeless people vodka.
No.
On purpose.
To stave off the scurvies? What was that for?
Some a specific amount.
Oh, my goodness.
Either so they wouldn't go look for it, or if they went without it, they would go through withdrawal. And so there were people from the city that were literally going to give them vodka. Yes. That sounds pretty bad to me.
That is not good.
I remember the stories of where, like people, those homes are so expensive in San Francisco.
Yeah, it's like a little room for $8 billion.
Right. And they would, you would come out of your front door and people were just camping on the sidewalk.
Yeah, you can't. That's ridiculous.
Right. No, it was crazy. Hey, can I bring this up locally? We've got the Waste Management Phoenix Open coming up, starting tomorrow. The Pro-Am is tomorrow.
Going.
Are you going?
I'm going to go tomorrow.
Are you?
Really?
I'll be back for the show, but I'm going to go in the morning.
Oh, yes. I remember.
Are you playing? Are you playing in the tournament?
No. I just like to take KTAR's most expensive ticket and go there for a few hours.
Ah, there you go. You're gonna be on 16. You're gonna be eating and drinking.
No.
Oh,
I'm going to be eating.
Well, that's the most expensive ticket.
Yeah, I'm not.
Well, the show won't be nearly as much fun.
Well, I'm not going to show up all boozed up. It'll be my
Get
last
going.
show.
Why not?
Free food and drink. Load it up.
I know that you need to get boozed up to get through this show with Bruce and I, but it doesn't mean that I'm going to do that.
That's right.
But I'm going to go check it out because I always have a lot of fun going to the Open, seeing people, fall down, and it's your 18th drink.
Oh,
okay,
it's
great.
fantastic.
I'm going to go eat some good food.
I go Fridays. That's when
okay, good.
That's when people are really drunk, so it works out well.
Well, I'm not going at all, so have a wonderful time.
I've gone every year since they moved it to TPC in Scottsdale. Every single
year. I try
year.
to go every year.
This is what's that?
I try and go every year.
Yeah, it's fun.
It is.
I enjoy it.
All right. Well, thanks everybody for listening. Bruce, we'll see if he's going to come back tomorrow. But Barry, if not, we've got the face-off.
There you go.
5 o'clock tomorrow. We've got Governor Brewer. We've got State Senator Kavanaugh.
Yes.
And we've got a guy named Barry Markson.
Oh, my goodness.
On the panel.
Wait, I'm on the panel?
Yes.
Oh, he's fantastic.
Barry, you're lucky to have me.
No, I'm not.
We'll see you
That's
later,
not
everybody.
the right
I'm
answer.
sorry.
What happened?
See you tomorrow.
Dave Ramsey here for the Valley's best value in replacement windows, patio doors, and entry doors. My friends at Window World will install 7 large premium vinyl sliding windows, all with Solar Zone Sun Shield glass, and they'll do it for one low price of $59.89, tax included. Listen, you can pay 3 or 4 times that price at other window companies, or one low upfront price with Window World. Plus, take $100 $100 off any new patio or entry door. Window World provides the same guaranteed lowest price up front for everyone. No gimmicks and never any zip code pricing. See for yourself why nearly half of all new Window World customers come from happy referrals. Get the details at windowworldphoenix.com. That's windowworldphoenix.com. Window World, simply the best for definitely less.
Are you living with dry AMD? If so, you could be on the road to geographic atrophy, or GA, a condition that leads to retinal cell death and permanent vision loss. But with Izervay, you can
slow it down and get it going slower.
Izervay slows GA progression by targeting a key source of retinal cell death, which may help preserve your vision longer. Izervay, or Avastin Captid Pagel, is a prescription eye injection used to treat GA. Don't take it if you have an infection or active swelling in or around your eye. Izervay can cause eye infection, retinal detachment, or increased risk of wet AMD. Izervay may temporarily increase eye pressure. Your vision may be impaired after an eye injection or exam. Don't delay. Ask your doctor about Izervay today.
Izervay gets GA going slower.
Visit Izervay.com. That's IZERVAY.com. Paid for by Astellas Pharma.
For over a century now, Ford has been part of America. In my family, it's been generations. Paul Calvisi here. My grandfather worked for Ford Motor. My first car, a classic Mustang, still have it. But going to our Desert Ford dealers today means getting more than a vehicle. We're talking a full suite of benefits like complimentary Ford mobile service, or try Ford pickup and delivery. Yes, to and from your door, and it's easy scheduling in the Ford Pass app. Tough would be built Ford tough. More than a slogan, it's an identity of the F-Series trucks, and the all-new 2026 F-150 is the best yet. With a completely redesigned interior and exterior adventure, how about the Ford Bronco Sport? It says, let's get it, with 5 available trims so you can forge your own path. We recently bought a new Explorer at our Desert Ford dealers. Love the flexible seating up to 7, all the cargo room, the advanced tech. Bottom line, Ford is the future at our Desert Ford dealers. Just click buyfordnow.com.
40,000 people. Let that number sink in for a second. That's not a crowd. That's a small city. And it's the number of people choosing pain relief without surgery. 40,000 people have said stop before a knee or hip replacement. There has to be another way. And they found it at QC Kinetics, the nation's leader in using cellular-level treatments to revitalize joint tissue naturally. Today, patients are moving better, hurting less, and getting their lives back. QC Kinetics, right here in Phoenix, using safe, natural treatments backed by real science. Treatments that activate your body's natural healing power. Safe, natural, non-surgical, with zero downtime. The sooner you start, the faster inflammation will ease and slow down osteoarthritis progression that's causing your pain. Call now for your free consultation with clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN.
Listen up, KTAR listeners. Penguin Air Plumbing and Electrical has a deal for you that is good today and today only. Now is the perfect time to schedule the annual maintenance for your HVAC system. Today, Tuesday, February 3rd, Penguin is having a surprise one-day sale for KTAR listeners. Normally, we charge $149 to service your system, but if you call today and mention you heard this ad, we'll tune up your system for only $29. That's $120 in savings. Call Penguin right now at 480-500-7112. Maintenance is the least expensive way to ensure your system is safe and efficient all year long. The older your system is, the more important it is to have your system checked out by a properly trained technician, and Penguin technicians service all brands. 480-500-7112. If it's been over a year since your HVAC system has been serviced, call Penguin today only to get your HVAC tuned up for only $29. You heard right, only $29. Google Penguin Air or schedule online at penguinair.com.
KTAR-FM, Glendale, Phoenix, Arizona's news station. KTAR News, 92.3